Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A peaceful modern city lies under a clear sky. A wary visitor enters a flower shop filled with plants. The customer inspects the plants, focusing on one with a red ribbon. Meanwhile, he examines it as the florist explains its good luck gift tradition. The buyer asks to purchase the plant while news plays on a nearby TV. A broadcast reports the government calling last week's abnormal rainstorm a natural event. In the shop, a skeptic questions calling that extreme storm normal. The young man broods over the widespread damage from the recent battle. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon appears in the storm before a lone fighter. The lone warrior readies his glowing blade to confront the dragon again in the storm. He steels himself to battle a second dragon in the pouring rain. The armored fighter clashes with the massive dragon, driving forward with his glowing blade. A huge blast of blue energy hits, shaking the entire area. Later, a tired florist packs a bag while the visitor hears her bleak worldview. The visitor takes the bag and deliberately starts a tense conversation. Inside, he stands firm, stating his position while holding the package. The reserved youth quietly leaves the flower shop. Outside, he pauses and glances back at the shop warily. The traveler gets into a taxi and tells the driver to go to Seoul. In the car, he broods silently about the ruined world. Watching humans and monsters share the street, he wonders if this world is really normal. He quietly questions what normal even means as diverse beings walk through the city. The driver looks over and asks why the passenger came here. The quiet passenger downplays everything, speaking modestly from the back seat. Meanwhile, the taxi weaves through the city as the outsider arrives for work. An elf receives a mysterious transmission on a magic screen. Ritualists pin a captive to a sigil, beginning a dark ceremony. Far away, a giant watcher studies Earth after centuries of labor. A tired passenger stares outside, admitting he hates working. Meanwhile, the driver complains about work while the passenger silently agrees. Traffic moves through the city, symbolizing everyone's survival routine. Suddenly, an energy beam slams into the crowded city street. A weary detainee slouches in interrogation and refuses to cooperate. At a desk, a worker laments exhaustion and fantasizes about quitting. Another man quietly observes his colleague's fatigue in the dim office. A lone subject tenses as an official address suddenly begins. The young man hesitates, doubting whether his repetitive efforts were right. An analyst notes exhaustion while a gloved hand rapidly types data. A diagnosis report states that rest is required to recover from burnout. A gloved professional slides a pill bottle across the desk. Elsewhere, a cautious traveler checks dwindling supplies and worries about endurance. A strange being declares the next session will be in 23 years. A doctor explains the prescription's effects will last 23 years. The masked interrogator leans in, pressuring the nervous suspect to answer. The young man stands up, signaling he is leaving now. Behind the desk, an aloof official dismisses him, promising another meeting in 23 years. Back at his desk, a tired worker rejects an easy life and scowls at the report. The young man issues a grim ultimatum without changing his expression. He steps through a portal and surveys the surface world above. Meanwhile, children play and adults relax in a sunny park under the city. A lone observer stares at the distant city, remembering. An emergency alert blares, and park onlookers tense in confusion. Meanwhile, a lone walker moves through the park, lost in thought. The cautious youth answers his phone, bracing for instructions. He receives an urgent alert about a possible bank robbery. At headquarters, a planner reviews the mission and asks about payment. A tired worker between colleagues complains about his exhausting, repetitive assignments. At the city's edge, a newcomer studies the unfamiliar streets. A uniformed officer orders the crowd to move back for safety. An enraged fighter releases his power, trying to intimidate his foe. Someone glares at a target as a name is called aloud. A nervous underling freezes while a bold outsider approaches, drawing the crowd's attention. A human cop notes only one offender as his orc partner defends his scowl. 4 captives lie unconscious in a holding area, leaving one still awake. The determined newcomer bypasses his uneasy ally and takes charge under police scrutiny. There, a focused investigator demands clarification about the case on the street. Outside the building, a skeptic challenges the uniform's right to interfere. Soon after, a lone visitor approaches the looming structure against the wind. A tense youth clutches his chest, steeling himself for what's coming. A determined actor throws mysterious papers into the air before the building. A glowing talisman activates, releasing swirling blue energy. The crowd freezes as blue magic engulfs the building overhead. Afterward, the same figure walks away from the glowing building, planning the next move. A commanding officer orders police to clear the crowd as tensions rise at the barricade. A loyal aide urgently asks if the earlier magic involved their respected elder. A uniformed officer asks why an immigration agent is here. An orc chastises him for confusing immigration offices and services. A tired student explains he overslept school after working late. One man admits his mistakes while his companion listens silently. Outside, another man still wonders about immigration offices versus services. A badge appears, explaining the office manages newcomers from overseas. Immigration agents also handle unusual cases involving special individuals. Meanwhile, a man walks while hearing they handle people from beyond Earth. 2 officers realize their suspect is still inside the bank. One officer grabs the suspect by the hair aggressively. A wary man approaches a bloodied survivor crawling down the corridor. Soon, a newcomer appears outside the office labeled Individual Windows. Last year, he awakened superpowers and applied for work at security firms. Now he waits in the hallway, discouraged by repeated job rejections. An observer studies his opponent carefully, gauging their abilities. A determined man steps forward to confront a glowing, powerful artifact. Suddenly, green energy erupts from the box, making an onlooker recoil. The young man reveals his telekinesis, objects lifting around him. The attacker yanks the intruder's hair and demands an explanation for trespassing. A menacing man drags a body, asking if the police were removed beforehand. The young man firmly demands they release the hostage immediately. From the shadows, a defiant figure issues a harsh warning. The intruder promises deadly retaliation if his cornered opponent harms the hostage. The aggressor drags his captive by the hair to force obedience. Finally, the determined negotiator gives a last ultimatum to free the hostage. An enraged man explodes, shouting a harsh command. The furious fighter releases power as he charges his foe. A desperate youth laments his failed job and tiny salary. Suddenly, a tormented figure erupts, releasing another violent energy surge. A shocked observer staggers back as a blinding vision hits. Meanwhile, the man recalls he came for employment support benefits. An old woman brushes his back, making him feel a sharp prick. A tense captor drags a battered, grinning prisoner down a hallway. An older man crouches, green eyes glowing as he grins slyly. The confused man reels back, suddenly overwhelmed and sweating. Then the younger man grabs his neck, blasting green energy. The terrified youth falls back, staring at his glowing green hand. The older foe, eyes glowing green, mocks his opponent. The young man glares up, clearly recognizing the figure. The controller rages, confronting him for secretly resisting the brainwashing. A terrified man cowers as a possessed woman with green tendrils looms. Elsewhere, a monstrous glowing face forms in the darkness. The shadowy monster releases a frenzied scream into the dark. The young man recoils, gasping as intense pain strikes. Now a panicked victim fights as green ooze engulfs their hand. A lone listener hears of a wanted criminal from Odin's dimension. A voice lists severe crimes while an ethereal figure drifts nearby. The defiant warrior raises his glowing weapon, issuing a grave accusation. In reply, the foe draws a glowing purple dagger, giving a final warning. The young man faces him in the rain, clutching a glowing purple weapon. The attacker stabs the target with a purple dagger. A determined figure clenches their hand, letting blood drip down. Startled, the onlooker realizes the distant figure is a black mage. Meanwhile, a lone caster sacrifices life force to unleash forbidden black magic. The law forbids such magic, except in self-defense or protection. A sinister mage explains sacrificed life force can never return. An unconscious man lies as green energy drains his life force. A shadowy foe rushes forward, intent on claiming this power. Soon after, a lone caster unleashes a powerful glowing red spell. A startled outsider staggers back as green energy crashes down. Suddenly, a monstrous red glowing claw erupts from the ground. Restrained by tendrils, the captive recoils as a monstrous shadow looms. An older man erupts in rage, eyes glowing green as he shouts. A lone sorcerer channels an overwhelming surge of black magic. A twisted being reveals a monstrous form, preparing to confront his foe. A terrified man recoils, demanding to know what this entity is. A young man hesitates in the red glow, admitting he is unsure. The sinister foe glares, astonished someone sacrificed so much just for this fight. An older captive, bound by tentacles, demands to know what this entity is. A tense fighter grips his blade and faces the looming monstrous shadow. Yet a lone warrior stands unfazed before a massive, menacing red shape. An older man glances aside, struggling to grasp the other's intentions. Defiantly, the older fighter unleashes a final surge of energy. The captive struggles as dark chains tighten and a monstrous red eye looms. An older man recoils in confusion as ominous light washes over him. A foe unleashes dark energy, flooding everything with crimson. The battered fighter staggers back from a brutal blow. Amid the destruction, the man calmly walks forward. A severed head on the ground shows the attacker's dominance. The challenger struts down the hall, mocking his overconfident rival. The wounded man begs for mercy, promising anything to live. Meanwhile, the wary youth demands to know how restitution will happen. The collapsed man gasps out that criminals ultimately end up on Earth. A shadowy informant describes a prophecy about a criminal's soul fragment at space's edge. The confident holder claims his transcript contains the crucial clue to that fragment. The injured figure collapses again, pleading desperately to be saved. The young man stands firm and curtly refuses the proposal. Towering over him, the victor delivers a final, chilling ultimatum. Then, a frustrated ally confronts his partner, accusing them of lying. The shocked man grabs his head, seeing something impossible on his left hand. A resolute figure pours glowing life energy into the void, accepting irreversible sacrifice. An onlooker recoils as a withered hand suddenly reaches out from darkness. The beaten fighter drops, bleeding and dazed by the surprise attack. A threatening guard looms over a defiant stranger, demanding to know his species. The captive glares back, insisting he knows nothing. Suddenly, blood explodes across the area in a violent burst. A lone enforcer faces a bloody wall, recalling countless executed alien criminals. The protagonist finally snaps, glaring ahead in simmering anger. A careful watcher checks the hostage and confirms they are alive. The wary man scans the lit room, staying alert for threats. He studies the bloody floor, thinking serious crimes are easily forgiven. The lone man admits his jealousy, staring away in frustration. Suddenly, thick fog engulfs the building, hiding everything. A tense group watches a magical barrier surround the skyscraper. Then, a lone man walks out of the smoke. An orc urgently asks his boss if the job is done. The leader hands control to an ally and asks about the hostage. The guard reports grimly that their survival is only temporary. Later, the orc relaxes, glad it wasn't robbery and the youth lived. An observer notes fresh wounds, making the orc nervous again. The young man urges resilience, then suggests they go drinking. A confident host folds his arms and dismisses the visitor. Outside the offices, a man stops as his phone rings. He checks his phone and sees the expected large deposit. A lone figure waits on the sidewalk while a taxi approaches. Suddenly, he freezes as a car speeds toward the coffee shop. Inside, a passenger tells the driver to head for Evergreen Bookstore. The passenger reflects on his near-legendary reputation as an immigration agent. He stares ahead as a glowing blue screen appears. The screen shows a dossier for a new prisoner sent to labor on Earth. The outsider's profile finally reveals his true alien identity. The captive remembers being arrested for a crime long ago. His memories are erased as machines begin endless labor and re-education. He reflects that unwanted labor was his punishment for memory erasure. Finally, a glowing alert grants him 200 talents for quitting his job. A tired worker earns talents for completing jobs on this world. A digital alert shows tax deducted and the new balance. Another alert warns legal interest accrues when the balance turns negative. A final notice threatens execution unless the overdue severance fee is paid. The worker realizes severance here means a deadly exit fee. Thus, quitting the company requires paying a huge penalty. Elsewhere, glowing restraint sees a captive deemed barely worth anything. An onlooker deduces she planned foreign currency theft for bail, since prison talents are unattainable. He regrets that someone went to extremes to escape ending up like him. A lone taxi speeds along an otherwise empty city street. Inside, the anxious passenger pants while the watchful driver studies him via mirror. Meanwhile, a newcomer scans mission listings, hunting any task yielding 5 million. The captive reads the manual and sees rewards never approach 5 million. Suddenly, he spots an unexpected entry on the glowing interface. A new secret mission offers huge pay for one particular prisoner's soul fragment. The briefing claims a famed criminal hid a soul fragment at the dimension's edge. Back in the taxi, he resolves to finish this mission while cursing the company. The driver reassures him that enduring harsh missions together still matters. The passenger quietly states he will resign after serving the company for ages. Much later, the long-lived traveler reaches the city by taxi, lost in thought. He clenches his fists and swears again he will finally quit. At an office desk, a blunt underling threatens his startled boss's life. The uniformed orc coolly lists the most reliable methods of killing someone. The superior scolds him, saying sloppy work here could easily get people killed. Finally, a harsh voice warns that disobedience will be punished severely. The superior slams the desk, accusing him of bypassing protocol. Meanwhile, another officer confronts his colleague over dangerous understaffing. The tired officer shoves a document over, insisting the other accept. A staffer hands over case files, reassigning the investigation to another team. The officer reviews a missing person report, worrying about their lack of personnel. An angry subordinate pounds the desk, shouting at a coworker to act. A uniformed worker clutches a document tightly while loose papers scatter. Elsewhere, an impatient officer complains that the orcs are moving too slowly. The exhausted man slumps in his chair and quietly sighs. Suddenly, he looks up when a commander orders him to move immediately. A determined agent grips a photo file and vows to come back. The scene cuts to Evergreen Bookstore's quiet exterior under clear skies. A young man enters the store, cautiously scanning the interior. The clerk notices him enter and warily acknowledges his presence. A secretary lowers her paper, asking why he refuses to buy a new phone. The woman on the couch complains that contacting him is always difficult. A surprised girl shows her phone, where he outranks her mother in contacts. She raises her phone, saying her top priority is paying off card debt. The young man enters the office and notices an unfamiliar package on the desk. The woman casually explains she picked the package up on her way. The visitor skeptically asks why a single person needs a box overflowing with potatoes. She teasingly offers the potatoes as a considerate gesture, mocking his old-fashioned tastes. The overworked man sighs and urges her to stop wasting money. An office worker passes over a file while the visitor confirms this is business. Finally, a cautious staffer slides a request folder over, explaining the processing will be delayed. The investigator studies the file, wondering if it is a missing person case. The woman confirms the company chairman is involved, sounding slightly surprised. The company head has vanished, and executives leave the building nervously. Authorities suspect an undocumented alien is secretly living on Earth without certification. The pink-suited agent slides an alien sketch over, startling the man upright. She presses him about the inheritance. He says there are no heirs and unclaimed will. She reveals someone plans to intercept it, since the heir needn't be related. Annoyed, she shoves him away when he leans too close. The investigator questions the case's real motive, implying government interest in valuable stocks. Meanwhile, he decides to clear his debt as he strides past her. One coworker leaves, telling the other to lock up and start work. Hearing this, the woman pauses mid-snack and looks up in surprise. Outside, the young man exits and stops as something suddenly draws his eye. A cleaner halts his work when someone calls out to him. Nervously, the subordinate greets the figure waiting outside the building. The irritated superior scolds him for the wrong title, sparking a brief argument. The worker awkwardly explains the hierarchy, leaving the newcomer even more confused. Eventually, the newcomer suggests another title, but the worker still calls him by the old one. Later, the young man enters the cluttered study and freezes at something unexpected. He then marvels at the healthy cactus, impressed it revived. The newcomer enters the book-filled room and immediately notices the waiting elf greeting him. The bookstore owner sits on the table, chastising someone for letting a cactus die. Flustered, the young man explains the gift while the woman scolds him in the shop. On a bench, one man casually asks his companion if the recruit is doing well. Suddenly, an energetic recruit bursts into the library with a broom, startling them. The taller man reassures his ally while watching another work. The sharp-eared host presses his visitor for the real purpose. The visitor asks for help tracking a fast former agent. The tenant agrees to help in exchange for reduced rent. Afterward, the tenant reviews the finances to adjust the rent. The robed caster channels magic, forming a bright spirit. He faces the shelf, recalling spirits mirror a summoner's desire. Soon, the newcomer swiftly summons a spirit and credits focus and practice. A case file shows a stern man's profile and listed evidence. The scholar gives a document and asks the spirit to search. Two people sit quietly on a bench, sharing silent company. One man passes an envelope, completing a discreet information exchange. Later, the scene shifts to a quiet street and evergreen bookstore. The young man turns quickly as someone knocks. A nervous messenger haltingly delivers instructions to come downstairs. The reader stops and looks up, surprised by the message. Soon after, a tense visitor enters the study and demands progress. The scholar reports success, and his ally reacts with admiration. The interrogator leans forward and pointedly asks about their next move. The young man stares at the captive, preparing questions. Meanwhile, the advisor suggests bringing another expert to assist. The young man trembles in the dark, demanding the stranger's identity. The observer confirms the body on the floor is not breathing. The seated man wonders if their uncanny guest is actually human. Finally, a twisted corpse hangs in darkness, revealing its monstrous transformation. A lone figure watches an eerie red light overhead in the night sky. Sunlight rises over quiet mountains as birds fly. Later, the investigator reports only finding a letter mentioning the man's will. A worried woman confirms the will is secure in the bank's VIP vault. The suited man cancels the plan and phones to visit the next target's house. Meanwhile, the investigator considers quitting, doubting he can prove the target is alien. Two men reach the quiet house at sunrise and one reacts in surprise. Elsewhere, two men unexpectedly meet outside, suspiciously questioning each other's presence. The facilitator relaxes as he successfully introduces the two visitors outside. One man gives over the key, enters the car, and leaves the other two. The remaining pair realize the house was double booked, so one leaves and one stays. The newcomer follows the guide as they both head into the building. The gruff investigator complains about inheriting the case while a cautious colleague approaches. Meanwhile, a case board shows new missing elves as a team goes to special investigations. A tired officer naps at his desk, ignoring another missing orc report. Later, two officers climb the steps, discussing the reassigned case and their relief at partnering. The younger agent insists on working with his partner instead of an inexperienced stranger. The orc thanks someone briefly before leaving the house. A green-skinned caller answers a ringing phone from an unknown number. A uniformed officer warns the newcomer to cooperate with incoming immigration agents. The annoyed orc grudgingly agrees to comply while muttering a curse. A clawed hand slams the call button, abruptly ending the conversation. Afterward, two men leave the building, planning drinks. The confident young man proposes that they go earn money for drinks. The vigilant newcomer pauses alone in the quiet room, surveying his surroundings with measured seriousness. A lone worker types late at night at a computer. The orc monitors several computer processes with intense focus. The young man reaches for a book on the top shelf. Later, the subordinate hands over a flash drive for tomorrow's data. The protagonist thanks the helper calmly before the bookshelves. The burly man jolts in shock as the watcher stays calm. The swordsman orders silence while the orc notes a legendary-sounding ring. The young man spots a clue on the library shelves. A tall intruder enters, making the wary shopkeeper tense behind the counter. Two people freeze in the hallway, stunned by what they heard. A disturbance makes the frying pan and kitchen utensils rattle. The orc freezes as a metallic clang echoes from the pan. Suddenly, a blinding flash knocks the nearby observer backward. The officer staggers as a sudden impact shakes the floor. One person panics that the creature spoke, while another urgently demands details. The youth recoils as the skeptic questions his fear of the talking pan. Then, the man firmly grabs the frying pan handle by the stove. The enforcer's blow hurls the man across the kitchen. Two men stand together, quietly assessing the tense situation. The weary man exhales, trying to steady his anxiety. Startled by the noise, the man quickly grabs the frying pan. The cautious youth studies the vibrating frying pan with growing suspicion. Meanwhile, a digital frying pan introduces itself as an AI cooking tool. The resolute youth brandishes a frying pan as his anxious companion watches. Finally, a suited figure steps into moonlight, radiating a cold threat. In the forest, a lone observer inspects the object. The analyst realizes the enemy is an artificially created being. The investigator explains altered DNA will make the corpse test as the leader. Later, a wary examiner studies the hanging body, questioning the fake corpse's purpose. A computer shows the incident file, prompting doubts about who planned everything. Meanwhile, an ambitious schemer plans to seize the fortune as officials lose control. Suspicion mounts that the supposed alien staged his own death. In a secret lab, a humanoid in a tank proves enormously costly to make. Someone quietly questions whether the company is valuable enough for such schemes. The observer considers fleeing before turmoil over the homunculus discovery intensifies. Under nightfall, a hopeful investigator searches the house for useful clues. A sentient frying pan reactivates happily after sitting unused for ages. The analyst studies the pan's advanced functions and suspects its maker was non-human. The high-tech pan introduces itself, offering ingredient guidance and easy conversation. The young man grips a weapon, debating whether to eliminate his target. He questions the pan and learns its former owner cooked with it often. After wondering about someone's stamina, the cook asks his companion for a favor. The talking pan jokes about being discarded, turning the tension into banter. Soon, the young man gathers crackling energy, preparing to release his power. A loud crash outside the house suddenly shatters the peaceful day. A witness remembers the older acquaintance always seeming completely ordinary. Nervous, the youth clutching the pan recounts seeing the missing man alone a week ago. Later, a watcher notices someone sneaking into the night and grows suspicious. A cautious visitor enters the dark living room, relaxing slightly upon hearing movement. Finally, a shocked man staggers back, overwhelmed by the new revelation. The investigator corners the kitchen worker, demanding if anyone entered since the incident. The observer grips the pan, insisting the visitor was not the older acquaintance. For 5 nights, intruders searched the house, then finally disappeared. One questions the other. The witness couldn't see a face but says the attacker seemed human. 2 figures speculate intruders used warp magic to enter unseen. Thus, the man deduces a warping intruder searched the house earlier. He realizes he sought active magic instead of past remnants. Then a subordinate stares upward, shocked by an unexpected, smoke-filled act. The investigator says spiritual magic traces can reveal who entered. The wary cook brandishes a pan, confronting the glowing wall portal's direction. Ahead, the shield-bearer signals discovery as his ally stands in blue energy. The investigator counts 10 warps, concluding they equal 5 round trips. The analyst finds warp evidence and urges pursuit, while his partner fixates on cookware. Consequently, he keeps the vibrating frying pan as crucial magical evidence. An excitable woman proposes a risky game, placing her hand on the trunk. The driver advises delaying the item's use, and the passenger agrees. The driver modestly answers questions about his magic while they travel. Meanwhile, a police car idles as someone ponders their companion's long, powerful life. Inside, a young officer questions retirement, and the orc explains his race's short lifespan. The young man reclines in his seat, teasing his partner lightly. The passenger offers the driver a post-retirement job at their office. As they drive, one officer dismisses troll rules while the other questions memorizing them. The orc officer leans back, bitterly urging acceptance of their low status. The younger man declines, citing his mother, while the police car waits. Later, a police car chases a white truck after that controversial orc arrest. A campaign truck blares pro-human slogans as police watch the street. The young man silently fastens his seatbelt, deep in thought. 2 officers ride in silence as their patrol car heads toward an unknown location. The passenger asks to turn on the radio, and the driver agrees. The radio reports breaking news about a royal visitor from another dimension. 2 walkers move down a dim street amid rumors of mass immigration. Meanwhile, ghostly protesters gather at Parliament, while a lone car passenger listens to coverage. The man in the car firmly orders his companion to stop. The patrol car stops as strange blue trails split, revealing a new lead. The hardened observer freezes, staring over the car door at the strange scene. Nearby, several orcs play a board game as a police car pulls up. The young man concludes the intruders built a temporary base nearby after several nights here. The investigator scans the ruins for magic and plans to review nearby CCTV. The leader assigns an important task, and the reluctant subordinate accepts. The next day arrives suddenly, catching one of them off guard. The young man wonders why such a large neighborhood has no visible surveillance cameras. 2 companions walk together, discussing the harsh conditions the orc community faces. One investigator insists on using the traditional method, and his wary partner questions it. Over the gloomy city, they prepare to demonstrate the traditional investigation method. The young man wonders why he must investigate like a detective despite his magic. Soon, 2 investigators reach the orc pub entrance, preparing to go inside. The 2 men enter the dim bar and confront the bartender. The wary bartender demands to know why the newcomers are here. The confident visitor explains that he controls this area to the listening bartender. Finally, the investigator asks the bartender about recent suspicious activity as his partner watches. Meanwhile, the investigator compares the suspect's photo with existing evidence. The bartender studies a cryptic note behind the counter. A helpful man goes to the back room, leaving the others waiting. Then, two investigators realize at the counter their target is absent. A heavy curtain suddenly drops, hiding the shelf of bottles. The orc clerk gives them a photo and directs them to Building 3. Afterward, the orc hands a newcomer a phone, noting the job seems easy. A cautious bystander watches one injured person help through the alley. Poor security here keeps most residents hiding indoors at night. Meanwhile, two investigators share notes, saying the suspect's night outings would stand out. A young man calls to his silent companion on the evening street. An observer finally fixes their gaze on the target's position. Then, an investigator spots the figure tied to the strange warp energy. The watcher studies magic glyphs, thinking many guards mean an unskilled owner. A determined fighter raises a roomlit weapon, ready to kill enemies one by one. A sudden power surge shocks the watcher as their eye flashes. A confident newcomer grabs the attacker's wrist and easily stops the strike. A burly guard whirls around after a shout about someone's escape. Soon, a black cloud spreads over the city as night deepens. Dark energy erupts from the building and streaks across the sky. An ominous shadow sinks over the rooftop while the darkness expands. An unsuspecting youth is suddenly knocked down by a shadowy attack. A powerful explosion tears through the building, hurling debris outward. A vast chasm gapes below the cliffs, glowing faintly pink. Finally, a wary guide leads his nervous companion toward the crackling portal. A startled man recoils as a crackling portal opens. Meanwhile, a muscular man taunts pursuers while reaching into a portal. An attacker lands a heavy blow, catching his opponent off guard. Suddenly, a man whirls around, sensing a surge of energy. A captive is struck hard while dark energy keeps him bound. Soon after, a youth hangs midair, bound by dark energy. A captive writhes against restraints, muffled cries coming from beneath the table. Elsewhere, a captor announces success as a nervous prisoner reacts in the corridor. The battered prisoner sits restrained as two intimidating interrogators confront him. A hidden chest tattoo is revealed, proving his link to the group. An investigator asks about a dangerous group. His partner confirms they are powered criminals. The investigators tell their quiet suspect that his phone and room show nothing. During interrogation, the captive hurls an insult while officers restrain him. An orc sneers and insults the other, questioning his humanity. A furious man glares upward from his bed, shouting at an unseen enemy. Two men brace for a fight as tension thickens in the room. A huge captor restrains the prisoner as another mocks and brandishes a hammer. Then, a calm man reveals a knife, making the sweating opponent tense up. A young man demands his companion examine the strange object more closely. Suddenly, a hand crushes a bug with a sharp, startling impact. A shirtless man recoils in disbelief at the sight of the strange insect. A young man leans forward with a slight smile, pressing the other to answer. The tense prisoner sits shirtless in the dim room, accepting reality with a sigh. The man silently studies a fly resting on his fingertip. Finally, the bound victim gives a muffled scream as a sword pierces his mouth. The leader orders his subordinate to bring the recorder. The orc passes over the key item beside the injured. The wounded man writhes on the floor in agony. A determined interrogator grabs the recorder and starts recording. The bound captive thrashes as his interrogator speaks over him. Meanwhile, the leader questions the suspect, repeating the phrase under guard. The restrained man trembles as an unknown force floods his mind. An ally raises the recorder, confirming the chant was recorded. Later, the sun sets quietly over the empty city balcony. Water drips steadily onto a plate in the kitchen. A young man narrows his eyes, hearing a faint suspicious sound. The injured man screams as a searing red light engulfs him. A desperate prisoner collapses, begging to be removed from confinement. The battered captive sits up, signaling for the interrogation to continue. The calm interrogator offers a glowing device containing the chant to move it. In return for information, the negotiator offers payment beside the strange insect. The nervous captive confesses he used magic to locate a client's secret safe. Elsewhere, a young man hesitates, confused about a secret safe he missed. The interrogator demands the client's identity, as the captive stays silent under watch. The sweating youth insists he never learned the name, but discovered something crucial. A startled youth jerks upright as sudden realization hits him. An enraged officer yanks his hair while he repeats that command confirmed his story. A worried companion urges them not to proceed with the risky plan. A tattooed victim gasps for air as his attacker tightens a chokehold. The troubled handler sits silently, frustrated by the client's unexpected complications. A massive dragon emerges from darkness, its eye glowing red. A subordinate calls for help as their restrained captive faces them. The protagonist tenses, realizing a deadly dragon threat looms. From the shadows, powerful elites secretly control society and erase enemies. In a dim room, one man stops another to demand answers. Police flood the apartment building while bystanders watch the emergency. Their leader orders them to use the recording as leverage. Two allies debate whether to surrender the unconscious man to police. A half-dressed man with two escorts stands tense and uncertain. Meanwhile, two people discuss an injured person's slim survival chances. Alone, the young man looks ahead, firming his resolve. The nervous observer realizes he misjudged the caster's real power. A police car speeds down an empty road with siren blaring. Suddenly, the patrol car radio activates with a breaking news broadcast. The passenger hears news that the princess will visit Korea first. Under a streetlight, he narrows his suspect list down to 4. The analyst ponders the enemy's motives, then reviews current market data. As sunset glows, they silently hear news of a major stock reacquisition. The passenger finally speaks a name, and tension fills the car. He reveals the company's name, shocking both men into silence. Later, the pair trade theories about the company's actions during their boss's absence. The driver breaks the silence as both officers sit tensely. Inside the moving cruiser, one officer offers his homemade sandwich. A patrol car waits outside while someone asks if the woman changed. Meanwhile, a vibrating frying pan lies atop confidential investigation documents. 2 men search outside the house at night, finding no safe. However, examining the frying pan reveals nothing useful. The group gathers around the office table to plan. Meanwhile, one person lies on the couch, thinking about recent events. The young man gives up the dragon plan as too dangerous. An energetic woman bursts in, interrupting the 2 men talking. A newcomer enters and is surprised to find the older man with another. Then an annoyed nephew confronts her about unfairness. She demands he improve himself. A disgruntled worker complains about exclusion as a woman questions the random frying pan. A cautious man warns taking the item will upset someone. An inquisitive woman presses the wary man to explain his warning. Later, a curious youth presents a frying pan with a face to the older woman. The woman recoils when the frying pan in her hands suddenly talks. A blunt woman hurls insults at someone over video chat. A nervous woman at the desk asks if the other has a real name. A cheerful girl lifts the talking pan and tries giving it a nickname. Meanwhile, a young man sternly forbids anyone else from taking the item. A woman asks the seated man about his unease, and he denies any problem. Soon, a woman in a pink suit brings drinks, noticing the tense mood. One guest refuses alcohol because he must drive, and the group falls silent. The host reveals a rare bottle from his collection, capturing everyone's attention. One guest asks what to buy with it. Another will cook while a third watches. Finally, the group readies the celebration, covering the table with drinks and snacks. A tired man slumps on the couch, clutching his glass of wine. An annoyed orc complains about an unwanted nickname as a young woman watches. A bookstore remains open alone in the night. A cluttered table shows a gathering just ended. An exhausted man collapses on the couch, barely conscious. He blinks and suddenly suspects he was poisoned. Elsewhere, he falls to his knees in water, overwhelmed. He staggers in darkness, clutching his head, feeling inexplicably drunk. Meanwhile, he rises through dark water as a sinister face watches below. He confronts a ghostly curse-bearer, remembering his past weakness. He reaches toward a glowing doorway, prepared to enter. Then he wakes on the ground, realizing he's back on his home planet. The young man calmly states his current name and identity. A nervous aide greets his superior quickly, clutching a folder. The tired host greets the visitor from the floor, dismissing the breakfast delivery. Later, the young man reads an unexpected letter by the window. He inspects the official summons, sensing something suspicious behind it. Outside, suited men greet him by a black car and invite him along. 3 men stop before the glass headquarters, preparing to enter. He hesitates at the doorway, wondering if their discovery caused attention. Soon, a determined young man steps in to assert authority. The secretary greets him and reveals the company's leader is a dragon. In a kitchen, someone calmly slices potatoes for cooking. Suddenly, a young woman freezes mid-brush, startled by something unseen. One cook questions the other's knife choice, but he insists on using it. A crazed cultist raises a dagger over a restrained woman. A man displays a glowing knife, boasting about its magical self-sterilization. A frustrated woman sighs while the man at the computer ignores her. A man at the cabinets turns and casually mentions the other's departure. Now, the investigator announces the case is closed as residents mill around. A commercial reveals an elf woman as the new muse for a luxury perfume. A young woman stands behind an uneasy sitter, and silence hangs between them. Alone on the couch, someone anxiously taps their phone for a reply. A skeptic pauses and questions the logic of creating such a perfume. Suddenly, the woman voices a new idea, drawing the cook's attention. A suspicious youth narrows his eyes and asks why the other has no scent. The woman comments that the elf beside her is in their prime. While cooking, the young man quietly realizes these quarters have no particular smell. Later, a lone visitor returns to the Jenkinson building after some time away. An authoritative woman turns toward a man off-screen, signaling a serious discussion. A young man suddenly leaps up from his seat, startled by a disturbance. A calm official adjusts his glasses and warns the case is under close surveillance. As soon as the client report arrived, the superior immediately summoned the young man. The woman pointedly asks her counterpart which of the dragons is their client. A focused presenter stands by the screen and introduces 3 main suspects. Meanwhile, reviewing the dossier, the analyst realizes everyone else reached the same conclusion. A thoughtful onlooker sits alone, wondering why the older man took the spotlight. A stern woman with glasses folds her arms and demands information about Hyosung Company. A wary newcomer asks if the company is really a pharmaceutical firm. The presenter reveals a covert research project personally overseen by the company president. The young man sits in a dim office, quietly questioning the corporation's motives. Finally, a bespectacled analyst warns that the research involves highly dangerous activities. The seated man stiffens, shocked by the revelation about dragon genetics research. Then the thinker concludes dragons' disease immunity is why researchers target them. Dragons are expected to violently resist any human attempts to study them. Someone suggests a proud, inexperienced dragon may have attacked in anger. Meanwhile, the seated skeptic wonders if he's hired because someone important can't act. The observer silently studies the scene, weighing his options. The seated man endures the stern woman's questions about whether he's an alien. Elsewhere, a calm executive reviews footage highlighting a newly arrived outsider. An investigator studies the file, suspecting the company's rapid rise. A wary observer fixates on a troubling suspicion about the outsider's nature. A young man considers how authorities might exploit or erase the research data. Soon, an intermediary faces a screen, ready to share crucial information. One person signals the other to open the metal case on the table. A focused man activates a holographic screen to examine a confidential dossier. The digital dossier shows the executive director now acts as company proxy. Next, a planner explains using power of attorney to seize control. A calm negotiator studies the other and directly addresses the suspicion. The man asks if she'd seek more power with only the president above her. Meanwhile, an ambitious woman considers betraying her ally by leaking secrets to dragons. A sharp strategist calmly outlines an intricate plan. Later, a man's body hangs from a noose, indicating calculated murder. A man sits silently, considering the danger dragons would bring. The man hesitates, weighing the risks of refusing. Regretful, he lowers his gaze and admits he should have spoken earlier. Finally, someone hands the hesitant man a sealed letter containing an important message. The intermediary requests an immediate review of the document. A man clenches his fists, furious about his setback. Meanwhile, a closed door stands in the hallway, delaying events. A cautious person hesitates before reaching for the sealed envelope. The man slumps in his chair, accepting the unchangeable situation. Eventually, an elf woman agrees to help once after recognizing him. Police cars speed down the street toward an urgent incident. Two people wait outside headquarters, silently preparing to go in. Two attendees sit at a conference table, waiting for the meeting. Later, a newcomer enters with her team, announcing their late arrival. An officer nervously steps forward and introduces himself to the seated man. A young man freezes when an unfamiliar scent spreads through the pink haze. Meanwhile, an orc witness insists he already told the authorities everything. A suited observer quietly watches a woman, noticing her weakened state. The observer grows more suspicious as he evaluates the woman's motives. Suddenly, an executive interrupts and orders the questioning to stop. A young man asks why his counterpart opposed another director's report. A worried woman wonders why he is absent while striding down the corridor. A man calmly tells the executive that he has a special ability. A stern woman demands to know if the other is an ISP emitter. In explanation, a narrator describes a mutation whose pheromones attract other species. A mission briefing announces a 50,000 talentum reward for locating that pheromone mutant. Elsewhere, a schemer hides in the shadows, planning to gain advantage. A suited woman asks the executive director when the situation first began. Finally, a man demands to know when the other began associating with the dragon. A report explains some people emit cross-species, mate-attracting pheromones. The man says frequent contact with that race triggers ISP. The woman freezes in shock at the off-screen revelation. The elf investigator identifies the three projected figures as primary suspects. The suited woman weighs which of the three dragons is involved. The interrogator demands to know how long he has seen the woman. A police car stops in the underground garage near the exit. Inside, two officers trade uneasy looks, noting their missing partner and the glowing orb. The passenger asks how the calm man identified the dragon as culprit. An angry cook yanks the scorching frying pan off the stove. A digital voice suddenly delivers an urgent message through the frying pan. Suspicious, the cautious man presses the other to explain his hidden connection. The young man suddenly responds with wide-eyed determination. Meanwhile, two men in the garage discuss their ties to a certain director. The investigator questions the woman about her frequent overnight stays at the master's house. The larger interrogator harshly demands the truth as the passenger hesitates by the orb. Suddenly, the driver reports a strange signal as a glowing orb appears between them. Unseen, the interrogator's magic coils toward the seated woman to secretly eavesdrop. Then the glowing orb suddenly surges with energy in the dark room. In the car, the nervous driver reports two detectives came as his partner listens. Elsewhere, the irritated leader demands answers over the phone in the restroom. He sharply scolds the caller for failing even basic expectations. A hesitant hand hovers over the ringing phone displaying the noblewoman's incoming call. Over the call, the speaker explains dragons almost never develop spirit affinity. Finally, the agitated passenger admits killing many elves while desperately searching for the target. Unexplained elven disappearances are linked on an investigation board. A man examines a glowing orb, realizing it is valuable. He phones in a rumor about a gifted old elf bookseller. The protagonist decides they must immediately track down the elf. Meanwhile, a newcomer arrives, phone in hand, scanning the area. An assistant in the shop greets the approaching customer. Elsewhere, A cold-eyed man ends the call abruptly. In the car, the driver urges departure, but the passenger refuses. The travelers realize the traffic jam will delay them past the deadline. The driver turns to his ally, ready to give instructions. Suddenly, a man in a green jacket is stabbed. A caster summons red energy to warp and sends others ahead. Then a man punches through the bloody barrier blocking their way. Another leader orders the captive kept as potential bargaining leverage. A wounded fighter still confronts the enemy without backing down. A speaker's crimson eyes flare as they reveal draconic power. Later, a newcomer enters the room and calls out to the elf. A man sits cross-legged indoors, quietly reading a book. A woman stares down her opponent and demands a power display. A scholar, seated with a tome, explains the nature of spirits. The sharp-eyed woman warns their ally appears only before trusted people. A blunt speaker urges the group to speak honestly without pretense. A dossier with a suspect's photo slams down as a manhunt begins. An elf-like man glares irritably while confronting the other person. Finally, a predator bares sharp teeth, flaunting dominance over them. A furious figure unleashes a powerful energy surge, overwhelming everything. Suddenly, the empty city street trembles from a massive impact. The fighter braces as the dragon's mana roar hits. A terrified underling is engulfed by surging blue energy. A supporter advises the orc boy on handling customers. However, a wary guard warns threats may still enter. The anxious orc orders someone to pull the largest book. Then the cautious figure pulls the disguised lever, activating machinery. A panicked ally yells for everyone to escape once stairs appear. A tall fighter lifts his foe by the throat, demanding answers. Suddenly, the cautious figure spins toward the unexpected light. The young woman recoils as golden light engulfs her sight. A quiet visitor places an item on the desk. A glowing field erupts from the cactus, activating a domain. Soon, golden energy bursts at the bookstore entrance, illuminating everything. A blast hurls the battered figure through the burning doorway. The leader motions his subordinate upstairs through the smoky room. The elder praises the younger man for recent efforts. The relieved man smiles through tears at last. After the assault, the battered figure rises angrily amid wreckage. The enraged youth crouches in red energy, promising retaliation. A nearby watcher flinches as an explosion erupts overhead. Meanwhile, someone releases red energy, saturating the surrounding air. The crouching youth smirks and brazenly challenges the authority. The furious man below shouts a challenge at the glowing figure. Lone figure on rooftop senses someone as dark energy gathers. Furious youth releases power, eyes glowing red as he shouts. Below, a fighter faces the rooftop leader in growing tension. The interrogator says the youth gained conditional Earth citizenship 6 years ago. The aggressor reveals the other's crime, heightening the confrontation. A shadowy foe questions him menacingly, asserting dominance. The dominant figure mocks the shaking youth with contempt. The enraged youth leaps and smashes the ground hard. Hesitating, the youth hears a threat about transforming and angering elder dragons. Nearby, a bystander recoils as a mixed group watches the street clash. The leader walks through red energy, ordering the others to move. The crazed man glares upward and threatens his terrified target. Meanwhile, the view shifts to a quiet, starlit city. The red-eyed man taunts his hidden hunter about fearing the elders. A confident woman in the forest laughs off the threat. Suddenly, a furious shout erupts, startling birds into the sky. A terrified victim recoils as a killing strike narrowly misses. A huge blue beam crashes down, engulfing the area in light. A lone fighter stands as a roaring blue dragon lunges. A violent impact devastates the forest with explosive force. Then, a giant purple tentacle rises from the smoky crater. An observer watches the dragon glide below, recalling the long huntless years. A wounded mage studies his slow healing hand, worried about lingering magic. With resolve, the attacker plunges a glowing dagger into the enemy. Finally, a figure is crushed by a descending wave of purple energy. A colossal dragon bursts from the rocks and roars. Dark energy erupts from a lone figure, hurling them skyward. The figure raises a monstrous shadow arm to strike. Meanwhile, the fighter glares down, fists crackling with dark energy. A massive dragon dives from the night sky to attack. The dragon's enormous jaw shatters under a devastating blow. A stunned man suddenly realizes something critical about the battle. The lone challenger hovers, preparing to confront the colossal dragon. Then the brute charges forward, preparing a devastating blow at the dragon. A blinding energy blast hurls the fighter backward into a wall. The colossal beast recoils, surprised by the lone fighter's strength. The fighter steadies himself, preparing to release hidden power. A colossal beast unleashes a massive blast of radiant energy. Nearby, a hidden ally grips a glowing dagger, sensing the power surge. A portal suddenly opens above the forest, flooding it with light. The dragon's energy blast hurls an agile opponent skyward. It is explained the dragon's hindbrain controls mana, reflection, and balance. The strategist urgently orders the group to attack that weak point. A fighter slams the ground, sending a violent shockwave outward. A mysterious object streaks through the sky and crashes into the forest. The massive beast collapses motionless, apparently ending the battle. The strategist raises a glowing blade, aiming at the now exposed dragon. A relentless attacker dives downward, wreathed in dark energy for a final strike. A cursed weapon slams into the ground, releasing dark energy. Finally, a colossal beast lunges forward, unleashing a furious roar. A lone warrior approaches a beast with a glowing weapon. Then an energy spear falls from the sky, starting battle. The hero analyzes what caused the paralysis. A powerful strike hits, badly injuring someone. A captive desperately begs for mercy. A fighter unleashes a glowing attack on the massive beast. The attacker mocks the wounded man, screaming in pain. Soon, an intruder is stopped by a defiant opponent. A dark figure appears holding a blood-stained knife. A determined warrior draws a glowing purple sword. Meanwhile, a severe warning stops anyone from advancing. The lone fighter hesitates with a raised glowing dagger. A man pauses in quiet thought. Suddenly, he understands the true telepathic force. An observer receives a stern warning. A firm declaration abruptly ends the tense discussion. From afar, a watcher observes the defender facing the monster on a screen. A young man firmly refuses the request. The man resolutely calls the chairman while viewing the city. Now, the young leader angrily reclaims control of his territory. He confirms he understands how serious the situation is. He grips his glowing blade, ready to fight his own kind. The wounded man warns the mysterious glowing beings. A startled youth freezes as the draconic code is mentioned. A hidden law states only their kind can slay dragons. Breaking it angers all dragons. A lone man stares at the sky, envying the dragons' effortless lives. A stern leader demands honesty, stating the magic circuit no longer works for anyone. An enraged youth shouts, blaming his ally for the disaster in the forest. Meanwhile, the full moon emerges from clouds, dominating the silent night. A hostile guard brandishes a knife, warning an intruder to stay back. A desperate man pleads for understanding, overwhelmed by the situation. Still, the dissatisfied man insists this result is not enough for him. A sharp question forces a clear decision from the hesitant listener. The lone survivor approaches the dead dragon, ready to harvest its blood. The young man considers sacrificing years of life to avoid immediate death. Elsewhere, a strict supervisor authorizes a cleanup team to move to the site. A tired operative is startled when a superior appears and formally thanks him. A containment unit arrives in the forest, announcing they will take control now. A cautious handler examines a forbidden dragon organ, knowing it is priceless and strictly illegal. Workers in protective suits scour the clearing, collecting all battle evidence for authorities. Someone quickly estimates the recovered materials to be worth billions. Alone, the man studies a blood vial, judging its strength against fresh dragon blood. A focused strategist quietly plans the next move. Suddenly, a notice shows a huge payment deposited into the convict's account. The account screen warns of negative balance penalties and displays an enormous retirement fee. The man realizes this single case earned nearly half his entire account balance. An intermediary calls to confirm that the transfer has arrived successfully. An enforcer reports by phone that the captive is secured at an outside site. Under the night sky, the man demands the location, ready to finish the mission. Inside a warehouse, two interrogators loom over a captive woman as the standoff intensifies. A woman explains wiretap evidence is inadmissible in court. An interrogator demands a confession from the seated suspect. Someone quickly catches a buzzing insect in midair. An onlooker freezes as something alarming appears. The two sides prepare to start the confrontation. A young man is shocked by the disturbing confession. After an encounter, a newcomer learns she gained a rare interspecies ability. Later, a calm man turns away and makes a request. Staff regularly drew blood from the newcomer for testing. A researcher tested how her rare blood affects the dragon. To continue, the researcher used a large amount of her blood. They also needed the same amount of dragon blood. Now, an analyst wonders how she obtained so much dragon blood. Someone suddenly realizes the implication. Then a determined person urgently calls to a startled companion. Anxious, a young man demands the locations of the president's properties. A frightened passenger lists luxury properties while riding in a speeding car. Meanwhile, someone in the car learns about a Sakcho's city penthouse. A lone passenger silently listens to a phone call in the back seat. An intermediary passes along the chairman's message over the office phone. The caller insists on being connected to the chairman immediately. The woman explains it concerns an undocumented foreign relative of the chairman. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a somber coastline near the city. A black car suddenly stops on the coastal road at sunset. Soon after, a visitor steps out of a sleek car. The suited man admits he wanted to join earlier. A top executive with dragon-like aura controls the organization. A lone man stops on the street, thinking silently. Two men walk, wondering why the researcher suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, someone fakes a suicide using a homunculus as corpse. The researcher rests by the water after completing his project. A man sits still while his blood fills a collection bag. Later, the pair confronts the mastermind about everything he orchestrated. The tired man claims only one race yields abundant dragon blood. Finally, he reveals the subject is not human at all. The imposing host declares himself a dragon while examining his guest. That night, the quiet house suddenly draws everyone's attention. A worried man in bed thinks he must leave soon. He gets up to leave as she questions his sudden breakup. Alone in a room, he stops and thinks. Then she desperately begs him to explain everything after years together. She demands to know her importance while he remains silent. Around then, the narrator started a serious relationship with someone else. The woman lies awake, regretting her choices in the relationship. Several months pass after the secret relationship begins. She notices bodily changes and visits a doctor, hoping for pregnancy. Later, she quietly tells him her recent medical diagnosis in bed. The medical examination unexpectedly awakened a new power inside her. Afterward, she turns toward him and asks a serious favor. He dismisses her confession and instead requests something unimaginable from her. The weak man in bed quietly asks for blood. Later, the woman wakes, shaken by the truth about her blood. Under his watch, the woman reluctantly donates her blood. She decides her suffering is worth preserving their fragile bond. Thus, someone accepts they are willing to give everything. A bottle shatters, signaling an argument erupting nearby. The woman demands why he left and donated their company to charity. She insists the company is theirs, not solely his. The man looks down and refuses to answer her. Still, the woman cries and keeps demanding an explanation. Later, she walks alone, doubting her value at work. She quietly insists that everything is the other man's fault. At the bar, a friend urges her to take revenge. A smug man proposes a deal, but the woman rejects him. She admits accepting the deal but failing to carry out revenge. By then, the person they discussed had already vanished. An official tells the newcomer immigration already inspected his belongings. Elsewhere, conspirators reveal a plan to kill an immune dragon. A researcher reveals a grim truth about the engineered virus. Someone considers a virus capable of penetrating a dragon's defenses. 3 researchers admit their work remained unfinished because time ran out. A stern officer says the attempted crime remains a felony despite insanity. The accused lowers his head and admits struggling with mental illness. A defiant man confronts the listener with a provocative challenge. Finally, he regrets creating a virus that devastated only his own people. The figure declares his hatred for dragons. Alone, the man concludes dragons destroy every world. He condemns dragons, blaming them for all evil. He reflects that others on Earth share his feelings. Meanwhile, a crowd demands humanity's eradication to protect the planet. A twisted tree atop corpses shows the massacre's aftermath. The man smiles coldly, rejecting any claim to sanity. An onlooker realizes the other man's behavior is dangerously unstable. Later, the observer denounces dragons for corrupting every society. A narrator explains how separate groups gradually merge into one. The speaker compares dragons to oil, hinting at buried power. He accuses dragons of crushing other races and corrupting society, addressing the elder. The younger man rejects the elder's philosophy as they stand together. He then demands the other prove valid Earth citizenship. He insists on legal residency documents while holding a purple-hilted weapon. The other calmly denies possessing the requested document. Suddenly, the attacker drives a bloodied weapon forward in a decisive strike. A vast radiant barrier forms above the city as magic circles ignite. On an open plain, a fighter calls out as they prepare to clash. The silver-haired man demands to know if someone was being awaited here. By the shore at sunset, a lone figure stops to reflect. The youth, energized, delivers a firm ultimatum to his opponent. A massive energy beam rips through the sky into the sea. Nearby, a lone watcher stands in the rain by the stormy shore. Finally, a lone challenger faces the towering dragon amid the storm. Empowered by purple energy, he declares hatred for dragons. A colossal dragon emerges from a vortex, confronting the unyielding hunter. He grips a glowing knife, preparing to fight beside his dragon ally. The hunter boasts in the rain about killing 2 dragons. A determined fighter faces a descending dragon, raising a glowing blade. A surge of blue energy crashes down, scattering water everywhere. Meanwhile, an emergency broadcast warns a sudden typhoon will hit nationwide. A news report urges everyone indoors as one woman anxiously watches. The worried woman sits by the window, quietly calling someone's name. Soon, rain falls as the Troll Yoga Academy comes into view. Inside, a lone student lowers into a deep split stretch. The troll instructor demonstrates a yoga pose on the studio mat. An orc suddenly recoils after being provoked. A man spins in alarm as a shadow appears at the window. A large bird caws loudly while flapping in the rain. The orc peers out, startled by a black bird fluttering nearby. Then, a towering being unleashes dark energy, hurling black birds through the window. An uneasy watcher peers through foliage, sensing something wrong with the birds. A brash onlooker recoils in shock. The observer recoils as black birds and lightning suddenly fill the sky. A colossal wave crashes forward, threatening to engulf everything ahead. Waves slam into cliffs while a fierce storm rages overhead. A wounded man stands in rain, clutching his bleeding shoulder. The battered fighter faces raging water tornadoes above the stormy sea. Finally, the wary man braces, realizing the towering dragon is stronger than expected. A colossal dragon rises from the sea, matching ancient ruler's power. Blood-streaked tendrils spread across the sky, heralding a new threat. A fighter dashes over the water beside a colossal red dragon. The red dragon gathers power, preparing a massive attack. Soon, 2 colossal dragons fire destructive beams at each other. A huge explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the area. Through the smoke, a fighter charges, releasing dark power from one eye. The fighter stands firm while 2 colossal dragons coil above. Waves crash against a concrete barrier, spraying water upward. Meanwhile, the storm intensifies, swirling with growing force. A towering, battered body lies motionless under the relentless rain. Later, A figure advances with swirling energy, a red dragon guarding him. The lone man faces the red dragon beside a mutilated beast. A towering interrogator demands the captive name his accomplice as a dragon looms. The wounded creature admits it does not know its benefactors. Elsewhere, a group secretly plans a vaccine while Earth drifts. A giant eye glares from darkness, warning of imminent danger. The leader stands on his dragon ally, confronting the sea serpent. A man receives a private telepathic question about the homunculus. He recalls a forest scene and admits holding a powerful secret. Again, a monstrous dragon erupts from the sea, dominating the darkness. The lone figure readies to reveal information that could change everything. He reveals a will hidden in Changchun Bank's VIP safe. The intimidating speaker orders the listener to read the message aloud. Finally, purple energy erupts from his eye, lighting the rainy sky. Meanwhile, a determined rider and dragon descend to confront the rising sea monster. The red dragon flies through the storm, carrying a passenger above the sea. Later, several days pass while the city stays calm. The young man steels himself, then steps into the flower shop. A customer orders a plant as the shopkeeper ignores the ongoing news report. Meanwhile, a radio repeats the government's claim the recent waterfront storm was natural. The woman doubts this explanation about the storm while her companion stays quiet. A wary observer notices the battle's consequences are still dangerously exposed. Earlier, a dying man revealed a hidden secret under a watching shadowy dragon. The strategist explains the virus was sealed inside the homunculus corpse with powerful magic. The virus can survive over 500 degrees and even endure cremation. Soon, while an attendant sees off a customer, the corpse's hidden virus is set to activate. A taxi suddenly swerves off-lane as smoke begins spreading across the street. Any hope for change fades as the vast city lies under the broadcast tower. Therefore, the outsider plans to hand the homunculus corpse to authorities to investigate the virus. A lone watcher pauses in the forest shadows, remaining tense and alert. The city grows quiet as sunset covers the streets in fading light. A researcher types rapidly at a computer, searching for critical data. A monitor displays a report seizing an undocumented dead person's assets and denying any accomplices. A cautious man quietly opens a desk drawer, looking for something concealed. A strange bottle appears on the table, suggesting something significant will happen. Meanwhile, an analyst studies the alarming discovery of a virus that specifically targets dragons. At night, a man secretly retrieves a hidden item from his desk drawer. An observer watches the device closely as it emits steady mechanical noises. A wary listener stiffens when a disembodied voice mentions a strange yet familiar scent. The shadowy figure scrutinizes the glowing dossier, realizing the visitor has encountered a crucial woman. The worried young man faces the massive serpent in the rain, urgently seeking news about the girl's condition. The young man fixes his gaze, demanding a clearer answer. A colossal armored dragon bursts from the rain-soaked water as the observer reflects on the instability of another. While the anxious woman clutches her head on the bed, the troubled man stands across the room, silently questioning whether her actions stem from attachment or anger. The wary survivor clings to the dragon's back as they soar through the raging storm. The troubled confidant reveals that, for months, his partner secretly met with a younger dragon behind his back. The woman angrily confronts the man, accusing him of treating her like an experiment and coveting her assets. The young man reflects on how a certain woman and a foolish dragon repeatedly schemed to kidnap him. The battered figure lies in the rain, contemplating the severity of his past as he recalls surviving 3 attempts on his life. The lone investigator rapidly searches through information on the computer, eyes fixed on the screen. A document labeled as a last will and testament lies exposed on the desk, signaling an important revelation. An official report on the screen reveals the investigation's findings. A dragon-identified illegal immigrant was found dead, a bioweapon was confirmed, and all related assets were seized following a failed plot to eradicate dragons. A group stands before cameras, officially announcing a 200 billion won donation to a social welfare foundation and confirming no criminal or alien involvement. Additional assets such as deposits, securities, and valuable artworks are disclosed, further highlighting the extent of the wealth. Assets including precious metals, patents, and real estate are formally designated for inheritance. Someone enters crucial details into the computer, piecing together connections from the past. The smug observer mocks the dragon with a confident smirk. The reserved young man silently reads a letter, absorbing its advice to express his feelings directly. A sense of finality hangs in the air as an unseen voice suggests that everything will soon lose its meaning. A solitary figure stands at the water's edge, silently reflecting as the sun dips below the horizon. A solemn figure stands by the water, silently reading a last will and testament. The somber woman withdraws in silence as the man in the apron watches her from a distance on the sunset-lit street. The older worker pauses, watching a young girl gaze silently toward the ocean as if expecting someone. At the water's edge, one figure freezes in shock upon encountering a motionless, armored presence half submerged before him. A lone person picks up a soaked hat from shore. The same person clutches the hat tightly, dreading what comes next. An older man approaches the crying person by the water, confused. He waits silently as the subordinate suddenly realizes he is the boss. Meanwhile, the grieving subordinate stands alone, clutching the hat and sobbing. She stares at the sea, torn between love and hatred. Suddenly, a gambler slams a card down, shifting the tense game. An onlooker narrows his eyes, silently considering his choices. Nearby, a bored man shuffles Watu cards, trying simple fortune-telling. A strange TV broadcast warns about geomagnetic storms and other unusual dangers. 2 drawn cards predict an imminent meeting with someone from long ago. A lone viewer watches news of soaring gold output and prices. A weathercaster forecasts light drizzle over Gyeongju on the map. Another announcer points at Yechenesai, predicting a minor afternoon earthquake. On the floor, a skeptic glares at the fortune cards, doubting them. The fortune teller shuffles alien cards, saying they hold no meaning on Earth. A wary man inspects a strange red cube, growing increasingly uneasy. Elsewhere, someone draws a card foretelling an unexpected reunion with a past acquaintance. A red sports car races down a city street, tires screeching. Inside, 2 people speed along in the same red sports car. The front passenger says they arrived while the driver prepares to get out. Both exit the red car, arguing angrily about the reckless driving. Later, 2 companions leave a red convertible, agreeing to start their shopping. The pair stops outside a large modern building, briefly taking it in. Finally, a newcomer approaches the building labeled the Witches Cooperative. The group enters the building and hears a formal greeting. 2 attendants bow before a statue, announcing the guest's arrival. An attendant informs the guest that the requested items are ready. A surprised man approaches the exclusive entrance labeled VIP room. Elsewhere, 2 observers inspect rare catalysts on a table, wondering about their purpose. The woman asks the man why he obtained such powerful magic samples. Privately, the young man notes how little she understands his situation. An informant reports they secured several liters of fresh dragon blood. Afterward, the man pays and formally requests maintenance while his companion stands by. A receptionist announces an hour wait. He steps out while she goes to the lounge. Meanwhile, a watcher notices someone approaching the restroom in the marble hallway. A suited orc points and loudly demands the newcomer's true identity. The young man stops by the restroom, trying to place the unfamiliar face. A nervous man hurriedly introduces himself to the confused person in the lobby. Suddenly, the young man recognizes the hallway lawyer from the recent will case. A suited man approaches the agent in the hallway to start a serious discussion. One man excuses himself and walks toward the men's restroom. He asks if the other works only for immigration and receives a calm confirmation. The suited orc asks why the agent refuses private or corporate requests. However, the agent firmly refuses any exceptions to his rules. The man in the suit explains that his client is desperate and trapped. The orc apologizes, but the relaxed man insists it was nothing. The visitor excuses himself and leaves, while the other man stays seated. A tall visitor slides over a business card, offering future contact. The seated man urgently calls out to stop the departing visitor. Meanwhile, he studies a law firm's card, wondering if the foretold reunion nears. He clutches his side, realizing little time has passed since facing the troll. The receptionist greets him from behind the counter as he enters. Then a wary handler clicks open the suitcase lock, breaking the silence. He signals it's time to go, and his companion rises to follow. Meanwhile, 2 people ride down the escalator, one tightly holding a briefcase. The woman calls out, making the young man turn toward her in confusion. Suddenly, someone accuses him of hiding a criminal past, leaving him frozen. He drops his gaze, falling into silent thought. The sly man stands in the gallery, dismissing suspicion with a smug look. At the bottom, she stops and warily scans around the escalator. However, she confronts her quiet companion in the mall, questioning his innocence and hidden crimes. The observer silently admits the other's intuition is impressive. Meanwhile, a data screen describes forced labor and memory erasure being performed on the subject. The woman leans forward, about to ask an urgent question. Inside the building, he flinches as a glowing orb suddenly shoots toward his head. She clenches her jaw, forcing herself to remain controlled. Afterward, the curious companion abruptly asks about the other's past, catching her off guard. The wary newcomer snaps back, denying any hidden identity as their argument intensifies. A shocked passerby clutches her head, reeling from news of someone's changed gender. The flustered woman throws up her arms and insists she's reached her limit. The nervous youth yells defensively as the woman stumbles back in their lobby clash. Then a determined figure steps onto the scene, footsteps echoing across the tiles. The companion cries out as both freeze before the huge statue, sensing trouble. Nearby, a younger woman guides the elderly man with a cane past the building. 2 men stare each other down, refusing to yield. Suddenly, the older man freezes, reacting to danger ahead. The suited man recoils in terror from an unseen threat. A cautious newcomer approaches, prompting a startled shout from the group. The mustached man hesitantly asks who the stranger is. The young man calmly answers, showing mild curiosity about them. An emotional elder cries with joy while calling out. Meanwhile, an anxious woman glances aside, disturbed by something. A sharp observer turns, sensing another troubling presence nearby. The annoyed secretary warns her coworker to stay professional while working. Then a woman in a red suit enters, startling the staff. The calm newcomer is revealed to be a fairy. The woman in red sits on the desk, seizing attention. A silver-haired woman sits smoking, quietly planning her next move. The red-clad woman exhales smoke and demands an explanation. A confident investigator reports trespassing evidence at Buchan Warehouse Zone B39. Elsewhere, two people argue about recklessly nearing the Elder Dragon's territory. In the office, concern grows over the chairman leaving Earth. A resolute woman plans to request warehouse security, but her colleague doubts it. The worried woman racks her brain for immediate allies. Soon, a newcomer enters the lobby with luggage, startling both occupants. The shaken woman recoils and demands answers as two men listen. The older man in a suit apologizes, explaining his decades-old habit. A reserved youth greets an old acquaintance in the large room. An elderly man with a cane says he runs a small alchemy workshop. The older man asks if he still teaches magic. The young man says he quit teaching to become an immigration agent. A worried woman asks how the timid elder became an agent. The anxious woman looks down, quietly absorbing the news. A woman questions the consultant about private cases before a parent interrupts. The older man firmly stops the young woman from arguing further. Then the elder orders his group upstairs from the lobby. Someone in the hall recognizes the newcomer and calls to him. The elder thanks him for the reunion, resting on his cane. Meanwhile, Gojiang Academy, the first modern magic school, appears. The quiet man admits he once taught with the person they met earlier. The driver jokes that he lived as professor by day, secret alien hunter by night. The wary man admits he fears authorities discovering his past. The passenger presses the driver about his hidden past while they speed along. The driver praises the passenger's magical and world-saving accomplishments. The young man quietly thinks about a secret no one knows. Earth drifts in space as its colonization and downfall begin. Many blamed looming dragons for the catastrophe while three figures observed. In truth, three hidden overseers controlled Earth's fate, using dragons as disposable tools. A historic treaty is signed, creating a new international order. A huge billboard commemorates first human-alien contact under the relocation committee. The driver says the committee has long awaited Earth's response. At the council, the committee asks Earth to accept interdimensional immigrants. A roadside screen shows the city's mana level and warns drivers. Finally, the driver explains the committee once altered mana levels, citing a textbook. A book records few gain magic, rapidly advancing Earth via committee gift. Meanwhile, in the car, the man grips a bottle, pondering recent advances. Alone, the youth quietly realizes reality differs from what he learned. A red car screeches to a stop before the office. 4 people gather outside the shop. One pushes a wheelchair beside a red car. A curious youth asks where they were, and the elf says shopping and recalls early immigration. The elf notes Earth's gateway was misused as he climbs the stairs under watch. At the door, a wary person listens to news of interdimensional criminals hiding nearby. As he opens the door, the woman says he may leave unless he has business. Later, she smiles and invites her guests to share their past over tea. The tired host bluntly tells the visitor to drink up and go. Irritated, the guest grips the teacup and demands more answers. The man repeats that she should finish the drink and head home. A lone receptionist listens as the intercom buzzes, announcing a new arrival. A wary man approaches the door while a woman watches, uneasy about the unexpected visitor. Suddenly, the security monitor flashes, signaling unexpected movement. The watcher freezes, recognizing the importance of what just appeared. Elsewhere, he reads a phone forecast hinting he will soon meet someone from his past. A smirking ally reminds him they have worked together for a century. A confident agent in a suit enters and introduces himself formally. On the green table, 4 untouched teacups await several expected guests. A new arrival states her name and asks why the group has gathered. 2 former associates sit facing each other, silently acknowledging their shared past. On the couch, a talkative man loudly complains about being ignored. Finally, the blonde man calmly asks if anyone has heard from her. The man, surprised, asks his companion who the other woman is. Confused, he demands why no one contacted him. Meanwhile, the analyst wonders about the silence and the unknown woman. He raises his voice, insisting he means someone named Dell. He questions her motives while she drinks silently beside him. The woman challenges his sudden behavior and asks about the stranger. Then a smug figure hints their distant past will surface. A dominant woman stands on skulls, revealing her dark past. An empty alley glows beneath a neon bar sign. Inside, 2 patrons order doubles at a tree-built bar. A magic vine crawls along the shelf toward a potion. A one-eyed tree creature bartender pours drinks for both patrons. One customer notes the moving tree bartender while another listens. A composed man in a suit proposes a drink first. One man recoils from the strong liquor. His companion remains unfazed. The younger man recalls working together previously in another dimension. He studies the harsh drink in his hand, thinking. The assertive patron leans in, ordering his companion to talk. The suited observer smirks, noticing a soundproof barrier around them. The interrogator glares at the foreign agent, demanding his purpose here. The man grabs fruit and asks which princess was involved. Confidently, he explains he came early to escort a princess. Someone presses the radio, triggering news of an incoming dimensional princess. 2 men ride silently, hearing the princess will visit their country. The protagonist narrows his eyes, steeling himself for the moment. The suited man questions why these escorts were chosen. The envoy says local officials asked Earth's immigration to help escort. 2 men discuss Korea's unusual request for American agents. A blonde man mentions rumors of Earth's impending 8th mass migration. The skeptical drinker questions the shocking migration rumor. An observer silently reviews known facts about the other race. Soon, the group notes the woman's height exceeds even trolls. At the counter, one man outlines the committee's preparations. The listener dismisses this, insisting on hearing a different story. Elsewhere, a confident figure amid lightning hints crucial secrets about her. One man at the bar admits he knows little. A uniformed squad marches through a star portal and arrives on Earth. A pink-haired ally explains one teammate was separated and sent alone. A calm official says her release cost 500,000 talentum from unknown sources. Meanwhile, a lone traveler says another was released and will seek someone. The young man slams the bar, stunned by the enormous release fee. One drinker suggests she received amnesty for accomplishing something extraordinary. A composed woman sharply asks the uneasy youth how he feels about Telesia. The reserved man silently broods over what he has learned. Suddenly, the youth realizes the other outsider likely regained lost memories too. A blonde tease mocks him for worrying about a former spouse. The two men argue, each blaming the other for their failed relationship. Alone, he remembers how her warped love nearly killed him as mercy. A hologram warns that harming prisoners counts as punishable property damage. The captive knows she hesitates because punishment could erase her soul. The analyst warns that the newly freed enemy is likely to return and attempt an assassination before being recaptured. Haunted by memories of their painful parting, the lone figure recalls the last words exchanged in another world. A shadowy figure makes a cryptic promise to meet someone soon, her confidence unmistakable against the cosmic backdrop. The anxious man in the suit tries to reassure the group with a hopeful suggestion. Two patrons freeze in shock as a massive tree bursts through the bar counter. The older guest rises from the table, signaling that their meeting is over. A neon sign marks the entrance to a bar. One man cautiously brings up a sensitive topic as the other listens intently on the deserted rooftop. The blonde man issues a serious warning, expressing concern that the other person might end up like someone else. The young man offers a brief farewell and steps away into the calm night. A solitary figure steps into the empty street, scanning the shadows with caution. The troubled figure walks alone through the empty street, gripped by worry over what the future holds for his companion. A lone ruler maintains unchallenged control over a vast republic spanning 36 planets and 145 galaxies. The officer denounces the tyrant's reign of fear and brutal suppression as warships loom in the background. An ominous facility looms beneath dark clouds as the tragedy of pioneer planet XC-21 is introduced. Upon learning of a planned uprising at the industrial facility, the autocrats swiftly imposed a total ban on food imports to the heavily dependent planet. Driven by starvation, the desperate crowd turns on itself, sparking a brutal struggle for survival. As an explosion rips through the government building, cloaked figures and the gathered crowd launch their uprising. Cornered and desperate, the masked leader points a gun to his head and activates a hidden switch. A blood-stained hand clenches tightly around a cane, signaling the aftermath of a brutal encounter. Suddenly, nearly all of the Republic's critical infrastructure erupts in massive explosions, vanishing into the void. Without warning, the entire world regresses as civilization crumbles to its most primitive state. Even after fleeing oppression, the exhausted survivors remain trapped by the devastation and turmoil of war. The hungry child tugs at her exhausted guardian, then urgently points out something in the distance as the anxious young man looks on. As suffering spread across the world, a hooded figure silently looked upward, burdened by the weight of pain. A massive spaceship appears over the city as two watch. The committee uses prisoners for reconstruction as two walk a corridor. Later, a leader gestures over the rebuilt city to the workers. The newcomer is introduced to a worker late in construction. Among the prisoners, a blue-haired woman stands out for achievements. A solemn leader enters the chamber, and everyone falls silent. The blue-haired officer steps forward to present herself. Meanwhile, a lone person hesitates in the heavy rain. The newcomer inspects the desolate alley, taking in the ruin. Fresh blood on the ground shows recent violence here. The outsider realizes the starving residents have turned to cannibalism. A young woman struggles not to cry from shock. On a rooftop, a solitary person wonders what to do next. Soon after, the blue-haired woman collapses to the wet ground. Elsewhere, new green sprouts break soil, hinting at coming change. With her help, two siblings finally eat enough to recover. The healed patient kisses the healer's hand in gratitude. Rescued families emerge from the cave and reunite outside. The crowd celebrates loudly, praising their savior without restraint. The respected woman smiles warmly among people who clearly cherish her. At dusk, a solitary figure quietly enters the building. A hand turns the knob and slowly opens the door. Inside, a weary man leans back, recovering from a long ordeal. A concerned observer glances aside, worrying about someone's future. The blue-haired woman is noted for sharp politics despite lacking technical or combat skills. The leader secures reinforcements and economic aid through committee negotiations. A hand hits a switch, detonating a massive explosion in space. Gigantic insect invaders breach the shattered barrier and overrun the planet. Nearby, defenders gather to face the black swarm over the city. The pink-haired woman scowls as prisoners unexpectedly defend their captor. An onlooker reflects on the immense power that could restore Ashtal. A respected leader earned universal admiration by treating everyone with genuine concern. Centuries later, that legacy still influences how the world functions. A young woman clasps her hands and gratefully thanks the group. The reconstruction worker stands with officials as her special amnesty is announced. One officer explains she was freed immediately, without counting any talentum savings. Encouraged by the amnesty, prisoners voice new hopes to the speaker. The blue-haired woman tearfully promises she will not forget her companions. The determined woman vows to return and live out her days in Ashtal. Soon after, a confident woman steps up, ready to execute her plan. A composed figure exhales slowly, steeling herself for what comes next. The blue-haired technician activates a control panel, unleashing a surge of energy. 3 men listen as the facility staff explains the memory restoration procedure. Elsewhere, a calm caster exhales a chilling, magical breath into the air. The assembled team waits in silence as a blue-haired newcomer approaches. In the darkness, a confused man mutters an unfamiliar name. A tense group of cadets stands under red lights, preparing for an unknown threat. A young man panics as he watches his hands tremble uncontrollably. A sprawling futuristic city under a red sky marks the start of a new era. Finally, a composed operator stands at a glowing console, urgently delivering critical information. Suddenly, memories return and the girl mentally breaks down. The blue-haired girl collapses, and 2 classmates rush over. A young man reaches out as the woman hides. She stares at her hands, sobbing and apologizing repeatedly. She quickly reacts to shocking data on the screen. The captive drops to her knees, desperately begging for release. Still trapped, she screams and begs to escape. The committee opens the portal, letting an anxious person leave town. A worried observer grips his phone at news of more aliens. By now, inhuman beings gather in the street, showing monsters dominate. A solitary figure walks at dusk, listening to music. Then the traveler's eyes widen at something unexpected ahead. 2 people stare in shock at a sudden event near the mountain. 3 onlookers watch as a volcano erupts into the sky. 2 nervous people brace in the hallway, awaiting what comes next. An intimidating leader demands confirmation that all the treasure is stolen. A frustrated enforcer scans the area, unable to locate the hidden suspect. Meanwhile, a senior woman reports key information to her superior. A furious being crushes a scroll in their burning hand. An imposing beast interrogates 2 women about the stolen warehouse item. Later, the interrogator pressures an anxious elf about costly subordinates, forcing a fearful admission. The same elf endures heavy praise that only increases the pressure. A displaced man reacts with disbelief to an unexpected hallway remark. A silver-haired figure hints at craving meat again, even fairies. Finally, a nervous woman agrees stiffly as a bespectacled watcher observes. Employer sets impossible goals for the elf, demanding unprecedented results. However, the elf advisor threatens to quit over mistrust and incompetence. A man clenches his fist, barely restraining his anger. Meanwhile, the leader moves to alert the committee and close all portals. A superior orders a subordinate to accept every demand from an unknown contact. 2 operatives receive urgent orders from a magical mouth in midair. Realizing the danger, the observer sees the dragon is far stronger. A young man sits quietly, worrying about the consequences of his choice. The strategist slams down a stone, dramatically changing the board position. A skeptic questions old rules as his friend jokes over Go. Later, 2 men examine Seoul's new traffic controls and their political impact. The tusked man abruptly changes the topic. An impatient challenger urges his silent opponent to finally move. The loser grudgingly pushes cash over after another defeat at Go. Afterward, the host fetches more beer as his guest prepares a rematch. A uniformed man checks the fridge while a woman keeps working. A tense cook works over a pan, struggling under pressure. One person cooks at the stove while another watches from across. Meanwhile, a younger man offers a drink as they discuss reclaiming a risky frying pan. An amused woman mocks the frying pan's dangerous reputation. The young man raises a chess set, inviting everyone to play. Just then, his phone rings, and he opens it irritably. Suspicious, he answers the late call, thinking an elf is calling. At dawn, the sun rises over misty mountains and bare trees. The party searches the foggy ruins carefully but still finds nothing. The traveler and his otherworldly ally search the forest for options. Meanwhile, the investigator questions others about non-spiritual investigative methods. 2 investigators admit no new clues emerged after the fire. Later, 3 investigators inspect the vault but find no magic. The investigator concludes barriers and spells erased any remaining spirits. A TV report describes a 6-hour wildfire on the mountain. That night, magical fire briefly flares in a city street. A wary observer sees the flaming doorway as part of a ritual. The young man recalls the spell breaking a dragon barrier and erasing evidence. In response, the advisor suggests using a dryad, drawing skeptical questions. A strategist proposes hiring the dryad to question local animals. The group realizes all surviving animals have fled the burned area. The protagonist suddenly freezes in shock. Afterward, a lone analyst notes every surviving animal has disappeared. A gigantic severed rabbit head lies amid shattered ground and rubble. A determined man stabs his own abdomen as dark power gathers. A blue-haired woman approaches the portal as a guard watches. Soon, the noblewoman took her own life. The man notices his severance pay set at 1,200,000 talentum. A monitor displays a prisoner's ID and unexpectedly huge retirement payment. Someone waits in silence, nervously twisting their hands. The protagonist reflects, vowing not to repeat that woman's mistakes. A news anchor reports falling gold prices and rumors of another mass immigration wave. A hardened visitor reaches the tattoo shop at dusk, cautiously scanning around. Finally, an extremist voice urges restoring a humans-only world. A client screams as the tattoo artist keeps working. Meanwhile, the strategist sits calmly amid shouts and a scream. A man slams a thick wad of cash onto the table. The big client winces from his tattoo as a timid observer watches. The brute raises his fist and demands answers from another man. The tattooist briefly explains what to avoid and how to use the salve. Soon after, the bald client storms out of the room angrily. The bespectacled youth glares and hurls an insulting remark about others' rights. A sudden gunshot breaks the street's silence and startles nearby pedestrians. Police tighten the barricades, fully sealing off the street at sunset. Kneeling orcs beg for mercy with their hands clasped. A uniformed officer orders a cowering orc to stand and board the bus. The angry officer waves his baton and shouts at the group. Then the officer grabs the speaker's shoulder, abruptly stopping the complaint. A stern leader signals for everything to stop and sighs heavily. An older officer quietly warns his junior not to speak carelessly in public. The officer tells the wary group to board, promising shelter and food at camp. In response, one person promises safety as human and orc hands reach together. The bus drives off as soon as everyone is aboard. Elsewhere, a uniformed man watches a bus arrive, pondering the princess's visit. One guard admits unease about harsher movement controls and clean-up orders while his partner listens. Suddenly, a startled guard looks upward after hearing an unexpected noise. A tense subordinate answers an urgent call as his boss's name flashes. Nearby, a uniformed orc answers the phone while another man quietly watches. One man recalls their last visit to the orc district, and the tired aide agrees. A man reminds the group about the tattooed thug they met before. Later, the thug reveals the culprit was a notorious swordsman, not their first suspect. An investigator urgently calls for information about whoever creates the mysterious tattoos. An orc demands someone explain what the tattoos really mean. A researcher studies old documents and reports his findings over the phone. A furious man hurls an insult that enrages the orc further. At sunset, a small tattoo shop stands quietly in the fading light. The shopkeeper debates closing early because of the day's ominous importance. A nervous worker adjusts his glasses, acknowledging that today is unusually important. Someone fastens a heavy chain and padlock on the doors, sealing the shop. An annoyed man storms into an alley, shouting at crows scattering trash. An attacker savagely kicks another person away, driving them back. Outside, the same man fumes alone, muttering curses under his breath. Meanwhile, a tired passerby endures blaring anti-alien propaganda on the empty street. A lone resident walks on, insisting to themselves that Earth is their only home. 3 crows perch silently, suggesting something bad is about to happen. A lone figure's reflection appears in a black crow's eye, hinting at a warning. Suddenly, a flock of crows explodes into the sky above the city. A determined person grabs a falling dark feather from the air. The same figure stands firm while a swirling storm of crows gathers overhead. Their secret organization quietly spreads its influence across the city from the shadows. A strategist reviews their plan to target the 2 most dangerous enemy races. A masked leader announces 2 rising factions, the dragons and the orcs. He slams the podium, urging the crowd to expel the dragons ruling their society. He rouses them further, demanding orcs be isolated and exterminated as a biological threat. A masked assembly tenses as a dangerously powerful new race is announced. One masked man is shocked hearing about the 8th mass immigration. The presenter raises a remote and asks the audience about the Shutan race. Then the speaker explains the race's rapid growth and huge bodies using projected diagrams. A dilemma is raised about paying to adapt infrastructure for this race. A frightened member voices fear of violent, monstrous beings. Therefore, the leader orders the organization to stop the committee's new mass immigration plan. He declares capturing the outsider is now their top mission priority. Meanwhile, a lone figure is spotted near the hotel. At the entrance, one man bows and confirms they will cooperate during the stay. A formally dressed woman bows, introducing herself as the assigned translator. A young captive demands release, facing his captor without hesitation. As they hurry down the corridor, the taller man asks about the princess's condition. His quiet companion falls silent, clearly uncertain how to respond. The mustached official says increased security is badly delaying negotiations, unsettling the royal guest. However, the leader notes their actions secured a skilled new security chief. The mustached man reassures the uneasy visitor, downplaying security problems and asking for patience. One escort gestures to the door, indicating the awaited person is inside. A nervous visitor raises a hand and knocks on the door. Inside, a blanket-wrapped person recoils on the couch in sudden distress. A monstrous eye snaps open, showing the creature has awakened. The towering beast unleashes a roar that shakes the surroundings. Then a massive reptilian monster emerges and advances with a menacing snarl. An anxious intermediary delivers a message, and the calm man accepts the assignment. Nearby, the orc's reptilian features twist with hunger as he drools. The entrance exam ends as night falls over the building. A stern examiner explains the rules, and the nervous recruit reluctantly agrees. The hooded man slides photos across the table to discuss their importance. A man freezes on the couch, shocked by the document's contents. The photos reveal orc tattoos while one viewer anxiously asks what they mean. Later, one examines the ancient runes as a wary ally confirms their grim meaning. A chained captive recalls his people's enslaved, illiterate past and their continued ignorance. The nervous newcomer quietly asks if joining the group will cause problems. The bespectacled man admits he expected exposure but says every detail of his cover fits. The hooded mage burns evidence with purple fire and orders the other to move the shop. The seated man accepts help while his ally promises to supply the needed equipment. Then, the hooded leader steps into the alley and signals the group to move. A massive chain door opens as the group advances to their final trial. The young fighter accepts the challenge with clear confidence. A rat with glowing eyes appears under the same ominous purple light. Suddenly, a magical seal activates and floods the wall with purple energy. A lone man freezes under harsh red light, staring ahead in shock. Blood-stained tools lie arranged on a wooden table. Nearby, a candle burns atop a skull above a pile of bones. The captive thrashes against his restraints, while the ritual circle glows beneath him. The hooded officiant raises a knife over the captive as others ready themselves around the circle. The bespectacled challenger thrusts his blade forward, demanding proof of resolve. Meanwhile, an anxious climber forces himself up the dark staircase with renewed determination. One captor pins a victim to the ritual table, calmly preparing a cruel act. A towering brute smashes his rival's face, almost knocking him unconscious. A man writhes, screaming that orcs caused his suffering. A broad-shouldered man clenches his fists and resolves to act. A bound victim muffledly cries for help amid blood. The bespectacled victim vows harsher retaliation against his attackers. The captive screams in terror as a sudden threat descends. The man with glasses recoils as he senses sudden danger. Meanwhile, an onlooker freezes as a robed cultist starts a ritual. He recoils as blood gushes from his freshly severed hands. A bloodied body lies beside a knife, screaming in agony. A determined fighter strides down the dark corridor toward the chamber. The masked intruders recoil as an unexpected threat disrupts the chained room. Their hooded leader realizes someone strong bypassed multiple security layers unnoticed. The masked leader, with cultists and captive, threatens the lone intruder. Then a determined stranger enters, plunging the dim room into silence. Suddenly, power erupts as the stranger's eye glows ominous red. Someone calmly explains they are only acting within their limited ability. In the misty forest, a superior assigns a crucial mission to his agent. Nearby, a young woman calls for help while another silently watches. An observer notes the subordinates are unharmed, meaning their superior's anger cooled. The contemplative superior acknowledges that even great beings eventually weaken. One agent objects to the risky search, but the other insists they continue. Someone calculates their superior will not return for at least a week. The elf with glasses urges immediate action before culprits destroy evidence. Elsewhere, a lone figure is confused by the terminal's sudden lockdown. Finally, the protagonist studies the slogan, lost in thought. A propaganda truck blares human supremacy slogans as police watch. A cloaked caster raises a hand, activating the summoning circle. Authorities name the attackers Solidarity for Human Rights as their leader rallies followers. After dragons failed to suppress them, the resistance spread worldwide. Eventually the ruling dragons vanished from sight, becoming difficult to find. In the foggy forest, a leader warns his nervous ally about hardships ahead. An elf scholar reacts as a tiny fairy flits around. Meanwhile, the negotiator firmly demands proper payment for their work. The calm woman opens a box, revealing the agreed reward. A shrewd man offers an ornate box containing a limitless blank check. The stunned youth stands speechless in the snow at the offer. Two allies high-five in the misty forest, celebrating their success. Later, a worried youth stops mid-step, instantly regretting his harsh words. The taller ally turns away as the smaller one bows gratefully. A solitary wanderer trudges through the misty forest, lost in thought. An observer selects a heavily tattooed orc-like suspect from close-up photographs. The investigator plans to interrogate him and trace connections to higher bosses. In a shadowy chamber, four hooded figures whirl toward a sudden disturbance. An ambitious youth boldly declares he wants an even bigger reward. A tense caster thrusts out a hand as red energy rapidly gathers. The captured orc awakens bound and gagged amid candles and ominous red symbols. A determined fighter concentrates power into a clenched fist to strike. The main hero staggers back in fear as sudden danger explodes. The captive orc flinches while a defiant newcomer confronts the hooded captors. Finally, a red-eyed leader glares and orders the intruder to leave. Masked figures recoil from an impossible spell, one trying to calm them. A young man appears, his overwhelming power terrifying the enemies. Meanwhile, the hooded figure warns them while tightly clutching a glowing device. The hooded leader reveals a stolen spell-reflecting artifact, shifting their advantage. Then the intruder disrupts the ritual, killing a masked spellcaster with unleashed force. The hooded caster recoils as blood suddenly splashes across the room. A shadowed attacker advances, crimson energy crackling around his hand. A blood-stained skull by the table hints at recent killing. The hooded attacker stands over a new victim as accomplices watch. Later, on bloody ground, a flaming bracelet lies beside a monstrous corpse. A masked mage recoils, realizing their protective device has been breached. The caster realizes too late their countermeasure cannot stop the dragon. Suddenly, a menacing figure transforms, releasing overwhelming power and swirling red energy. The mustached man states the royal eats 20 kilograms of raw meat daily. The authority orders poison checks and says the guest will recover at the hotel. The authoritative man turns to his companion to share critical information. He warns everyone to keep distant from the fragile princess during production. Meanwhile, they discuss a chaotic schedule from someone's jet lag while another silently observes. The reptilian speaker explains unmated females shoot and regularly lay unfertilized eggs. The processed eggshells become a glowing metal that conducts and bends easily. Thus, the mustached man explains the ceremony produces gold, implying known consequences. The young man affirms he understands and will act cautiously. Two masked allies hurriedly debate their next move against the looming threat. Desperate, the cornered mage casts a forbidden spell, sacrificing life to escape. A shocked fighter is punched hard in the mouth, losing blood and teeth. Suddenly, a shadowy monster emerges, unleashing forbidden magic in a violent energy surge. The creature unleashes curse flames, using them desperately to survive. The hero focuses ahead, quickly preparing his next move. Meanwhile, an observer recalls as a glowing message emits unsettling energy. A red-eyed monster bursts from the flames, shaking the area. The masked attacker blasts fire, catching the huge target off guard and injuring him. The young man bends down in smoke, urgently calling for his sibling. The hooded man staggers back, stunned by the revelation before him. A calm caster releases a flammability curse, red energy swirling around his hand. Afterward, the survivor pinned to the wall realizes the madman's distraction saved him. A resolute mage activates the magic circle, releasing a surge of purple energy. The hooded caster releases a colossal purple spell as a dark fortress looms. Then, dark energy erupts, revealing the monstrous shadow entity. The hooded man stops mid-threat, shocked as blood drips over his face. A lone fighter stands firm, facing the blood-covered enemy. Meanwhile, the red-eyed man steps forward, forcing a tense confrontation. A watchful figure greets the person just waking in the dim room. The startled man jerks upright on the bench, shocked awake. Later, the interrogator asks why a powerful ally betrayed the Human Rights Coalition. The young man looks up, questioning why Oslo is present. A wanted poster shows a black mage hunted across 26 countries by 8 elders. In the dark, an observer holds a tiny figure, amused someone mistook him for another. A newcomer flicks an object at the man on the sofa, making him recoil. The taller man stands firm as his rival trembles in the alley. The young man doubles over, violently vomiting a stream of white fluid. A wary man spots a strange fish-like creature by his foot. He admits his tricks failed and his enemy is stronger. Desperate, he begs his opponent to kill him. The young mage resists interrogation and insists on his own power. The interrogator threatens torture to force a confession. The youth points a knife and threatens his unseen foe. Still defiant, he refuses to reveal any information. In a dark alley, he raises a purple dagger and mentions a dragon. Elsewhere, someone recalls an ancient being who died escaping after one day. The startled youth recoils as a towering stranger addresses him. The young man confesses he feels completely hopeless. The onlooker jerks back as a purple crystal approaches. An attacker presses a glowing purple blade to a trembling victim. Riding in a taxi, the traveler confidently introduces himself. In the car, the investigator broods over gaining nothing about the warehouse. However, the human rights group's growing unity will soon trigger a major event. An informant reveals a plot against the princess disguised as anti-immigration action. Meanwhile, a huge metal door B39 opens as the scheme advances. A nervous woman hesitates while delivering bad news by office phone. From the car, the lead asks for one more favor. The driver reviews the document and decides to demand more money. Someone eyes a cashier's check and considers borrowing money. A visitor reaches the tall office building to make contact. The translator introduces herself and notes the recent security increase. Finally, the intermediary tells the agent he is top-rated and pleases the princess. The observer realizes the enemy uses the royal hostage as bait. Two allies walk the hallway while one quietly evaluates their current safety. At the door, she explains the council protects her because prisoners are valuable assets. A suited woman knocks and announces a new recruit for the security team. A suited man enters the room and introduces himself to the others. Two men sit facing each other, each waiting for the other. A young man jolts upright in shock at the unexpected arrival. Soon after, the taller figure greets the startled man in the hallway. A huge eye snaps open, showing the creature has awakened. A gust of wind billows the curtains and disturbs the quiet room. The protagonist steps forward and loudly states his identity. A massive green limb drops from above, threatening everyone in the room. The stunned onlooker freezes as the monster looms overhead in clear threat. The orc stares ahead, suddenly overwhelmed by nervous excitement. Ominous laughter echoes through the room, breaking the brief silence. The confused man freezes after noticing an unfamiliar pink pheromone aura around him. Meanwhile, a dominant figure's pheromones fill the living room and overwhelm the group. The crocodile-headed being, glowing pink, raises a claw and readies an attack. A lone watcher freezes as the growing aura signals that something is terribly wrong. Another creature's enormous eye snaps open, marking its sudden awakening. Then a towering reptilian fighter smashes into the room, throwing the group into chaos. A tense woman urgently briefs an anxious man while another silently observes. A suited youth looks up, asking if the assignment was already done today. An orc-like man clutches his glowing abdomen, confused by the other's sudden action. Indoors, a thoughtful man pauses and quietly considers his next move. Morning arrives over the quiet landscape. Indoors, a man doubts his knowledge of Shutans. Meanwhile, the newcomer proves to be unexpected reinforcement, shocking him. Two youths head out to talk privately as another notes it. Two people stand on the balcony in silent thought. One recoils on the balcony while the other signals silence. The strategist realizes the enemy now follows a concrete plan. Later, two men discuss a secret mission. The cautious man recalls a crucial contract detail, prompting his companion to react in shock. One man calmly explains the strange noise to his uneasy companion as they stand together on the balcony. The wary young man looks up, tense, as a familiar noise reverberates nearby. The troubled newcomer reflects on the mysterious scream heard before arriving on Earth. One man expresses concern about someone's suffering while the other listens intently in the hallway. Two young men stand on the balcony as one thoughtfully explains how local women refer to their daily pain as the curse of nature. The observer reels in confusion, silently questioning whether this routine has always occurred daily. The solitary figure stands on the balcony, wrestling with doubt about what truly happened. The baffled figure reels as unfamiliar knowledge floods his mind. The startled young man snaps to attention as someone urgently calls out to him. One man leans on the balcony railing and prompts his distracted companion, who snaps out of his thoughts with an apology. The attentive figure shifts the group's focus back to their assignment as the others listen silently in the modern room. The following day, preparations are underway at the building entrance for a significant arrival. The door bursts open, filling the room with blinding light and signaling a dramatic entrance. Blinded by a sudden burst of light, one man shields his eyes while his companion watches with growing concern. A massive golden claw slams onto the carpet, causing a rune to burst into light. A bulging sack bursts open, scattering gold coins across the floor. Gold-scaled figure enters red carpet, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Mustached man skeptically wonders why she tried so hard. Towering visitor walks into the building, surprising staff and guards. The beast recoils, shocked by a sudden, unknown threat. Meanwhile, one serious traveler walks ahead while his companion lags. The burly man blushes and stammers in embarrassment. The hero sweats, struggling to understand the sudden situation. A suited woman rushes over, urgently calling to the agents. Suddenly, a heavy vehicle crashes into the scene. Two men beside an armored truck prepare for changed plans. The observer quietly questions the real reason for this outing. Meanwhile, a VIP convoy arrives, prompting speculation about the visit. The orc reports seating for security and delegates is arranged. The confident speaker announces he and another will ride along. A golden-scaled giant addresses a tense man in foreign speech. The huge reptile closes its eyes, clearly enjoying the sun. The suited man looks up and reluctantly accepts the order. A nervous agent approaches and hesitantly interrupts the two guards. Then the blunt one asks which of them is stronger. The vehicle speeds down the street with urgent purpose. Inside, three passengers eye the golden reptile with clear unease. The uneasy messenger says the noblewoman wants fewer riders inside. A superior orders a vehicle change, leaving two agents confused. The crocodile-headed figure looks aside, obviously embarrassed. Finally, a shy youth stands among glowing flowers, quietly admired. The golden-scaled passenger clutches his chest and collapses. The attendant nervously asks if anything troubles the royal. The reptilian noble blushes and hesitantly mutters a response. The panicked man in a suit babbles incoherently. Elsewhere, a distant voice chants a mysterious incantation. The young man recoils in shock at the sudden event. Later, the wary visitor confronts the gold-scaled leader. An undercover agent tenses when someone suddenly calls his title. The translator insists he will follow strict ethics before the commander. The interpreter suddenly stops, realizing something crucial. A guarded convoy crosses a bridge while the translator readies for total secrecy. Inside the vehicle, a young man lunges to stop a reckless move. The embarrassed brute hides his face, overwhelmed by flustering attention. The interpreter urgently orders that the orc-man exchange stay untranslated. An armored vehicle speeds over a city bridge amid a deep rumble. In the car, a sweating man declares that money is the enemy. Reluctantly, the man decides to obey the princess's demands. The large reptilian advisor silently considers drastic action if the other oversteps. The orc haltingly speaks as the stern man confirms the name. Inside the high-tech vehicle, the reptilian advisor asks about visiting Galenko. The wary passenger admits he knows nothing of Galenko and asks more. The crocodile-headed elder nostalgically praises the area's stunning beauty. Under two moons, a glowing swamp stirs with emerging spring life. Someone reminisces about an idyllic homeworld beneath a radiant planet. Finally, the golden-headed passenger asks the reserved youth where he comes from. The man admits the council fabricated his official birth year. Meanwhile, the lizard-like ally recoils, shocked by his true age. Inside the transport, a traveler asks quarter-elf lifespans, but the companion is unsure. Soon after, the reptilian pilot suggests living off Earth in another dimension. The young man steels himself to enforce stricter personal boundaries. He bows, desperately apologizing to the royal figure. Suddenly, the protagonist freezes, disturbed by an unexpected reaction. The embarrassed reptilian turns away, asking to retract his earlier confession. The golden-scaled male averts his gaze and haltingly confesses his feelings. A crocodilian orc stares ahead, overwhelmed by the astonishing sight. Eventually, the nervous passenger agrees to move past the awkward topic. A crowded suspension bridge over the river establishes the bustling setting. At the controls, the lizard pilot explains Shutanian expectations for women. As a result, many women there struggle to understand their own feelings. The tall companion bows slightly, admitting confusion and apologizing for his behavior. Later, a composed rider sits opposite the uneasy passenger and calmly reassures him. The inquisitive rider questions Shutanian values, and the companion confirms them during their talk. In the back seat, the young man wonders how long the tradition has existed. However, the gold-scaled elder recalls that records vanished after the race war. The wary analyst studies the screen, sensing the old tradition is suspicious. Meanwhile, another researcher links new evidence to recent talks about the race conflict. The reptilian gazes at their glowing abdomen, recalling daily unfertilized egg-laying. While checking the desk, the observer realizes new interspecies data contradicts prior beliefs. The system activates, gradually erasing the captive's memories. Finally, a lone wanderer drifts through space, wondering if fragments of the past remain. The outsider notes this world, like his, gathers many different races. Those with overwhelming power were pitted alone against every other race. After losing the race wars, the defeated were reduced to the UN's lowest rank. The lone rider eyes the entering creature and quietly addresses the royal passenger. A heavily armored convoy speeds down the highway under tight escort. The crocodile-headed leader dismisses the rumors as a simple misunderstanding by outsiders. Suddenly, a tank roars past, leaving the nearby pair stunned. Two observers deem Earth too small and unready, requiring vast time and resources. Inside the car, the man questions whether his companion's visit is purely business. The monstrous rider bares his teeth, eagerly expecting a favorable outcome. An ambitious challenger vows to defeat the rival princesses, ignoring the monster before them. Meanwhile, a lone thinker recalls that fertile females stop ovulating for decades after laying. An observer listens as a hologram activates, delivering urgent news about the princess. Soon, an armored vehicle races through the city, closing in on its destination. In back, a polite passenger asks for their destination's exact location. The reptilian leader rises inside the vehicle and orders the group to relay his message. The team moves toward the Goryeo Precision Pension Building, their next stop. However, the crocodile-headed officer boldly states that his actions are deliberate, prompting a surprised response from someone nearby. The strategist, startled by the call, learns unexpected news that disrupts his plans. Office staff scramble frantically to alert the board of directors after receiving urgent notice of an imminent visit. The towering figure issues a chilling order as the monstrous beast snarls menacingly below. The imposing figure finally reveals the real motivation behind arriving on this world, his silhouette framed by roaring flames. A vehicle screeches to a halt, filling the air with the smell of burning rubber. Several anxious men in suits nervously gather outside the imposing building, bracing themselves for what comes next. Two large figures march toward the crowd blocking the entrance. The team advances cautiously beneath a massive claw overhead. An analyst realizes her movements already exceed government predictions. Meanwhile, the crowd remains unaware of the princess's secret mission. A colossal stone appendage emerges, overshadowing everything below. The suited group looks up, alarmed by sudden noise above. Suddenly, a monstrous creature awakens, its yellow eyes snapping open. The enraged monster bellows, demanding to see the president. Elsewhere, a newcomer faces a towering glass building, steeling himself. The group arrives at the Goryeo Precision Pension Building. A young man gazes up, brooding over the struggling company. A staffer announces the company leader is returning from a trip. A suited man checks his watch, waiting for an expected visitor. Then, an onlooker suddenly tenses as something unexpected catches his eye. A reptilian clerk at the desk notices a newcomer entering. The door opens, revealing a silent, deserted room. An elderly man introduces himself as leader, entourage and bodyguards behind. The executive, flanked by bodyguards, reacts with surprise at this introduction. The startled man turns as someone addresses him formally. The elder deems the area secure and orders everyone else to wait outside. Two men wait in the empty room, one leaning, the other lounging. Meanwhile, the young man ponders alchemy companies losing ground to biosynthesis. The observer realizes the princess is secretly linked to one debtor. A crocodile-headed giant crushes a man beneath a massive, debt boulder. Finally, the wary observer questions the elder's motives, gripping a pair of scissors. While calling, he wonders who now controls the princess's debt. The youth hesitates, then firmly rejects the uncommissioned work. In the street, he decides to treat this job as a favor. Reluctantly, he agrees to investigate as a special personal favor. While pondering recent events, the observer spots a familiar person near Evergreen Bookstore. A strategist prepares to leak company data to the authorities. The young man wonders if the woman inside understood his message. A growing threat pushes officials to intervene before outsiders seize the corporation. The protector stands alone, plagued by guilt over his wavering loyalty. An elderly man bows and kisses the golden-gloved hand respectfully. A demanding creditor insists on hearing the exact repayment plan. The older man lowers his gaze and reluctantly agrees. An almost irresistible offer is being carefully considered. News reports that alchemy corporations are going bankrupt as gold prices collapse. A gray-haired overseer watches the ruined facility, regretting allowing gold production to continue. The older leader steels himself to overcome the looming crisis. Just as his patience fails, an unexpected knock sounds at the door. An eager businessman hands a proposal document to the person across the desk. The older man freezes, shocked by the proposal's unexpected contents. A rare imported material vital for alchemy and gold production is introduced. Unexpectedly, an offer arrives to supply MSFs cheaply, clearly aware of their crisis. A worried financier admits they lack the money to pay. The masked lender offers bonds, to be repaid when conditions improve. Over time, the company's financial situation kept worsening. They kept issuing more MSFs in exchange for bond collateral. A distressed executive learns the bonds were transferred to an unknown party. The weary elder announces a new creditor, referencing the Precision Alchemy repayment plan. Next, the stoic negotiator names a key princess as involved in the matter. The elderly official studies the new figures, visibly shaken by the numbers. The crocodile-like creditor slams the table, furious about the chaotic repayment proposal. The authoritative leader exposes falsified data and immediately rejects the entire repayment plan. The enforcer issues an ultimatum: repay at once or accept extremely harsh terms. The older man, rattled, asks what specific demands the creditor has. A young assistant hands a clipboard to the elder in front of the screen. The senior man reads the clipboard and is stunned by the listed liabilities. The agitated executive demands to know why an outsider wants the Magic Alchemy Corporation. In response, the crocodile-headed creditor curtly dismisses the question as strictly off-limits. A transfer contract confirms the shares will pass to an Earth-registered corporation. The orc-like lawyer states the deal is fully legal in both worlds. The sweating elder is forced to choose bankruptcy or surrendering shares for continued employment. The imposing enforcer adds a threat, warning that any attempt to flee is impossible. The elder bows with the contract and pleads for additional time to decide. Meanwhile, an armored vehicle speeds away through the city, carrying the threatening creditors. Inside, the reptilian boss relaxes and orders the attendant to bring food. An eager servant presents a container filled with raw meat to the passengers. The beast-headed creditor lunges forward and ravenously snaps up the raw meat. Another monstrous diner drives its tusks deep into a thick slab of meat. Nearby, a box emits red fumes, making an onlooker recoil from the overpowering stench. Elsewhere, a young man stops, staring at red and green energy forming around his hand. At a control station, a watcher stiffens, detecting an unknown smell unrelated to the meat. A reptilian being snaps upright as startling news arrives. An analyst studies the particles and realizes the presence is wrong. Two giant glowing ants face off, emitting an unusual signal. Meanwhile, an observer quickly notices a crucial difference from expectations. The analyst doubts the green particles reacted so strongly to oxygen alone. A volatile compound mutates inside the ruler after reacting with local biology. The crocodile-headed figure ravenously tears into raw meat. An orc yells as a determined man suddenly grabs his face. A young man recoils and raises his guard against the sudden threat. A nearby observer stands frozen, silently registering the escalating danger. The young man squeezes his eyes shut as golden energy engulfs him. A calm ally warmly embraces the enormous golden toad. The enraged youth shouts defiance directly at his opponent. A desperate man urgently orders an unseen ally to act immediately. The nervous subordinate leans forward and quickly confirms the order. A kneeling interpreter relays a message to the ruler while another watches. Suddenly, a vast swarm descends from the sky, darkening everything below. A driver slams the brakes when something unexpected blocks the road. A massive dark vortex opens above the street, triggering chaos below. From the vortex, mechanical flies surge out and overwhelm the area. A rushing runner speeds down the corridor, suddenly suspecting a hidden trap. A barrage of dark projectiles slams into the stone building, shattering it. The young man sprints forward, urgently warning the group about an approaching threat. A massive blue explosion rips through the structure, hurling debris outward. Finally, a deadly thumb-sized wasp appears, presented as a major threat. Suddenly, a metallic beast charges forward, crackling with energy. An attacker dives downward, delivering a blinding plasma strike. Meanwhile, a massive insect swarm floods the city streets. Two ruined military vehicles lie abandoned after the battle. A shadowy fighter crashes into debris with violent impact. Then, a towering black spire erupts from the ground, crackling. A giant reptilian beast recoils as a purple-clad attacker strikes. The stunned man recoils as purple energy engulfs half his face. The youth clutches his face as dark energy overwhelms him. The wounded brute hurtles downward, crashing toward the ground. Meanwhile, a battered figure is flung through a swirling purple vortex. A young fighter decides he must find another way to fight. The wounded youth unleashes dark energy, straining past his limits. Thus, a massive blast of destructive energy erupts outward. A young man braces as purple energy engulfs half his body. A huge crimson blast shoots upward, tearing through the clouds. During the crimson barrage, an observer spots a weakness in the armor. An enraged caster channels energy while a monstrous insect readies its attack. Soon, a glowing insect horde erupts from red energy, spiraling downward. A stunned youth recoils as corrupting purple energy engulfs half his body. A falling fighter is engulfed in shadowy energy, unleashing a devastating attack. A lone defender raises a dark shield against a nearby red blast. A wary survivor senses the enemy lives, his eyes glowing. Now, an observer sees the blue swarm runs on a sorcerer's mana. A damaged, monstrous insect lunges forward, revealing its undead nature. A black vortex appears in the sky, and the rooftop group looks up. During a standoff, one ally warns the group the attackers want the princess. The observer's eye flares purple as he realizes the enemy targets the princess. The young man raises his hand, gathering shadowy energy to attack. From above, an enemy unleashes a huge purple blast at the city. The hulking beast staggers as a powerful hit strikes its body. Meanwhile, the guardian urges their mount onward, fleeing through the sky with the princess. The empowered fighter retreats quickly, searching for a place to raise a barrier. From above, the watcher finally spots the target building. The subordinate hurriedly prepares to activate the magical barrier. Nearby, one person tenses and looks up at an unexpected voice. The caster hammers dark energy into the ground, unleashing a city-wide shockwave. The alert onlooker looks up, realizing the water is falling from above. The man gathers dark energy between the tall buildings, readying an attack. The mage slams the ground, releasing energy to raise a strong barrier around the building. A blinding explosion erupts above the city, flooding everything with light. A lone watcher surveys the city as a glowing hexagonal barrier activates overhead. Then, the same figure studies the shimmering barrier, satisfied it activated successfully. A blazing shield rises around the structure, deflecting the falling rubble. Inside, a vigilant person peers through the blinds, watching for danger. A lizard-like being speaks unintelligibly while two companions try to understand. The troubled youth looks down and apologizes for dragging everyone into this. A calm companion reassures the anxious person on the sofa. The group hears reinforcements for the undead are coming and starts preparing. Finally, a wary observer considers using telepathy while the clawed figure attempts contact. The reptilian guardian urgently tries to calm the panicked royal. Suddenly, the crocodile-headed being roars, shaking the area. The reptilian figure urgently asks the youth about any suspicious contact. The investigator rules out food and drink as the contamination source. Meanwhile, 3 officers question why the chemical failed to trigger violence. The schemer realizes only the royal touched the object and brightens. The observer tests the reptile's understanding and hears an intelligent reply. Later, the youth wonders how to communicate properly with her. The newcomer admits needing a translator, and the helpful elf volunteers. The leader orders his aide to fetch something from storage, alarming him. One subordinate rushes into the storage room as another watches suspiciously. A nervous figure enters holding a small shovel tightly. A frying pan with a glowing digital face appears. The protagonist recoils in shock at the unexpected sight. In the kitchen, a tense figure demands explanations before continuing the plan. The elf-like man reminds him of the frying pan's daily phrase. The confused man asks if they forgot the mind-linking power. An anxious orc lingers in the kitchen, gripping a frying pan. The younger man offers the pan, asking his companion to interpret it. Meanwhile, the digital assistant promotes its shopping tips and translation functions. The orc jokingly flirts with the cook, creating kitchen awkwardness. Suddenly, the animated pan blares an urgent warning sound. A golden barrier forms around the building, blocking giant insects outside. Then the crocodile-headed being advances, waving a pan at the startled girl. Finally, the interrogator presses the uneasy man about any recent contact. The outsider orders the pan to translate for the princess. A brute threatens an office worker with a raised pan. A startled man snaps awake, suddenly sensing danger. The brute roars furiously at the trembling youth. A tired man rubs his temples, reacting to sudden discomfort. The reptilian ally tries to calm things as the youth recoils. Suddenly, a yellow monster hand grabs the pan, stopping the attack. The crocodile-headed man reacts with loud excitement to the news. Impatient, the young man demands the princess's words without delay. The assertive man reaches out, prompting the brute to hand over the pan. The flustered princess steadies herself as the man presses for her answer. Then the larger man seizes his hand and issues a brutal threat. He demands an answer within 3 minutes, warning of serious consequences. Reluctantly, the man takes the frying pan from the gloved enforcer. The talking pan shudders at the ultimatum of permanent storeroom abandonment. Later, a crocodile-headed visitor bursts in waving a pan as another checks his phone. The tired man opens his phone and finds countless missed calls. A woman in a suit confronts him about vanishing without notice. Uneasily, he explains his absence while his annoyed partner questions the excuse. An investigator checks a device and confirms all key topics are covered. Next, the investigator turns to documents on Goryo Precision Alchemy. A red-haired official explains government support is blocked by conflict with the company. She adds that repeated violations made authorities withdraw support, surprising the listener. A lounging colleague asks about the one-quarter racial employment quota policy. The diversity chart shows mostly humans, few elves, and no other races despite quotas. The analyst notes the office has only humans and elves and questions this arrangement. The protagonist realizes a hostile faction is approaching and steels himself. A hierarchy is described where non-human races are ranked and discriminated against. However, some useful races are still excluded under claims of protecting humans. The youth considers how creatures are ranked by their impact on humans. He grows wary as he senses something wrong behind him. The reptilian interrogator demands to know if the questioning produced any answers. The larger captor grips a frying pan and urgently demands answers from the startled man. The interrogator hears the pan report the subject avoided odd items but briefly met others. The determined youth orders his captive to reveal the other people's identities. Then the golden reptile accuses him, and the flustered youth furiously denies it. The investigator hears only one other contacted the subject and sharply presses for that identity. The young man braces as a massive spinning device nearby hums with dangerous energy. He closes his eyes and steadies himself, preparing for what comes next. Later, the towering reptile raises a frying pan, questioning the man as a woman watches. The exhausted man exhales shakily, struggling to regain his composure. A black car speeds through the city as its occupants attempt to escape. Inside, the passenger checks his phone and smiles while the driver concentrates on driving. The composed leader confirms the hostage is safe and orders a subordinate to chase the attacker. The strategist reassures his ally that their special abilities will let them track the enemy. The youth learns of a power that combines remote viewing with sensing impressions from objects. The observer follows insect trails in the air and directs a turn at the intersection. Meanwhile, a swarm of undead wasps attacks as the hidden mastermind tests a new tactic. The confident passenger insists their advantage guarantees they will catch the target. The sane passenger mentally counts his expected reward while the silent driver keeps driving. The agent sees his severance fund covers over half. Meanwhile, the youth finds his 70,000 talents insufficient. In the car, he wonders if his lost past is unforgivable. The vehicle speeds into the tunnel toward a hopeful destination. The captive imagines a blinding tunnel, finally sensing possible escape. Two cars near the underground lot entrance as tension builds. Soon, two black cars race down the ramp in pursuit. A group of suited men strides into the underground garage. An alert man startles as his wary ally watches from the shadows. A hooded stranger enters the misty garage, drawing immediate attention. The sharp-eyed one points at a suspect, and both men tense. The lone figure stands still, briefly surprised by the group's arrival. An anxious observer suspects they were lured here and deliberately awaited. Then a smirking foe raises his hand, red power igniting. The protagonist freezes as a sudden realization hits. A startled man recoils when an agent appears, demanding answers. The young leader orders everyone to run down the corridor. A suited attacker fires a red beam to push intruders back. Meanwhile, a lone assailant releases a massive red blast in the garage. Two wounded men are engulfed by spreading darkness in the room. An arrogant foe leans forward, confidently taunting his opponent. Elsewhere, a car speeds through crowded city traffic. In the back seat, a youth recalls visiting the Witches' Union, fiddling with a card. A suited man hands an official envelope to a woman under watchful eyes. A wary recipient studies a John Namgyu card, doubting its authenticity. The protagonist sits in the car, doubting the other's motives. The young man suspects someone hid past alien employment violations. The outsider kisses a Shatanian's hand to dispel prejudiced suspicions. Meanwhile, the young man grips a note, waiting tensely in the car. A black car speeds toward the Goryeo Precision Alchemy headquarters. An elder stands by the window, resolved to shield the golden market. The leader grips a contract, vowing to keep alchemy factories operating. Factory workers leave with belongings, preparing to work as alchemists abroad. Thus, officials warn domestic talent is being lost overseas, highlighting Korea's isolation. The man stands at his desk, steeling himself for national duty. A furious official crushes the document after having his efforts dismissed. The wary official doubts suppliers of crucial material and dependence on alien trade. A holographic map exposes a secret alliance with the royal figure. Suddenly, a monstrous enforcer seizes the elder as the royal trap springs. A crumpled paper falls into an overflowing trash can. The anxious man sinks into an armchair, burdened by the situation. The weary elder slumps in his chair and lets out a sigh. Later, the elder offers support while the group approaches the Solidarity Organization. A blood-stained masked agent extends a hand, proposing a dangerous partnership. The wounded fighter raises his weapon, urging the group to take revenge. A defeated body lies in darkness while a larger confrontation approaches. An anxious official asks why the visitor chose Korea over other countries. The masked conspirator assures his accomplice their plan will leave no trace. Nearby, an elder authority hides in the shadows and watches fearfully. Two battered allies clasp hands, sealing a crucial pact. The weary leader considers erasing his debt by accepting a dangerous job. Now confident, the older boss relaxes, believing his alchemy factory and market secured. Suddenly, a phone rings on the desk, demanding immediate attention. The older man leans forward, sensing trouble and demanding an explanation. An urgent alert blares from the device, signaling a serious emergency. Then an elderly boss reels back, hearing immigration officers have reached the first-floor lobby. A search team rushes through the building, urgently beginning a floor-by-floor sweep. Meanwhile, the stern leader and his suited entourage enter the lobby as an imposing unit. A lone man waits silently at the desk, anticipating their arrival. Terrified, the elder blurts a confession about an arranged disappearance of incriminating evidence. The protagonist recalls the immigration officer's harsh reputation inside the agency. A comm officer activates a green magic formation, initiating a binding ritual. At once, the fugitive triggers a powerful magic circle to escape capture. An older conspirator stands ready to kill himself with concealed poison. Instead, the determined agent snatches the glowing orb as energy erupts around him. Shadowy tendrils burst forth, surging toward the glowing doorway with violent force. Elsewhere, the captive elder thrashes helplessly against the restraints binding him to the chair. The older schemer recoils, struggling to understand how his wasp plot failed. An interrogator states that authorities already eliminated the remaining wasp threat. Pressing further, the investigator demands full details about the human rights group's Solidarity Network. The lead interrogator overrules his attempt to plead the fifth and tightens the questioning. The stern leader announces their citizen rights will be partially restricted under constitutional emergency powers. In response, the restrained elder demands why his captor supports the invading forces. The informant explains that, during the 7th mass immigration, humans openly welcomed the elves. Furious, the elder demands to know whether the calm outsider will side with the monsters. The young man demands an explanation for the betrayal. He wonders if his mostly human blood still makes him elf. The older man reveals his extreme hatred toward non-humans. The interrogator demands why the captive cooperated with the human rights group. In the office, he questions the plan to exterminate all non-humans. The older official recounts past atrocities committed against other species. The young man challenges the other's claim without backing down. However, the elder dismisses monster deaths as meaningless. The young man steels himself for what comes next. He admits he originally planned to interrogate the captive himself. Instead, he summons a dragon to conduct a brutal interrogation. Dragons alone wield magic that drives a mind to its limits. A buried memory of a blood-stained figure resurfaces before the observer. Then someone orders every detail of a crucial meeting remembered. 3 escorts, including a monster, march their captive toward relentless interrogation. The advisor warns agents guard the dragon and urges him to survive. Later, the young man checks an urgent message on his phone. He tensely listens to an unexpected call on his phone. An agent answers the call, bracing for urgent news. Meanwhile, another man makes a tense call by the window. Police cars arrive outside the buildings with blaring sirens and rain. 2 investigators survey a bloody parking garage beside a blue glowing shard. The leader requests an update, and a subordinate confirms an agent checked the data. In a bloody room, they confirm the missing agent's soul is gone. Finally, a secretive group reveals magic to transfer a captive's soul. Because soul transfer is difficult, even the council can't restore her. A lone watcher surveys the bloody ruins in tense silence. A headless corpse slumps, confirming the woman's gruesome death. The calm tormentor leans closer, openly taunting the witness. Behind him, a shadowy mage offers a bouquet in silence. In the garage, 2 investigators detect deliberate magical residue near the corpse. Entering the bloody room, the observer realizes the scene was staged. A furious fighter confronts his foe, red energy sparking around him. Despite hesitation, the challenger accepts the test with defiance. From the shadows, a lone assailant promises brutal violence. Amid the wreckage, one ally insists they return the princess to her dimension. The strategist suggests contacting an external ally to bypass restrictions, but his partner hesitates. The woman confesses they used the princess as bait to lure enemy leaders. The speaker reports the enemy has escalated by bringing in outside mercenaries. The strategist clarifies that top commanders will not appear on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the calm woman urges her partner to cancel the dangerous operation. The bodyguard advances through the bloody passage, focused solely on protecting the princess. The commander orders her team to send the girl back immediately. Freed of restraint, the enraged man unleashes his full power to kill his enemy. Elsewhere, a massive space terminal hovers above a distant planet. Inside a ship, the commander reels as a subordinate reports Earth's leap line failing. A bespectacled official begins summarizing the meeting's conclusions about the situation. The analyst demands an explanation for the leap line's sudden final failure. The towering superior learns, to his anger, that repairs will require 3 days. Finally, they frantically order a search for any council-approved leap lines nearby. An orc hurriedly hands a tablet to his superior. An official reviews the tablet, complaining about excessive layovers. Suddenly, a clerk looks up, startled by an unknown arrival. An investigator examines a manifest, wary of a lone alien traveler. Meanwhile, 2 officials receive a critical transmission from Earth. A nervous officer accepts a glowing device, expecting urgent news. A holographic envoy appears and bows to a hidden authority. The seated leader listens as the hologram urgently requests approval. Then a silver-haired man stiffens, stunned by unexpected information. An agent sprints over to brief a wary contact waiting outside. The subordinate reports that the chairman raised the issue to council. Obeying a spirit, an elf readies for departure via a restricted route. A commander transmits an order through a device, telling allies to advance. A mission-wide directive is broadcast to every participating spellcaster. Outside a bookstore, operatives wait while an urgent command comes through. Nearby, a large warrior steadies himself as an ally activates teleportation. Alone in shadow, someone looks up, expecting an imminent revelation. A lone traveler walks toward a massive glowing portal above the airport. Armed guards and dogs tightly secure the VIP lounge entrance. A huge guard snarls over a dark object on the table. A reptilian researcher studies the talking frying pan as another watches, baffled. A strange device pulses red, enabling limited telepathy through spoken thoughts. One frying pan drifts through space, the last survivor after recalls and lawsuits. A young man demands why such power was hidden inside a mere pan. A veteran prisoner remembers only one person wielding that ability in 8 centuries. He thinks the rare ability user could have lived luxuriously. He reflects on how pointless the recent death was. He looks up at a spinning object hovering before him. Then the reptilian giant shoves a hairbrush at him, expecting action. An ally blocks the orc's swing, stopping the frying pan. The beast lunges forward, jaws wide, during a grim announcement. The orc admits he caused an ally's death on the mission. A companion quietly offers formal condolences for the loss. He reassures the distressed woman, promising support. As they march silently, an observer considers how divided everyone remains. An analyst explains that repeated mass immigration over decades inevitably sparked conflict. The yellow-scaled ally reassures the others, saying he understands. A vast fleet crosses space, showing the earlier immigration wave. After brutal racial wars, a survivor mourns the natives' heavy losses. An elder explains most pre-war records vanished, leaving only fragments. Soon, a composed woman interrupts, and the man snaps back. The official orders security checks and reports completed before the dimensional leap. The orc is shocked to learn his weight has skyrocketed here. The yellow-skinned ally gives a knife, which the wary man accepts. The assistant submits the jewel purchase file, and the official approves. Silently, an observer weighs how the jewel purchase affects their leap quota. The bodyguard braces himself, and prepares to chase the culprit. Suddenly, a scream erupts and startles everyone in the room. A terrified passenger screams while panic spreads across the platform. Finally, the overwhelmed person collapses while the others react in alarm. An injured man staggers back, clutching his bleeding shoulder. A suited man recoils as his face suddenly melts. One fighter collapses from poison while another yells for a detox scroll. Meanwhile, 2 allies see chaos erupting on a distant bridge. A vengeful man silently vows to annihilate his enemies. A hooded summoner releases spectral monsters under his command. Despite being hunted, the infamous Black Mage appears leading a monstrous army. A cloaked watcher sees undead closing in and suspects a deeper threat. A hooded figure corners someone, warning that no interruptions are allowed. Terrified travelers sprint down the terminal ramp amid spreading chaos. Blood pools across the floor as tension thickens around it. In response, their leader orders neutralizing scrolls used and the wounded evacuated. An enraged orc shouts while gripping the bullet belt. 2 wary scouts study the foggy wasteland and its massive glowing portal. A weary agent slumps beside a newly deployed heavy machine gun. 2 suited men trade tense comments about the nearby crime scene. A veteran operative studies the mutilated corpse, noting the victim died instantly. Therefore, an investigator reports brutal torture and suspects the killer is a black mage. A defeated man mutters that dealing with them curses families for generations. Worse, another shaken survivor warns that once they hate you, escape is impossible. On the rooftop, one man voices doubts while the other stays silent. A determined fighter steps up to face the colossal beast. The same youth remembers past battles fought beside ancient beasts. Gunfire erupts as one attacker charges straight into the ambushing group. Then, several machine guns unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire. Defenders radio in an approaching horde near the waterfront. Meanwhile, a soldier radios for backup when an unexpected threat appears. A scream rings out beside a bloodied phone in the rubble. A powerful beam erupts from the portal as fog thickens over the airport. A brute aims a minigun at his victim while another man watches. The foggy bridge to the island reveals their single-point security weakness. A massive undead horde slowly marches through the shallow sea toward land. However, the horde surges toward the glowing portal, unable to teleport directly. An enraged listener presses the glowing device to his ear, hearing bad news. The operator confirms the mission report's conclusion through the holographic interface. The leader orders a subordinate to escort the reptilian captive to the leap ship. The hesitant assistant questions this order, but the imposing superior refuses to reconsider. Then the commander reveals the emergency leap code. A shocked man freezes as a sudden realization hits him. The analyst asks if the secretary received the item during the chairman's absence. The nervous holder grips the item and demands how the other knows his secret. A colossal council-authorized vessel emerges from the vortex, the dimensional leap ship. Afterward, the operator enters the code into the control panel. The supervisor explains there is an emergency protocol authorized by the terminal manager. She adds that almost no one knows the secret protocol exists. Nearby, a suspicious man answers a glowing device while someone questions his identity. The wary operator activates the device and starts a test transmission. 3 agents, their earpieces glowing, brace for urgent orders beneath the overcast sky. 2 uniformed reptilian guards stand ready as an official announces the escort of the princess and her group to the leap ship. The authoritative man entrusts the princess to the attentive secretary before striding out through the bright doorway, leaving her and the vigilant bodyguard behind. An aggressor growls, squaring off against the arriving stranger. Meanwhile, the beast-headed fighter stands growling in tense thought. A lone wanderer walks into the snowy haze, hinting at a future confrontation. A solitary person walks through the fog-filled, empty parking structure. Suddenly, a colossal energy spike slams down and shatters the ground. A lone fighter approaches the massive glowing gateway, gripping a radiant dagger. There, an analyst studies the glowing interface, realizing it signals a summons. The watcher glares at the hooded profile, recognizing a particularly dangerous enemy. A hooded leader announces a deadly bounty of 200,000 talentum as allies gather. At that moment, a lone warrior dives down, purple blade aimed at the surrounded target. The hooded man remembers his destroyed institution as green energy coils threateningly around him. A lone challenger steps up to confront the colossal dragon now standing alone. In response, an enraged sorcerer threatens to unleash true black magic. A wounded fighter grips the pulsating blade still embedded in his body. The man drives the cursed dagger into his arm, releasing dark power. A furious attacker, wreathed in green energy, charges forward to kill. Soon, energy cracks race across the ancient archway as it activates. A towering victor radiates green energy above slain monsters as a bystander recoils. Then, a massive explosion rips through the crowd, flinging bodies away. A combatant fires a huge burst of red energy, sending a violent shockwave outward. The dominant fighter flares with red energy, effortlessly nullifying the challenger's attack. Meanwhile, the man smirks and fires red energy from his glowing hand. A determined attacker throws a blinding energy blast that splits the ground. A furious mage releases a deadly barrage of glowing green magic circles. A vengeful caster launches relentless magical orbs to prolong the victim's agony. A massive explosion devastates the landscape, hurling debris and energy outward. A figure releases swirling green energy, displaying his overwhelming power. A lone silhouette moves through thick fog, identity still hidden. Startled, the figure crouches in the mist, responding to an unseen threat. A shadowy man confronts another, demanding answers as purple energy surrounds him. Meanwhile, the young fighter releases crackling purple energy, defiantly challenging his hidden enemy. A wounded mage clutches his hand as unstable energy erupts uncontrollably. The mage unleashes numerous spells, but the opponent remains completely unaffected. Desperate, the caster channels black magic, realizing his power is still insufficient. Exhausted, he studies his blood-stained hand, recalling a month of relentless killing. Nevertheless, the survivor continues forward through the shattered terrain despite tormenting memories. Suddenly, a massive crimson rift erupts, unleashing destructive energy. An onlooker recoils as a glowing fissure splits the ground beneath hovering feet. The challenger tests the crackling barrier and demands a response from his silent opponent. Elsewhere, a lone man releases dark energy, saturating the air with power. In a church, a couple cradles their newborn and gives him a faithful name. A sorceress releases overwhelming black magic above a mound of skulls. A cramped European slum sprawls under a low, gray sky. Grateful orcs kneel and bow for the offered work and food. Their host smirks and motions for the wary group to enter the building. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes through the deserted alleyway. A taller man calmly explains himself, while a confused orc reacts nearby. An orc enters a blood-soaked chamber, witnessing the results of horrific magic experiments. A worried man voices concerns about securing enough food and work. With a cruel grin, the attacker raises a glowing blade to strike. People realize no one would notice if orcs or goblins disappeared. A protester condemns authorities for ignoring goblins disappearing across Europe. Meanwhile, a hooded activist rallies crowds, denouncing authorities' disregard for goblins. The speaker urges the crowd to see anyone could become vulnerable. Later, a thug confronts a passerby, questioning their loyalty after non-humans vanish. The speaker is suddenly struck down mid-speech about the disadvantaged. The wounded woman turns to face the kneeling, shocked onlooker. Nearby, a bystander recoils on the wet ground, eyes wide with fear. An aloof man walks down the street, ignoring where he stares. A researcher quietly celebrates new freedom to continue forbidden work with a secret group. Suddenly, a swarm of dragons sweeps across the night sky. Armed soldiers rush into the burning building amid chaos. Afterward, a lone survivor surveys the ruins, realizing every foe is dead. An authority figure demands investigation updates amid flames and smoke. The investigator realizes the culprit just escaped, using forbidden magic stolen from victims. The villain claims victory for destroying the institution and orders continued pursuit. Someone runs breathlessly down the dark street, boots pounding. In frustration, a cloaked man slams his fist against the tunnel wall. Someone sadly doubts anyone cares about outcasts like orcs or goblins. An outsider quietly remembers killing many orcs while sitting above the city. Because orc labor vanished, the city now faces a severe economic crisis. An angry speaker demands why action comes only for business, not when orcs suffered. Meanwhile, news spreads through the rainy city about the Oslo school's destruction. Two companions discuss a new alliance between immigration officials and elder dragons. A worried reader studies a headline about authorities still hunting the gang leader. An angry watcher curses the fugitive, clutching a newspaper about them. After reading, the planner decides to confront the weakest enemy first. An immigration agent faces a dragon, secretly betraying the black mages. A young man is held at knife point by an attacker. Seeking revenge, a figure begins a dark power-gathering ritual. Two hunters bond over killing monsters and form a ruthless partnership. One ally steps forward, volunteering to guard the princess. Beside a corpse, A white-haired man swears unwavering loyalty. Later, a thinker reads about a human rights case and immediately accepts it. The dragon leaves, and the same figure prepares for revenge. The white-haired devotee raises his arms to crimson chains, giving thanks. A madman spreads his arms, ecstatic about the sinister chance before him. A shocked man stands in mist, struggling to accept a revelation. An anguished survivor screams about the countless sacrifices already made. An unsuspecting warrior staggers as a glowing purple blade pierces his chest. Meanwhile, a lone caster summons crackling purple energy amid swirling mist. The wounded man collapses while energy violently erupts from his chest. A shocked enemy staggers back, unable to believe his opponent survived the black magic. An enraged observer warns that dark magic requires another sacrifice, not self-sacrifice. Despite a mortal wound, the battered survivor still refuses to fall. An outraged woman accuses her rival of trading their body to a dragon for power. A defiant fighter steps forward, openly challenging the other's claimed power. A young man studies a cursed dagger, fascinated by its black magic. The caster unleashes a blast of dark energy with glowing eyes. Finally, an enraged woman glares and shouts in a harsh outburst. The man recoils, shaken by the shocking revelation. Cornered, the youth summons forbidden black magic to survive. A crazed attacker erupts, waving bloodied hands wildly. A mob of hulking creatures charges ahead through flames. As enemies break through, the orc leader drives everyone toward the ship. The mage forces out heavy magic despite the draining cost. A caster imbues bullets with fire, preparing a devastating volley. Suddenly, the attacker triggers a massive explosion, scattering debris and bullets. An automated turret fires a relentless bullet barrage into the area. At the center, the armed fighter basks in the group's praise. Amid wreckage, one agent snaps at his partner's worried question. Through the flames, the enemy staggers back up from the rubble. A massive zombie horde surges forward, overrunning the area. In anger, the woman rips the contract, releasing golden energy. Panicked, the girl demands detox scrolls as the reptilian escorts stare, confused. Straining, she forces herself onward despite the blistering heat. The group stops short. A poisonous fog seals their route. Suddenly, the wary group tenses as a strange scroll drops before them. Determined, he grips the glowing scroll, claiming he can endure the flames alone. The leader orders her partner to use the item and flee. Meanwhile, the team sprints across the burning field, barely dodging attacks. A reinforced security door slams shut with an electronic beep. Conversely, a nearby vault door unlocks as a green light appears. A reptilian guard rushes a noblewoman towards safety through the spreading chaos. Under heavy fire, the defenders stubbornly hold their crumbling line. The wounded man tries to command but collapses, bleeding. Agents rush to the fallen man while another calls backup. Meanwhile, guards surround the agent as one moves in to help. A huge green arm pins the injured captive. The desperate runner sprints toward the spaceship through falling debris. A medic says the poison lasted too long as another checks his pulse. Despite collapsing from poison, he passes over the vital scroll. The leader assigns someone to the wounded man and heads for control. Next, the commander orders an immediate jump to the Jelenko dimension. She strides across the dark floor toward the control room. A worried ally calls after the beast-eared woman walking down the corridor. Suddenly, the elf channels powerful magic within the swirling blue rings. The sorceress jerks toward the unexpected sound in alarm. A dragon-marked barrier seals the chained horde with a coded lock. An investigator senses strong energy from a glowing container of the chairman's treasure. Faint, inaudible waves pulse out from the glowing containers. A watchman suddenly feels a familiar presence and tenses. The investigator confirms the chairman's treasure is hidden in this place. An unseen watcher floats over the cargo bay, scanning for movement. Meanwhile, an analyst announces a jump delay and notes the outsider's growing mass. A nervous officer presents approved clearance, citing no life signs as the visitor waits. The same official realizes emergency procedures skipped normal cargo inspection. Confused staff briefly question the ship's origin, then focus back on containment. A startled elf flinches while a lizard-man commander barks urgent orders. Finally, a panicked aide demands they inspect the cargo bay holding the treasure. A reptilian guard stares, confused by the woman, while another stands behind. The crocodile-headed being scans the group, urgently searching for anyone who can translate. The man with the golden glove grabs the frying pan decisively. The stubborn woman insists on inspecting the cargo bay, refusing to leave despite zombies and mistrust. A suited elf discovers a badly wounded orc-like man in a dark hallway. Meanwhile, the wounded man fights to stay conscious as another urgently checks his condition. Defenders frantically reinforce a glowing barrier as the zombie horde pushes closer. The bespectacled strategist scans the empty area and realizes he is completely alone. The crocodile-headed guard grabs the green-haired elf's head and demands her intentions. The analyst freezes, staring wide-eyed at something shocking just out of frame. Clutching the frying pan, the hero realizes one person can still help while two allies watch. A lone fighter stands amid embers, bracing for the arrival of a crucial ally. Suddenly, red energy orbs burst from his chest, triggering a violent supernatural transformation. An onlooker recoils in shock as embers briefly reveal the sudden transformation. The cornered figure realizes escape is nearly impossible as a looming monster promises capture and torture. The suffering mage shudders in agony, consumed by the painful consequences of forbidden magic. With burning hatred, the vengeful man swears to inflict pain until the very end. The defiant figure taunts the enemy, reminding them of past failures and repeated escapes. In response, the monstrous foe erupts in rage and vows lifelong vengeance. A devastated battlefield stretches out, engulfed in swirling dark energy and fire. Elsewhere, a colossal interdimensional terminal launches multiple ships into the surrounding void. An enigmatic overseer calmly asserts authority while analyzing the glowing control interface. The imposing creature opens a communication channel through the high-tech console. A towering cyclopean clerk apologizes for missing the visitor, who calmly reassures him by the holograms. Finally, the assertive visitor demands the leap codes, citing the council's prior approval. A green-skinned official confirms approval and issues a code. A digital map shows the council, announcing Earth's partial blockade. The leaders warn the newcomer that leaving this sector will be difficult. Meanwhile, the advisor warns leaving now might forbid any return. The speaker casually dismisses these warnings with a wave. The uniformed woman reinforces this, brushing off all concerns. Then a one-eyed alien addresses the human to begin processing. The nearby soldier suddenly stares in confused shock. The observer realizes she is alien and questions her uncomfortable disguise. A green-skinned worker hands a data chip to an ally. A hulking watcher freezes as a lone newcomer enters the chamber. A small clerk explains the chartered ship lacks registration and needs a temporary call sign. The woman quietly asks if someone specific is already chosen. Soon, a red-eyed woman emerges, revealed as his ex-wife. An investigator studies an evidence board linking suspects and documents. The same investigator files a holographic status report to a superior. Calmly, an official reports mercenaries released poison and zombies at the airport. Because of this failure, the mastermind decides to intervene personally. A man in white questions why a warehouse exists on Bukansan. The masked planner concedes the operation failed and prepares the next move. Later, a cautious scout inspects an object and confirms the warehouse theft. Heavy doors labeled B39 open, revealing a hidden room inside. Amid mountain smoke, an onlooker suspects the fire-enabled forced entry. The masked figure stops, realizing the new information changes everything. Meanwhile, a cloaked watcher links the attack to his ally's arrival. Realizing he's a diversion, the fighter clenches his bleeding fist. The masked man clutches his bleeding fist and demands to know who's responsible. A handgun is pressed to the cornered outsider's head. The gunman forces his victim to enter the access code. An elf-eared captive stammers as a weapon presses against her head. The reptilian captor holds a gun to her head, taking control. The crocodile-faced man erupts, shouting furiously at his target. A suited man lies stunned on the floor, struggling to understand. A bowing official explains the royal family always uses an interpreter. Someone studies the control panel, confused by a newly revealed skill. The operator rapidly works the panel, triggering a new sequence. Meanwhile, the elf operator warns him while calmly working the interface. A cornered migrant faces a gun as suspicion of immigration deceit grows. Elsewhere, a strategist analyzes a plan to attack the alchemy company disguised as debt collection. He notes the real goal is boosting gold production, not just hoarding assets. A leader slams a dragon piece down, announcing a plan to seize Earth. However, an anxious advisor warns that Earth and its council will resist her. One reptilian insults an absent rival while another silently watches. A skeptic doubts that dimension would release such an economically vital, treasure-holding captive. Now one ally suspects another of secretly stealing the leader's treasure, risking her immigration plot. A beastly companion raises his head, resolved about his next move. In response, a desperate fighter lunges for the glowing blue object. A hesitant mage finally releases his hidden magic. The mage, overwhelmed by magic, urgently calls for help. Suddenly, golden magic erupts, forcing everyone to move. Someone orders the fiery projectile incident reported to superiors. The man leaps upward, charging into the dark vortex. He channels energy and fires a powerful attack. A fighter fires a huge blast, exploding the ground. Meanwhile, the survivor sprints through flames, dodging danger. Dark energy erupts and engulfs the entire area. A lone person freezes as a colossal vortex engulfs everything. The mage reflects on the heavy cost of his spell. A caster unleashes overwhelming black magic, crushing the opponent. Soon, someone watches helplessly as purple insects multiply uncontrollably. Under swirling purple light, he defiantly challenges his enemies. Then, the lone figure approaches the swirling dark vortex. Flames sweep through the city, destroying buildings everywhere. Amid purple aura, the youth realizes he needs help. Knife in hand, he staggers back as a portal appears. A new portal bursts open, crackling with tense energy. The youth charges through purple energy to intercept the spell. There, a determined caster summons a swirling beam of dark power. The fighter charges through searing energy, willing to sacrifice an arm. Suddenly, the startled youth turns as sinister energy floods the air. An observer looks up to see the sky twist purple. The young man recoils as ominous purple light blinds him. The lone challenger faces a towering shadow creature amid swirling energy. Dark energy intensifies while massive purple sigils stack overhead. Two suited men recoil as huge purple tentacles appear behind. An observer recoils, wondering why unknown entities suddenly appear on Earth. Dark energy surges from a mysterious glowing eye. A prisoner remembers when his confinement first began. He recalls strangers explaining his condition and ordering his next actions. A secret council that oversees dimensions and prisoners is revealed. A glowing artifact releases power as its otherworldly origin is disclosed. A lone fighter confronts the colossal glowing eye of an ancient being. Still, he stands firm before the towering eye amid crackling energy. A wary watcher senses a strange presence and questions the sudden intruders. He kneels amid debris, puzzled that the missing vessel was replaced by a smaller craft. Suddenly, a tentacled monster with a glowing core bursts from the shadows. A glowing eye snaps open, flooding the void with ominous energy. A vortex of darkness erupts and crackles with violent purple energy. Multiple prisoners plunge helplessly into a forbidden abyss with no hope of return. A lone warrior readies for battle, dark energy swirling around his radiant blade. Meanwhile, an observer focuses on a looming black hole, sensing growing danger. A dark vortex engulfs every marked insect while leaving everything else untouched. A skeptic questions opening the dangerous abyss despite the risk of council punishment. A cautious observer studies his opponent and quickly senses an unstable temperament. Then, a hesitant man is suddenly struck by a mysterious energy surge. The young man recoils as dark energy and bright light clash around him. A bystander watches a dragon-like spirit materialize in a flash of energy. A glowing creature clings to his waist, frantically begging for help. The young man freezes, struggling to accept the shocking news about the princess. Finally, a lone fighter hovers in the stormy sky to confront a radiant entity. The young man struggles to contain his rising anger. He glares ahead while a small creature hovers beside him. Suddenly, a colossal portal opens above the abandoned structure, radiating danger. Gunfire erupts as multiple weapons discharge in rapid succession. He freezes as massive tentacles burst from the swirling darkness ahead. Their leader orders the team as they brace before the approaching zombies. Noticing the zombies slowing, a colossal vessel descends toward the turbulent, illuminated waters, casting an intimidating shadow. The massive vessel surges upward as energy crackles, signaling the imminent jump. A towering figure slams a leg wreathed in dark energy onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave. A blinding beam erupts as a lone figure crashes into the ground, leaving the stunned onlookers frozen in disbelief. The crouching agent braces himself as monstrous attackers surge toward him from behind. With unwavering focus, the young man activates a surge of hidden power, his eye glowing fiercely. The relentless fighter unleashes a devastating blast, hurling monstrous foes backward with crackling purple energy. A group of agents rushes forward, cheering in relief as their rescue becomes certain. The desperate figure charges forward through the storm, brandishing a glowing purple dagger while demanding the ship be stopped. The protagonist snaps his head up, startled by an unforeseen disturbance. The resolute figure lifts his knife, ready to strike under the tense, hazy sky. The sudden disappearance of the colossal Endelian shocks everyone at the bustling airport. The young man snaps out of his shock, urgently shifting his attention to the ship. The solitary figure abruptly halts, facing the emptiness ahead with unwavering resolve. The woman in the bodysuit lets out a playful sigh, showing her mild frustration. The uneasy man glares forward, confronting a figure from his past after many years. A confident woman in a sleek suit strides in and greets the room with playful energy. Someone abruptly questions another's unexpected behavior, underscoring the confusion in the moment. The newcomer explains she arrived here by taking the Leap ship. Meanwhile, the watcher recognizes the Leap ship and who wrote it. The nervous youth refocuses, realizing more urgent problems demand attention. A massive ship powers up and slowly lifts off. Someone insists their conversation be postponed until after the crisis. A determined man suddenly charges, catching the wary woman off guard. An angry fighter grabs the other's wrist, stopping their move. A bold girl steps forward, demanding that everyone focus on her. A frustrated man is yanked back by a gloved hand. Suddenly, one person shoves another aside to avoid danger. The young man suddenly turns and sprints away from the woman. A woman's eye flashes red as she unleashes strange power. The lone man braces as a colossal machine emerges from the portal. Then the enraged woman's eye flashes red as she releases power. A determined runner sprints ahead, focusing entirely on reaching the ship. The startled man jerks back, reacting to an unseen threat. Anxious, the young man confronts them, demanding an explanation. One member asks if the towering ship matters more than their group. A determined fighter charges the portal as a rocket ship bursts out. Meanwhile, sparks fly as the huge generator surges unstable energy. A nervous onlooker stammers in disbelief at everything unfolding. Startled, the man looks up and finally notices a tentacle overhead. A worried observer senses an unknown presence emanating from the ship. A commanding woman confronts her opponent, glowing eyes and shadows reinforcing her threat. Finally, a swarm of glowing insects surges forward, overwhelming everything. A dark vortex erupts, spreading destructive energy across the area. The watcher recoils after seeing an unexpected presence inside the black hole. A stunned onlooker stares at a crackling ground rift as dark energy erupts. An automated voice starts the final countdown as passengers ready for takeoff. The reptilian crew and their human ally watch the countdown drop in the command room. One reptilian officer stands silently, tracking each second of the countdown. He resolves that completing this mission will finally free Shu Tan. A lone planner proposes designating Earth as a peripheral asylum dimension. In the dark, a lone listener hears a shadowy presence issue a harsh demand. A gruff advisor reluctantly decides to seek the council's help. Soon after, an envoy petitions the council to support their dimension against rivals. A reptilian negotiator leans forward and demands to know the price. A red-eyed shadow steps out and calmly claims the deal is simple. A lone visitor is ordered by a powerful presence to keep returning to Earth. A shadowy broker suggests using a leap ship to secretly transport the listener's cargo. A disembodied voice declares that a new journey is beginning. Inside the high-tech craft, 2 agents brace themselves as the mission countdown starts. Elsewhere, a stern superior urgently demands to know the missing agent's location. A crocodile-headed officer glares at the screens, displeased with the reported score. A desperate operator frantically calls for help through the glowing interface. Several people tumble through a chaotic red void as one of them screams. A shocked witness staggers back, unable to comprehend the sudden chaos. A huge generator surges with power as its lights flare brighter. Then a surge opens a portal, and a futuristic weapon drops onto the runway. Finally, a lone entity unleashes dark tendrils that spread across the empty expanse. The woman collapses, overwhelmed and hiding her face. Meanwhile, the woman confronts her ally about prioritizing the ship. He recoils as a shadowy enemy suddenly appears overhead. Then, the wary onlooker freezes when writhing tentacles appear overhead. He hovers before a colossal glowing eye, bracing himself. She looks back through snow, realizing the stranger's true identity. Now, the woman states she regained her body and memories. A suited visitor with black tendrils arrives to confront someone. She declares her original form, revealing herself with determination. Suddenly, the main reactor overloads, crackling with unstable energy. A massive ship hurtles forward as its sparking shield triggers an ambush. Monsters smash through the red barrier, launching their attack. Above, a suited watcher stares at the strange pod overhead. The young man sprints forward, desperately trying to stop the disaster. The possessed woman reels as a dark tendril slashes her face. Soon, a colossal mass slams down, shaking the entire area. A massive orc bursts through rubble, roaring in rage. She reaches up as red energy and dark tendrils erupt out. In response, she unleashes telekinetic energy, flinging crates and people upward. The glowing-eyed woman insists the ship is secure despite her ominous tendrils. Later, a defiant ally steps forward and demands an explanation. The observer leans in, confronting the other with sharp questions. The lone survivor quietly considers the unexpected mercy just shown. Privately, someone doubts and questions a familiar figure's motives. The young man waits outside, preparing to face the coming problem. Amid the wreckage, an onlooker notices a determined woman. 2 enemies overpower the airborne outcast from above. Suddenly, the young woman is flung upward through red cubes. Stunned, the girl looks up in shock and fear. Hanging above, the captive woman sees allies arriving below. Meanwhile, a red-eyed attacker corners a man about the reckless elf. The man lunges forward to stop the woman's false accusation. The woman steps forward, insisting she is harmless and wants to explain. The watcher leans closer, carefully studying the other's face. Defiantly, the horned fighter faces the colossal red eye's power. A woman screams while red energy engulfs her face. A young man turns, sensing a surge of dangerous energy. An onlooker urgently points toward the accused woman. Then, the woman fires dark red energy as a warning. The man snaps his fingers, releasing a sudden burst of power. The fighter throws his golden-armed opponent high into the air. A wary spectator narrows her eyes, questioning the stranger's origin. However, the armored one winces as a massive hand challenges his claim. A silver-haired foe approaches their target, shadowy tendrils rising behind. An enraged woman accuses her opponent of betrayal amid crackling dark energy. A hurt woman confronts her companion about breaking a promise. Soon, an enraged fighter hurls the lizard intruder as 2 watch. The young man looks down and firmly insists he is truthful. Weapon raised, the man reminds his towering foe of their marriage oath. Finally, the woman in black recoils, reminding her counterpart their bond is broken. He prepares to speak to the otherworldly princess before confronting his foe. Then the accuser claims the other robbed the Elder Dragon's warehouse. The young fighter brandishes his weapon and announces he will arrest the enemy. The reptilian warns that this dimension remains under their faction's control. The reptilian issues a sharp warning that outsiders are not welcome here. The council trades advanced techniques and medicines in exchange for accepting their immigrants. Someone quietly regrets agreeing to accept those immigrants. Soon the newcomers united, turned on them, and devastated the land around the orb. The narrator says the invaders forced them to lay huge eggs daily instead of monthly. Many women killed themselves to escape the pain of daily egg production. A survivor explains the invaders separated men and women after each fertile egg to control births. He reveals their bird-like people are now infertile, despite producing countless golden eggs. A green-skinned elder lifts a book, saying their people were once different. The reptilian angrily protests how their former freedoms have been stolen. Elsewhere, a colossal gateway appears, towering over the empty land. A massive clawed foot slams down, announcing the arrival of a new threat. Bound prisoners are marched toward the gate under heavy guard. A defeated orc stands aside, thinking about the future he lost. Despite his toughness, the orc quietly cries while watching the captives pass. The lone captive pauses at the gate, silently longing for his mother. He turns to the glowing portal, bracing himself to enter it. Meanwhile, a woman stares up at the stars, thinking about what is coming. A solitary watcher finally calls out, breaking the night's silence. After a pause, the newcomer approaches, apologizes, and is calmly reassured. The two stand facing each other in tense silence. The woman hesitates under the stars and admits regret. The young man freezes, struggling to process her apology. She explains she acted impulsively, leaving him wondering if she reads minds. Meanwhile, the leader watches paramedics treat the unconscious elf in the underground garage. A remorseful visitor leaves an envelope and gift box beside her. Outside, an observer quietly wonders what triggered the other's recent change. The onlooker realizes the person before her is the Endelian assassin. Under the red glow, she questions why her life was spared. A cautious youth demands the reason for their sudden arrival on Earth. The young woman falls silent, lost in thought under the stars. On the rooftop, one begins revealing 3 motives as the other listens. Finally, the young woman confesses her feelings under the night sky. A strategist secretly prepares a technique, forming a focused hand gesture. Later, a remorseful figure offers an apology under the dark sky. A remorseful woman admits she once tried to kill her longtime partner. She stands over his bloody body, believing only death could finally free him. Now, the woman faces the man and expresses deep regret. The young man stands alone, shouting into the darkness for a response. Under the stars, a remorseful figure proposes making amends, surprising the wary listener. The visitor reveals her last reason for coming here. Suddenly, a crackling portal opens on the tarmac, signaling a pivotal event. Night falls over a deserted bookstore with its windows completely dark. Fingers race across a keyboard as someone types urgently in the dark. A lone worker continues at the computer, lit only by the cold screen. An outsider receives classified information about a special council mission. A quest window assigns collecting extinct DNA samples for a large reward. The woman discloses her unusual lineage to the man. Hidden data archives are hacked, exposing forbidden council secrets. Someone studies the interface, seeking data to fix past mistakes. An investigator quietly analyzes confidential files on the screen. A single name is spoken into the silent night. The lone watcher demands to know the other's true identity. Suddenly, the rooftop observer hears an unfamiliar voice from the dark. He agrees to the request and prepares to break the seal. With the system restored, their leader orders everyone else to escape. A nervous worker bows as she receives urgent instructions. A lone traveler walks steadily toward the glowing portal. Then the traveler turns from the stars, ready to depart. In the dark, a calm interrogator confronts a restrained woman. Under the stars, a young man quietly faces the woman. The man and woman stand in silence, warily watching each other. Alone in a blue realm, someone silently says goodbye. A massive portal erupts, firing blue energy into the sky. Beside a somber portrait, someone states that death is inevitable. At sunset, a tall office tower stands over the city. One man criticizes the monthly survival tax while another silently watches the city. The seated superior leans back and asks a sharp question. Afterward, the thoughtful man accepts this truth while viewing the glowing city. The young man leans back, defending his actions as the other leaves. Impatient now, the young man demands payment while flipping through checks. A check for 300,000 talents is offered. Someone silently watches the city from the edge. A confused man struggles to pronounce an unfamiliar name. A nervous onlooker tenses, clearly growing more uneasy. A speaker promises proper compensation for the upcoming mission. However, the presenter falters as the listener questions the crucial plan. An official angrily refuses to authorize such a huge payment. Suddenly, someone bursts in holding an important-looking envelope. A hesitant ally reaches for the check, signaling reluctant agreement. The silver-haired youth questions the other yet firmly repeats his promise. A man explains heavy taxes complicate payments between civilians and executors. Then, he realizes the required taxes would multiply the payment amount tenfold. An assertive negotiator presents a document, forcing the officer to face evidence. After the terminal incident, he receives 200,000 talents as reward. The negotiator cites his past reward and questions the new blank check demand. Meanwhile, the negotiator stalls nervously when pressured to demand even more money. An accuser grabs his collar, accusing him of profiting from council-bound treasure. A shocked youth leans in, suddenly recognizing the newcomer. A thug grabs the blonde man, demanding immediate payment and extra fees. Outside, a janitor casually sweeps the entrance at sunset. Hot water pours into a cup, dissolving instant coffee. The young man spins around as a blue magical flame appears. An impatient superior leans in and demands a status update. A visitor stops before a glowing dragon emblem and surrounding digital panels. Finally, a man hears his 3 million talent loan request has been rejected. A man drinks as a holographic call notification appears. Someone tries paying by gold card, but the council requires talent. The council uses technology fees to attract talented people worldwide. Thus, the rulers force borrowed abilities and pile on interest. A young man stands in the kitchen, questioning his situation. An official slams his desk, protesting an outrageous holographic tax demand. Meanwhile, a man complains over his drink as a call appears. Armed soldiers burst in, and the young man sarcastically confronts them. A captive surrounded by soldiers jokes about relentless tax enforcers. A nervous creature recoils while hearing a dragon's brutal fate. A panicked advisor clutches his phone, denying illegal tax dealings. The young man listens as the next phase is explained. After a pause, someone sets down a cup, awaiting the council's announcement. The strategist accepts his advisor's plan to get paid directly by the council. The protagonist considers accepting help for a special assignment. A blonde man confers with an ally while operating a holographic display. However, the clerk rejects the offer and demands direct transfer to his account. The man remains alone at the desk, silently thinking. Water dripping into the sink marks the passing silence. A focused worker types rapidly, entering crucial data into the computer. The young man reviews his recent profits and feels confident about future gains. Late at night, he keeps working toward his discharge. He admits his discharge will take longer than expected. A composed newcomer steps forward as his name is announced. Then the observer narrows his eyes, sensing a critical change. A lone worker rapidly answers urgent notifications on his computer. Meanwhile, condolence messages arrive, reacting to news of a recent death. An anonymous warning suddenly appears on the screen, urging caution. The young man sits worried, thinking about keeping his loved ones safe. Then the worker clicks the mouse, initiating an important system process. He freezes in his chair as something unexpected appears on screen. Suddenly, a glowing council message pops up on the interface. An alert follows, announcing an unexpected tax inspection. A red warning screen declares an official tax investigation against him. The man jolts in shock at the tax investigation news. In disbelief, he anxiously asks why this misfortune is happening. A strict notice warns that any delay or non-cooperation will be punished. A termination protocol activates as red emergency alerts flood the system. The anxious man scans the warnings, trying to understand the attacker's goal. Another warning flashes, announcing a sudden tax audit. The worker stiffens as he receives the sudden audit notification. Now he questions why rules changed after centuries, fearing he caused it. A sudden realization strikes him, widening his eyes. Elsewhere, two figures stand in light, recalling a past moment of aid. The office worker sits alone, wondering if his actions violated tax laws. A wary woman grows suspicious, doubting the real motive behind the help. Meanwhile, he hesitates to seek help, fearing the council monitors the network. Despite fear, he grips his phone, preparing to call. Slumped in his chair, he broods over waiting for his ex-wife's call. Finally, he clutches his flip phone tightly as unexpected news arrives. Meanwhile, the young man answers an urgent phone call. In an office, he hesitantly answers the agent. A messenger delivers the princess's summons to the worker. An analyst studies a file on the leader's weaknesses. The man explains that the woman is extra-dimensional royalty. An older witness silently recalls the torture he saw. That night, he urgently asks for news on the princess. After days of silence, the suspect agrees to confess publicly. A strategist reports the situation is more urgent than expected. Soon, a reserved official is ordered to transfer the case and extradite. Several treaties between the council and Earth are shown. Alone, a caller explains the council will soon take over. Privately, the strategist expects the council to hide findings and secure the princess. He warns that freeing the captive uninformed could endanger their world again. A tense subordinate flinches as new urgent orders hit him. A silent listener receives a desperate plea through his earpiece. Resolute, the young man accepts the mission for tomorrow. Later, the evergreen bookstore stands open under a clear sky. The owner greets an anxious employee sweeping outside the store. A strategist walks, annoyed by the new obstacle caused by the crocodile. A young man walks a quiet street, pondering what awaits. Meanwhile, he prepares to call a contact about improving their system. The protagonist's eyes widen at something unexpected nearby. Suddenly, an agent startles as a glowing interface displays an urgent message. A passerby notices another person leaving down the quiet street. A determined figure steps onto the field, breaking the silence. Meanwhile, one person runs through grass while another quietly watches. The lone figure approaches the metal container, preparing to open it. Then the newcomer stops as a blue system notification appears. A notice announces tax audit changes, and the observer reacts cynically. A wary figure grips the doorknob, expecting an ambush. The irritated man opens the door and enters the blue shed. The resolute visitor walks across the grid toward the seated man. The young man in a suit greets the newcomer calmly. The suited man sits, reflecting on his long time on Earth. Someone strides in, footsteps echoing on the bright floor. The suited figure confidently extends a hand for a handshake. The suited investigator steps forward, declaring his authority over the tax audit. Next, the negotiator extends a hand, urging the other party to cooperate. One man reluctantly accepts the other's terms, their handshake sealing an alliance. In a holographic chamber, both men seal their alliance with a handshake. The man behind the desk gestures to a chair, inviting his wary guest to sit. One man calmly acknowledges recent developments, while the other listens. The suited figure sits and signals for the meeting to begin. The protagonist agrees to continue, demanding the task be finished quickly. The man explains he delayed appointments because his schedule changed. The confident man responds with a relaxed half-smile. The determined figure snaps his fingers, summoning glowing blue screens. Then the composed man in the suit takes control of the discussion. A figure channels red energy, forming a dark core in midair. The suited man points at a red graph showing a spike in talentum. Meanwhile, another observer watches the red graph spike, indicating a sudden power surge. The imposing man demands an explanation for the sudden spike. The overseer tells him his talentum balance has greatly increased. The determined official again demands an explanation in front of the glowing graph. The serious man prepares to reveal crucial information. The immigration officer recalls recent major incidents in Korea and the compensation given for handling them. Consequently, the investigator discovers immigration services profit through commissions from private enterprises. A digital dossier shows the enterprise's leader is a dragon long connected to the recipient. The interrogator presses the subject for details about potential favoritism or misconduct. Meanwhile, a wary traveler approaches a secluded cabin hidden among the autumn trees. Heavy boots thud on the forest floor as the person advances. The lone figure stops at the clearing's edge, surveying the surroundings. Back at headquarters, the confident official insists he was assigned tasks solely for his proven competence. The suited analyst pauses, absorbing new information from the digital screens. The interrogator ends today's session but notes they may contact him again. Later, the solitary onlooker resents others' troublesome actions while staring at the sunset. His eyes narrow as he criticizes others for obsessing over trivial issues. One person hides her intentions, while the other sees their real concern remains unnoticed. Finally, the frustrated man leaves the park, deciding to quit before wasting more time. At sunset, a quiet city street reveals the evergreen bookstore below glowing skies. A talking frying pan eagerly offers help with cooking a new dish. Inside, the woman scans the kitchen, considering dishes that would suit her guest. A withdrawn man sits at his desk as a worried woman watches his lingering grief. The woman in the kitchen discusses someone's food preferences while deciding what to cook. She admits she is bad at cooking fish as one suddenly jumps. She recoils when someone unexpectedly reveals they know about her hidden powers. A talking pen claims it can identify anyone's powers through touch. The shy woman explains she hides her abilities from others. The young woman skeptically inspects the pan and questions its strange ability. Then she steps to the counter and decides to begin cooking. The instructor takes the pan and starts the lesson by preheating it. The heated pan demands maximum flame as the fire roars beneath it. A shocked onlooker freezes in place, overwhelmed by what just happened. Soon after, a newcomer enters and is stunned by the lavish feast. The group gathers at the table to eat the meal their companion cooked. A young man jerks upright while the woman behind him freezes at the shocking news. An orc tastes the food and enthusiastically praises it to his superior. Another diner compliments the dish, but the wary cook suspects the group is mocking him. The young man stares at the frying pan, startled by how important it suddenly seems. An eager companion offers grilled sirloin with chopsticks, urging his friend to taste it. The uneasy young man hesitates as the offered meat hovers before him. A withdrawn man sits with his head down while one ally consoles him and another watches. Eventually, the young man looks up crying, overwhelmed by the unbelievable situation. He glances sideways, still brooding over the frying pan's significance. An opportunist eyes the rare pan and considers reselling it for profit. An office worker calculates how each paycheck brings him closer to financial independence. During dinner, one man suddenly remembers something important. Later, a guest casually asks to borrow a pan as they sit together. A cheerful ally urges the brooding man to use the valuable item rather than sell it. The pensive man recalls acquiring the crucial item during his previous assignment. As glowing blue screens illuminate the room, the anxious figure braces for backlash while a menacing presence looms behind him. On the sunlit city street, one cautious figure advises another to handle a valuable item carefully, considering whether to sell it in the future. The following morning, the towering Jenkinson building stands prominently beneath a clear sky. The lone observer carefully scans the industrial elevator shaft from the upper balcony, alert for any movement below. The lone figure arrives as agreed and activates a noise-canceling barrier, ensuring privacy in the tense corridor. The commanding figure locks eyes with the other and firmly demands a confession. The orc in the orange jumpsuit quietly reveals the name of a princess while seated in the dimly lit room. A determined interrogator orders the captive in the containment cell to start by revealing the broker who assigned the job. The wary figure questions the legitimacy of a political promise made to free the captives, suspecting it to be a scam. The beastly figure snaps to attention, bracing for a possible threat. The prisoner in the orange jumpsuit reveals to the wary visitor that the real deception targeted the princess. A towering, monstrous figure with a glowing purple eye looms, hinting that only an ancient delegate could wield such authority within the council. The cautious orc insists the deal is legitimate because the broker belonged to an ancient species, then suddenly reacts in shock. The ancient delegate asserts his unique power to sway the council. The anxious figure leans forward, urgently seeking confirmation about the disturbing news. Behind the prison glass, the detained orc insists on his honesty while the stern visitor scrutinizes his claim. A lone reptilian figure stands defensively under a harsh light, confronted by two ominous eyes emerging from the surrounding darkness. The intimidating figure glares ahead, delivering a grim confirmation witnessed firsthand. Across thick containment glass, the imprisoned orc confirms to the interrogator that he personally witnessed the ancient species. The cautious figure looks up with concern, urgently asking which species was involved. The observer watches as a terrifying, crocodile-headed entity is summoned from the shadows. The cautious man reveals he trusted the plan solely because the broker belonged to an ancient species. The young man suspects that the same people may have been responsible for the warehouse incident. The guarded informant, dressed in an orange uniform, confesses uncertainty about the contents of the cargo. Shipping containers are loaded into the ship's cargo bay. Meanwhile, the regretful ally admits their first rescue attempt failed. The protagonist quietly gauges how much more he can endure. Later, the investigator demands details about the next robbery plan. The thinker wonders if the royal was merely exploited. The prisoner stops talking, deciding further questions are useless. The interrogator abruptly ends the session and heads for the door. The visitor turns away as the man behind glass finishes. Elsewhere, a lone man walks down a corridor into the facility. The captive reptilian sits silent in the room, refusing to answer. Suddenly, everyone realizes a looming threat as the massive building appears. The guarded guest admits knowing nothing, frustrating the interrogator across the table. A worried informant warns about a dangerous group while another quietly listens. The blond man stiffens, stunned by the unexpected information. The angry man on the sofa demands his missing payment explained. The nervous worker begs for more time to finish everything. The man leans back and proposes a bold way to repay. Instead, one man panics about selling a dragon while the other suggests labor. The startled youth repeats the word, struggling to understand. The blond man sweats over the document's shocking contents. The investigator studies it, imagining testing every goblin's DNA worldwide. The visitor answers from the couch while the official silently reads. Meanwhile, the outcasts under the overpass endure poverty without basic care. The suited official slams the desk, outraged by the extreme demand. The man in the office admits the situation is difficult and turns away. The man refuses responsibility and stands, leaving the other person shocked. He opens the door and demands the other either pay or work. An official jolts up as a sudden crash echoes through the room. A man quietly surveys the room, assessing his surroundings. A figure reveals secret data about the ancient origins of demonic goblin blood. Eventually, a cosmic DNA strand reaches Earth, starting the goblin descendant bloodline. A composed woman approaches a wary man in the dim room. The protagonist reads a holographic quest demanding DNA from extinct species and feels overwhelmed. Then, a determined agent walks past an attendant who shouts for him to stop. An alert man questions a nervous woman in reception as a tense discussion starts. The elf demands an explanation for requesting contact with the tentacled individual. A patient in bed remembers the gift and letter from a troubling encounter. When the gift is opened, sudden magic erupts and shocks the young woman. A man demonstrates magic by coiling glowing energy around his finger. A worried woman fears an attached object she cannot remove. Meanwhile, an elf-like woman agrees to look up the requested contact information. A serious man is asked about his attempt to make amends. A terrified woman grabs the glowing artifact and runs away from the window. A stunned observer watches as a calm woman reveals a huge pile of treasure. Now, an uneasy figure walks down an empty corridor, burdened by recent decisions. A strategist learns the profile's high value will trigger a council tax investigation. A beastly observer explains that meeting the princess pushed the stranger past his limits. After evaluation, an analyst confirms the subject still lacks memories of his identity. A shadowy watcher studies the target's profile, considering consequences if past memories never return. Finally, a cautious researcher questions deploying the convict while an unusual ally hesitates. The avian scientist downplays his importance in the discussion. The red-eyed agent reviews the file, stating he obeys only superiors. The informant briefly explains the entity's survival tax and huge exit fee. Meanwhile, a lone fighter learns the shadow is black magic's origin. The observer realizes the enormous fee is from magic's original creator. A reptilian analyst reviews the file, insisting invention alone is legal. A lone survivor confronts a monster wanted for an immense bounty. A nervous strategist reviews enemy data, realizing their chances are poor. A schemer eyes the console, tempted by 5 million talents. A dominant warrior stands over 2 defeated enemies, controlling the battlefield. A digital dossier profiles the subject while an unseen voice questions curing evil. A sinister reviewer studies the profile, remembering the re-education program's scandals. A researcher explains a memory-sealing invention and disputes over its applications. The group deployed a method to eliminate dangerous targets across dimensions. A scientist in a lab observes a creature analyzing holographic profiles. Eventually, the group dumped irredeemable criminals into the abyss. Starved prisoners are worked to collapse, then discarded as useless. An accused captive awaits judgment as a massive tentacle descends. A corrupted speaker vows to execute any offender who regains memories and relapses. A monstrous critic challenges the scientist's logic amid flickering holograms. After long debate, the parties reluctantly agree to proceed with the system. A uniformed official explains how the re-education through labor system was created. However, an observer admits the carefully designed system still has serious flaws. A watcher reviews the screens, warning the entity's release confirms their worst fears. Finally, the red-eyed commander orders a nervous aide to execute a secret mission. A digital dossier appears on screen under a watching red eye. The superior, facing away, orders continued surveillance on Asif 666. A desperate woman lunges forward, begging for something essential back. A distraught man yells that he can't eat normal food. During their standoff, Both admit dependence while one brandishes a pan. Two opponents fight in the kitchen as another watches news of unrest. Then the man on the sofa turns as a warning notification appears. The couch sitter is interrupted by shouted demands and a hovering digital emblem. At a desk, the assistant quickly replies to a critical holographic message. The young man hesitates, eyeing the glowing dragon emblem before speaking. He acknowledges the holographic message and prepares to head out. Two people struggle over an item as a newcomer quietly enters. Suddenly, the serious youth shouts for his companion's full attention. An anxious orc vows to seal the troublesome pan and leave. The apartment door slams open, sharply raising the room's tension. Meanwhile, a determined figure walks away as someone above begs him to stop. An expert states goblin DNA research will need medical collaboration. The advisor notes persuading medicine is hard, and the planner suspects a woman's influence. He weighs confronting a dragon controlling finance and healthcare. However, the irritated youth rejects the excuse and demands a real explanation. The young man admits his plans failed against medical sector control. The lone strategist realizes his covert moves are exposed and grows worried. The cautious man insists on hearing the unexpected message his ally received. He confesses increasing curiosity about goblins after their recent discussion. Finally, the dark-haired interrogator leans in, pressing about forbidden territory. The investigator learns he must accept a woman's request for goblin case help. The rival admits working with his competitor will make the mission easier. The youth glares up and demands to know the other's intentions. The observer analyzes the situation while staying out of their feud. The man heads to the office tower for the planned meeting. Meanwhile, a limousine speeds down the highway toward the same destination. Inside, the investigator asks why this job needs multiple people. The pair quietly discuss how difficult the discreet assignment will be. The passenger resigns himself to depending on the mysterious woman's help. The young man changes the topic to another person involved. The suited man nervously checks his mouth after being questioned about eating. The wary rider accuses his companion of smelling bloody and being dangerous. He reminds him they must avoid meat and survive only on mana. The man in the suit tries to conceal his stress-eating habit. The nervous passenger stammers, unable to give a clear answer. Soon, the driver announces their arrival at the destination. The assertive man ends the discussion as they move to enter the limousine. A corporate skyscraper looms ahead as their meeting place. Inside, a grand lobby features a prominent sign with Chinese characters. The two guests sit in strained silence, each privately thinking. Suddenly, one man tenses and signals that the awaited guest has arrived. A cautious newcomer slowly opens the door and steps inside. Then, a green-skinned guest rushes in energetically to join them. An elderly hostess welcomes the two young visitors into the living room. Finally, the ancient dragon affectionately greets her younger brother. The traveler stares at the city, complaining about her situation. Meanwhile, the woman evaluates the land's people and resources. The observer remembers a terrifying battle between dragons for dominance. Afterward, she mentions the Sichuan incident, while her companion listens. A magical blast hits nuclear storage, devastating the entire city. A massive explosion follows, obliterating everything for hundreds of kilometers. The woman presses the older man, insisting he knows what happened. Meanwhile, a sentient radioactive storm forms above the ruined city. The supernatural storm advances, trying to expand across China. Eventually, the dragons end the conflict by raising a protective barrier. The speaker notes many dragons died, including a young elder. A lone man asks for help leaving his homeland. An authority figure grants him permission to relocate to Korea. Then the silver-haired negotiator states his terms beside the silent woman. The authority calmly presents two strict conditions across the desk. The enigmatic ally leans forward and swears a binding oath. An elder greets the younger pair while another silently watches. The elderly orc woman briefly mentions her brother during discussion. A blunt guest criticizes the seated man's appearance, increasing the room's tension. The elder questions keeping a youthful human form despite their real age. However, the blond man mocks his companion's youthful look, provoking restraint. The well-dressed speaker says his appearance helps other species approach him. The traditionalist scoffs at treating subordinates as equals. The refined man retorts, mocking the other's contempt for non-dragons. Finally, a sharp-eyed figure asks a pointed question, heightening the confrontation. The observer outlines goblin polymorph findings and ongoing secret surveillance. Then the man redirects the conversation to a pressing issue. The negotiator stresses their shared goal as everyone refocuses. An elder addresses the agent's questions about goblins. Meanwhile, a wary observer gauges how much the woman understands. The elder snaps their fingers to initiate decisive action. Two suited visitors enter the room with guarded caution. The elderly orc declares the formal start of the meeting. A suited man questions personally funding a clinic for city outcasts. Next, the orc elder announces a relief project for the poor. In a crowded ward, the director orchestrates urgent treatment for mixed orc patients. On the couch, a man anxiously questions the proposal's sudden scale. In response, the elder defends these plans as for the greater good. A cautious listener hears how goblins spread diseases to orcs and humans. Therefore, the analyst warns that unregulated goblin welfare poses a serious threat. The elder firmly vows to tackle this escalating social problem. The speaker condemns predatory insurance costs for worsening healthcare access for the poor. Suddenly, a tablet is thrust forward, questioning the agent's motives with a goblin article. The elder pointedly lets the agent choose whether to join hands. A schemer explains goblin DNA is easily collected during per patient's vaccinations. A wary negotiator weighs the offer, doubting how informed the other side is. Afterward, the speaker decides to seek help from a powerful ally. The elder calmly instructs the visitor to state their request. Suspicion lingers as an ominous institutional building looms in view. Inside, two men discuss a suspicious recent request over scattered documents. News reports a robbery at the main bank branch. The strategist doubts any plan to rob the heavily guarded bank. Anxious, the elder hesitates to ask authorities for help. Meanwhile, a skeptic asks why authorities were avoided, suspecting something beyond money was stolen. The calm speaker gives a vague answer while one guest questions and another watches. Shocked, a man learns the stolen item is the physical talent article. The protagonist realizes how important the physical talent article truly is. They warn that mishandling stored talent can be disastrous as unstable energy erupts. Instead, a device transfers a token by light beams as pure data. His orc ally confirms the council delivered it and claims full ownership. An elder explains the process was intentionally costly and inconvenient to discourage him. He reels back in disbelief at the enormous fee amount. The young man questions why the other bothered retrieving and keeping the physical item. The green-skinned ally hesitates, about to reveal his true motive. Meanwhile, the nervous youth wonders if they expect the council to collapse. A skeptical investigator insists the woman is hiding critical parts of her story. Determined, the young man tells his companion they must clarify something first. A focus reviewer studies the Goblin Welfare Project and its new relief implications. Cautiously, he checks the document to see whether it is genuine. Then one man demands proof of authenticity while the other watches nervously. A presenter outlines a large-scale welfare report, stressing its national government backing. The young investigator scans the tablet, preparing to identify implicated companies and individuals. Across the table, he explains he can only pursue a few main suspects. Finally, a curious researcher looks up the country's richest orc leader on the tablet. A dossier shows the orc leader owns most target clinics. There, an analyst explains the land lease shows the property's intended use. A determined ally proposes interrogating their next target. However, a wary user hesitates at the sudden offer to leave Earth. A desk worker learns someone has been missing for weeks. A colleague questions the workaholic's absence, and another explains he is on sabbatical. The young man ends the call, silently absorbing the new information. Meanwhile, one man voices suspicion about the other's conveniently timed absence. A strategist anxiously considers the consequences of provoking the enemy. An onlooker realizes the bloodied victim was meant to die secretly. A tense man silently weighs the threat from a dangerous psychopath. Nervously, a speaker reveals that one dragon among them is unstable. A woman coolly observes identical men, implying her link to their disappearances. An agitated official slams the table, insisting something even more frightening remains hidden. Nearby, a fallen beast's jaws on wet ground mark a past tragedy. A lone figure stands atop a giant beast's head amid lightning. A stunned guest hears she killed her aging husband for failing her standards. An uneasy investigator doubts the woman's innocence, since dragons involved with her keep vanishing. Meanwhile, a wary observer suspects she could easily eliminate any opponent. A resolute ally accepts the request, alarming his already uneasy companion. Two colleagues worry about getting information now that their usual source is gone. The young man suggests investigating the story while fulfilling her request. A stern leader delegates handling the situation to another subordinate. A blonde planner says they proceed with getting DNA if suspicions prove false. Finally, a determined man decides to contact an important ally for help. A lone man approaches the bank entrance with purpose. After a moment, he steps inside the building. He stops in the lobby when someone calls. An elf attendant hurries over and greets him. The banker hands him a document, urgently requesting protection. The visitor refuses and demands to meet a superior. The clerk explains the bank chief died recently. As a result, he realizes he is now acting chief. The acting chief orders staff to review the lobby's CCTV footage. Then, the screens display a bright but empty security hallway. Other cameras reveal vaults filled with glowing security cubes. The young banker recognizes one cube as the physical talent article. He stares at the legendary artifact glowing inside its containment. He notes swirling golden orbs representing countless merge transactions. The technician plays the incident recording as his companion watches. Suddenly, a radiant magic formation activates in the surveillance chamber. A glowing barrier appears around it while the cameras keep recording. One watcher freezes in shock as his nervous coworker looks on. The observer recalls the moment when all talents in the world vanished. Meanwhile, a woman is engulfed by magic water entering the netherworld. An advisor warns the artifact will be lost if it crosses over. The panicked operator recoils from the console as his superior watches calmly. The technician realizes a critical storage error has just occurred. Their leader silently studies the situation in the control room. Finally, one man prepares to escort another to inspect the vault. Massive vault door opens, revealing the secured inner chamber. Two guards verify the hatch remains tightly sealed inside. Meanwhile, the strategist evaluates layered magical and physical barriers ahead. The watcher notes the magic circle blocks any approaching spirit. However, the advisor questions the problem as the newcomer insists they investigate together. The analyst argues vanished talents must leave traces, unsettling his companion. The determined man strengthens his resolve to continue. Then the investigator searches for glowing traces while his partner waits. The onlooker snaps his head up, sensing an unknown disturbance. The pair scour the metal room but uncover no evidence. A lingering suspicion of supernatural involvement fills the empty room. The investigator inspects the fortified door for magic but detects nothing. Next, one man questions the loss while the other investigates outside. Birds fly past a tall office building in the city. A lone worker walks the glass corridor, sensing something wrong. Startled, he raises a defensive hand toward the city view. However, the investigator confirms no magical intrusion has occurred here. He studies the hallway, dismissing storage errors as the cause. Meanwhile, a lone figure stands at the window, unaware of hidden watchers. The young man examines a strange red orb above his hand. Suddenly, he thrusts his bloody hand, unleashing red energy. A bird erupts with red energy and screams. The youth braces as an impact shakes the ground and smoke billows. Soon, a young woman crashes down amid black feathers and dust. An observer watches the wounded shapeshifter while gripping a curved blade. A wary fighter grips a glowing dagger, demanding the hidden presence explain itself. The injured woman lies pinned and shouts back defiantly. Meanwhile, she glares up from the ground and shouts at her attacker. A nearby observer coldly judges the injured woman for her reckless mistake. Later, a student crosses the courtyard, puzzling over a mysterious group's motives. A suspicious man corners her with a knife, accusing her of being a thief. The defiant woman argues their thefts reclaim power stolen by dragons. At the bank, a wary youth demands why a red star is there. An enraged man berates a cowering woman for supporting a stagnant society. Before the crowd, a protester claims they help dragons exploit the poor. A furious woman accuses her foe of secretly profiting from dragon protection. A thoughtful man realizes capitalism lets dragons systematically oppress the workers. A determined youth questions the risky plan to overthrow the dragons. After some hesitation, the woman accepts, and the calm man proceeds with the plan. A man, eyeing the blood-stained floor, insists they continue the discussion privately. Suddenly, red tendrils restrain a terrified woman struggling to break free. A burst of teleportation light engulfs the startled man unexpectedly. A wounded fighter crashes down, barely moving through overwhelming pain. Meanwhile, a brutish man convulses as he transforms, releasing chaotic energy. A quick outsider dives aside as the transformed brute detonates in a magical explosion. A terrified person screams for help, completely overcome by panic. The lone survivor leaps away as a huge blast engulfs the ground. In the ruined room, he realizes someone elsewhere now desperately needs rescuing. A wary investigator grips a knife, realizing the enemy didn't die by self-destruction. Finally, an analyst studies swirling energy, suspecting a superior planted evidence to frame an ally. The observer narrows his gaze, silently questioning what the red stars are concealing. The quick-witted newcomer surges ahead to investigate the explosion as agents scramble behind him. A solitary figure stands in the rain, silently recalling the brutal fate that befell another. The menacing figure warns that her soul will soon transform, as purple energy creeps across the floor, and the others brace for what comes next. Bathed in ominous red light, the man radiates a surge of dangerous power. A nervous subordinate hesitates as a lone man faces a group of approaching agents in the open plaza, signaling the start of a tense confrontation. A swirling purple energy gathers in the forest as the group panics over an imminent specter's arrival. A monstrous figure crashes down from above, overwhelming the lone bystander with terrifying force. As a burst of sinister energy erupts upward, the young man shouts for the group to extract information from the specter. The young man lunges at the swirling specter, determined to overpower it and uncover its memories. The lone warrior channels a massive, rune-covered energy sphere, preparing to unleash a devastating magical attack. A tense vision flashes before the observer, revealing a red-haired figure and the Changcheon Bank as potential clues. The observer evaluates the woman's position as she stands tensely behind the desk. The youth's eyes flare blue as a shadowy aura bursts to life around him. Several startled agents stare upward as a mysterious figure hovers above them, radiating power. The suspicious observer questions how the woman knew about the recent bank robbery as a chained, glowing orb hovers ominously overhead. The investigator realizes the information is still hidden from the authorities, prompting a crucial deduction. The trapped entity recoils in terror upon realizing the enemy's involvement. The young man releases the glowing sphere into the cloudy sky, accepting that he can no longer restrain the magical entity. The lone figure hovers in the stormy sky as a merciless surge of dark energy crashes downward. The lone figure stares up at the overcast sky, gathering resolve for the coming challenge. A weary woman resting on the sofa is interrupted as the phone suddenly starts ringing. A frustrated figure sighs and turns toward the vibrating phone on the table. The woman calmly answers a call while standing in the office. The woman moves through the office, making a call to gather information about a group called Red Star. At first, he hesitates, gripping the device instead of activating it. Alone, he wonders in silence how the talents were stolen. A towering skyscraper dominates the skyline, signaling a powerful newcomer's arrival. Meanwhile, an observer on a rooftop wonders how the talents were stolen. A colossal apparition appears above the city, overshadowing the buildings below. The young man is suddenly enveloped by a glowing penguin spirit. Days earlier, two people watch from a rooftop as a portal opens below. A lively youth invites the rooftop companion to explore something strange. A gossip spreads scandalous news while a nearby argument escalates into a slap. A frustrated spirit scolds the newcomer, blaming reckless behavior for the ongoing protests. Meanwhile, protesting spirits gather outside a building, demanding equal rights. An irritated spirit warns that exorcism circles will be installed everywhere, treating all spirits as criminals. A shirtless onlooker questions the protester, who explains someone is threatening him with a knife. The young man hides his face, ashamed of his appearance. Two rooftop watchers suddenly notice a disturbance nearby. Then, an officer presents a glowing weapon, revealing it as an exorcism cannon. A desperate man jumps from the rooftop, yelling for someone below to escape. Below, an outsider stands over a blue magic circle as energy erupts upward. Several people are blasted backward, screaming as the unleashed force hits them. A radiant glyph appears in the plaza, drawing officers and curious onlookers. A solitary man in formal clothes sits on the rooftop, deep in thought. Soon, someone notices the penguin spirit above the city, its neck pierced by a knife. A figure in a blue animal suit confronts the newcomer, demanding their identity. On a deserted rooftop, a wary youth encounters a mysterious blue slime. Finally, the red-haired woman smirks and reveals her true nature. The red-haired woman steps forward, displaying a black, red-marked card. Soon after, the red-haired stranger shows a red star card, requesting privacy. The bar sits quiet and nearly empty as evening arrives. The Red Star building is sealed as a talisman tags its door. In a dim room, the costumed man recalls help from an old ally. He remembers his extreme poverty and thanks those whose aid saved him. The red-haired woman vows to support the group even after death. Meanwhile, a defense team stands united, led by the nation's top protector. The red-haired fighter confronts the glowing figure, demanding the group's true objective. A young man recoils in shock at an urgent plea for help. A ghostly informant explains it cannot steal or fight, while the red-haired listener watches. The red-haired woman reveals the man's secret ability to bypass exorcism circles. Uniformed officers surround the active generator, bracing for the imminent energy surge. A suited man staggers back as blue specters erupt from the ground. One spirit notes the survivor remains unscathed while several others were destroyed. Powerful exorcism. The red-haired youth steps forward and asks for assistance, his gaze steady as he gestures toward the wall of schematics. The cautious guest leans forward, asking the ethereal presence across the table about a powerful chairman. The investigator dismisses the orc chairman as nothing more than a beast while discussing his identity before the evidence board. The investigators uncover evidence linking the suspect to orc gangs, drug trafficking, and illegal gambling operations. The accusation of involvement with an underage prostitute leaves the young man visibly stunned. A gruff figure in a suit quietly reveals their long pursuit of a target, admitting they received help from a spirit. On a fog-shrouded day, a powerful newcomer confronted the elder, instantly shifting the atmosphere. The strategist scans the evidence board, concluding that the missing target is likely being held in the bank's vault. The strategist orders the subordinate to infiltrate the bank, gather information on its layout, and prepare for a rescue operation. The red-haired man urgently promises compensation. The interrogator mentions his two young sisters. The sponsor offers monthly support for the sisters. He promises to move the sisters to a safer neighborhood. The red-haired youth offers a handshake, asking for support. A spirit hopes the group's support improves the siblings' future. Meanwhile, the eldest resolves to fund his youngest sibling's education. They touch fingertips, sealing a cooperative pact. Suddenly, a giant spirit appears above the city. A glowing creature quietly climbs the glass skyscraper at night. Two people wait in the lobby, watched by a blue spirit. A ghost slips through the reinforced vault wall. A boy excitedly finds a key object inside the glowing dome. Nearby, a tiny spirit sees the massive bank vault. The guide confirms the blue spirit is trapped behind the vault. A cautious ally freezes at the powerful exorcism circle. A glowing entity easily turns the vault wheel using spiritual power. A wary figure calls out as a glowing spirit appears. Suddenly, a radiant barrier erupts, filling the chamber with energy. A bystander recoils as blinding golden light engulfs their vision. Afterward, an onlooker stares at the radiant artifact, captivated. Covered in runes, an outsider channels a surge of magic. Then a stranger steps into the swirling golden portal. A desperate man unleashes golden power that overwhelms him in agony. Finally, a glowing spirit approaches the heavy metal barrier in silence. A person in a penguin suit wakes confused inside the glowing capsule. Meanwhile, someone explains talent is alien currency as the Red Star building glows. The red-haired man says the substance vanishes into the spirit world on contact. A wary listener hears how the object vanished while standing inside a blue barrier. An investigator reviews the failed bank search while her spirit ally waits for new instructions. She urges her team to investigate another suspicious site based on the evidence board. Elsewhere, a mastermind announces the next target beside an open vault to his nervous partner. The red-haired planner hints at a place even riskier than the bank. A solitary visitor freezes before an enormous ancient dragon inside its lair. The calm informant confirms a dragon's lair exists, then abruptly shifts topics, surprising the guest. The woman asks if the bank was thoroughly searched and receives a definite yes. Next, the red-haired woman demands an explanation of the bank's internal layout. Another figure orders a full report as a skyscraper's holographic blueprint fills the room. Security monitors show only empty, brightly lit corridors under constant watch. At a console, a young operator stops working, recalling the name Red Star. Someone reviews surveillance footage that clearly displays a glowing magical sigil. A thoughtful man reflects on why most people cannot trade talents for money. A hidden camera records the moment a magical formation activates. Meanwhile, a golden artifact shines as its strict distribution limit is explained. A lone thinker contemplates how talents are needed to erase souls. A dark-haired observer studies monitors, realizing supernatural powers likely erased his memories. The strategist designs a plan to steal the key item from Red Star. Despite amnesia, he clings to the chance of recovering even one memory. A control room guard scans every surveillance feed with tense focus. In the dim control room, he answers an urgent call and stops working. A nervous orc begs for frying pan permission again. The annoyed man answers, reluctantly granting the orc's repeated request. An analyst listens, linking Red Star's activities to the orc community. Meanwhile, a man stops his ally, confirming control over the orc community. The orc outside claims territorial control while talking by phone. A wary contact answers, shocked by questions about Red Star's recent crimes. An investigator listens intently, demanding more information about the missing chairman. Later, the same investigator studies monitors, growing doubtful about the chairman's absence. Police secretly track an orc boss who finances several criminal gangs. Officials gather around an empty chair, discussing a colleague's sudden disappearance. The briefing turns to another group, prime suspects over overlapping territory. A young operative receives an alert, Red Star spotted near Kim Kwang-woo. In the control room, a handler hangs up while watching surveillance feeds. The investigator hesitates, unsure the motionless victim was killed by their suspect. After checking monitors, the man leaves, determined to gather more information. A cautious agent watches a glowing phone as a new message appears. The message reveals Red Star's headquarters hides a secret boarding school front. Suddenly, the figure realizes the school facility is actually Red Star's base. An armed man glares ahead, burning with personal revenge. A cloaked fighter sprints across ruined rooftops toward the target. The team confirms the enemy headquarters lies inside a gated compound. A scout watches the guarded boarding school complex from hiding. A strategist explains by phone how to keep police away. A reporter covers a raid that endangered students at a slum school. Finally, the young man ends his call, ready for the coming confrontation. The observer watches the enemy compound, noting the children inside. Meanwhile, he quietly draws a talisman card to start his plan. He releases glowing talismans, activating a powerful ritual in the rain. Magical shards fall onto the rooftop, signaling a force's release. Then the lone caster hovers above the city, summoning overwhelming power. He charges forward, raising a radiant barrier that controls all passage. The leader grips a purple dagger and orders everyone to evacuate. A wounded youth is impaled through the chest by a purple weapon. Elsewhere, he braces as huge purple energy orbs crash around. The last fighter is ambushed by shadowy projectiles from every direction. In response, he unleashes dark energy blasting upward and engulfing everything. A dark figure gathers swirling energy, his glowing red eye dominating attention. He releases a wave of purple energy that surges outward. Classroom lights flicker, unsettling the students. Suddenly, a blackout and eerie red light throw the classroom into chaos. One annoyed student mutters about everyone overreacting to the blackout. A monster with glowing eyes drops onto him, attacking without warning. At once, frightened students run down the hallway under red light. 3 students spot another monster at the window and urgently alert their teacher. Panicked students burst outside, sprinting from the building as chaos erupts. Outside, the group stops as thick unnatural fog engulfs the entrance. The crowd recoils when monsters lurch through the doorway, spreading chaos. An orc student points at an unseen threat, panicking the others. Meanwhile, someone notices the air around the large closed gate is clear. A small group sprints toward the open gate at night, desperate to escape. Several figures gather under the building in heavy fog. Outside, 2 students hear orders to return to dorms immediately. Meanwhile, one stubborn fighter stands in dark energy, ignoring the warning. The young man extends his glowing hand toward the spreading corruption. A looming enemy radiates killing intent toward a cowering victim. Terrified students retreat as purple specters close in on them. Suddenly, an onlooker yells that sinister magic has sealed every exit. At the empty gate, an ally explains necromancy differs from occult magic. The group sprints for the gate as specters swoop down. Ghostly attackers strike at fleeing students, worsening the chaos. Elsewhere, 2 youths run down a corridor, ignoring orders to stay put. A towering guard forces students out of a cage into the chaos. Above, a lone observer watches panicked crowds swallowed by purple mist. The young man releases dark energy to eliminate the remaining students. A desperate runner charges through the mist toward the main building. A lone investigator reaches the dorm entrance, suspecting headquarters are concealed inside. Suddenly, an intruder smashes through the doors, scattering debris everywhere. The cautious infiltrator descends a dim stairwell under a flickering red alarm. A dim corridor shows a glowing emergency exit sign, suggesting a way out. The lone figure pauses against the wall, ready to reveal something important. In the basement, a wary intruder hesitates before a massive vault door. The intruder studies the vault door, unaware a watcher hides nearby. A furious attacker lunges, yet the intended target remains perfectly still. The calm target turns, releasing a surge of sinister energy outward. Finally, someone is smashed by a dark claw as red energy erupts. A fallen enemy faces a student aiming a glowing sword. Meanwhile, the watcher focuses intently on the armed newcomer. A warrior prepares a magic sword that fuses weapon power and aura. From above, the scout scans the deserted school for movement. The intruder realizes the orcs plan to categorize and brainwash children. A wounded fighter collapses to the floor amid scattering black feathers. Alone, he glares coldly while power gathers around him. A burnt breach in the wall exposes a smoking passage and dropped case. 3 assailants charge together, weapons raised and powers flaring. Their empowered leader surges forward as allies move to cut off escape. A shaken survivor struggles to breathe in the dim corridor. Afterward, the strategist notes his rescue of the brainwashed children and potential catastrophe otherwise. The lone fighter surveys the staircase strewn with bodies from the recent battle. Now, an observer realizes the unit was sacrificed as shields near the sealed door. A suited man flinches forward as an explosion detonates behind him. Nearby, a mixed group recoils in the hall as an unknown arrival appears. The youth notices every fleeing or blocking figure is a child, no adults present. The blunt youth openly accuses the adults as a bystander trembles behind. An enraged fighter drops down and shouts accusations at the tense man. Suddenly, his eye glows red as a powerful aura ignites. He stands firm while a colossal red-eyed monster emerges from fire and darkness. Amid wreckage, the empowered attacker releases a blast that ravages the area. In the distance, a hulking red-eyed beast appears, freezing the uniformed squad. Several terrified men flee while a pursuer stalks them, radiating violent red energy. At the center, one figure radiates red power as screams rise around. A suited man collapses on the bloody floor, panicking. Meanwhile, a huge shadow towers over one fighter and one cowering man. The young man demands the talent's location as red power gathers. After a violent crash, the injured youth clutches his head in panic. Elsewhere, investigators discuss an unexplained incident inside the empty school. A lone runner sprints down the dark corridor with urgent purpose. The observer realizes the enemies vanished instantly when they touched a spirit. In an alley, an enraged interrogator corners a shaking man about his lies. The desperate source admits an unstoppable spirit raided the vault, and the questioner demands its name. Nearby, the young man calmly watches a stabbed penguin float in the air. The younger interrogator presses the wounded man for answers in the bloody room. The youth vaults across the skyline, furious at his recklessly acting enemies. A secret infiltration plan risks the entire team being erased if exposed. The tunnel entrance displays exorcism defenses far stronger than those at the bank. At night, an investigator sprints over rooftops, doubting a spirit can ignore barriers. An analyst reviews footage, wondering how talents vanish upon touching a spirit. Meanwhile, investigators scour the empty vault but find no trace of vanished talents. The main fighter races alone over rooftops, determined to uncover the truth. He studies the towering building, preparing to start hunting the elusive spirit. Underground, a suited explorer shaped like a penguin discovers a secret area. A glowing tunnel appears, marking the newly found entrance to the dragon's lair. The intruder walks through advanced exorcism circles unharmed, ignoring their supposed threat. The capped man quietly agrees to continue deeper into the dim cavern. Empowered by a spirit beast, the rescuer charges into the rocky tunnel. On a rooftop, a lone listener staggers after hearing shocking news about the bank. Here, the analyst notes exorcism circles stronger, and no alarms. The interrogator demands if the other person avoided capture. Meanwhile, an old spirit shares advice with the alleged companion. The man explains exorcist magic while facing the dragon. The towering spirit glares as the small foe remains unaffected. Then, the grinning man asks if his partner is ready. On the rooftop, the pair discuss why the effect fails. Later, a youth wonders if death type affects specter power. The young man speculates about the spirit's unknown death. Underwater, the suited figure asks if any deaths were normal. Meanwhile, one asks about the murder, and the other quits searching. The regretful worker recalls being fatally stabbed while in costume. The confused spirit fixates on the sushi knife beside him. Both youth and penguin companion startle at an unexpected noise. One figure gives hesitant reassurance during their tense underwater talk. Afterward, the cheerful spirit thanks him and floats away above. The rooftop mentor relaxes and silently encourages the youngster below. Then, a figure peers into a pit at a faint symbol. The observer hovers, observing the vast cavern ahead. The tired traveler pauses in the cave, considering the journey. Meanwhile, a woman explains the plan as her ally inspects the owner's lair. A cautious scout floats ahead into the dark tunnel. The same scout drifts through the storeroom, checking the supplies. A glowing cat-like being appears, lighting the empty beds. Finally, the young man freezes at a mountain of treasure. The sweaty searcher scans the glowing coin-covered floor for the elusive spirit. Meanwhile, the wary spirit notes someone will soon return to the room. The young man suddenly realizes the glowing barrier is linked to him. A radiant object shoots downward through the jagged tunnel with intent. A spirit guide receives an urgent telepathic warning as a glowing orb approaches. The determined youth forces himself through searing heat to continue his task. Someone vows to find the captive and launch a powerful rescue. Then a determined fighter surges forward, finally spotting the target. An onlooker recoils as an unexpected blaze suddenly erupts nearby. A chained dragon roars beneath a blazing summoning circle of flames and glyphs. Suddenly, a dragon spirit materializes in the flames, leaving the witness stunned. Inside the blaze, a tormented captive thrashes and begs for rescue. A desperate youth, surrounded by fire, pleads weakly for someone to save him. Still burning, the man continues screaming for help. Night falls as focus shifts to the glowing red star building sign. Later, an investigator asks the group why they never searched the entire lair. The interrogator demands a full report on every structure the hologram inspected. An observer freezes, startled by the sudden appearance of an unknown woman. Meanwhile, a comm artist keeps sketching notes about a trapped dragon specter. An analyst studies the glowing digital map using the newly received data. A supervisor praises the glowing ally and sets their next meeting time. In a dim room, someone asks a spirit about returning but is told intel is needed. A hesitant woman pauses before a wall of documents, unable to decide. An anxious man hesitates and admits he fears the growing danger. Finally, a watcher sees the other return safely and relaxes in relief. Meanwhile, a panicked man admits he didn't know about the dragon specter. Still, a shielded boy faces the chained dragon specter. A terrified victim screams for help as a monster advances. An anxious boy panics, dreading the consequences of being exposed. Meanwhile, a guardian insists they prioritize their younger siblings' well-being. A startled man freezes as he suddenly senses danger nearby. An investigator reports that the youngest sibling has been struggling badly. A young man listens, shocked, as a life-changing offer is proposed. Someone sets a strict 4-day deadline on the case. Later, the story shifts to an empty city street at night. A tall apartment building glows under the quiet night sky. At a table, a desperate woman begs for permission to undergo surgery. In the kitchen, an anguished half-orc laments the discrimination and hardship she faces. Another woman pleads with a determined man to cancel the dangerous surgery plan. Her appearance insecurities worsened in high school, leaving her increasingly isolated. A young man, trapped inside a monster, finally understands his dire situation. A cautious resident peers through a cracked door at the glowing red intercom. Outside the building, his spirit hovers as he quietly questions what happened. Suddenly, a protective brother realizes someone watched his sisters and shouts at the intruder. High above, a determined challenger confronts the vast blue face for answers. A pursuer sprints across rooftops at night, clutching a glowing knife. Elsewhere, a startled onlooker spots a strange person floating above the rooftops. The young man suddenly realizes he is standing on the 15th floor. A mysterious man unleashes visible magic above the city, stunning everyone watching. Finally, a trapped fugitive hurtles through the night city inside a glowing container. A lone watcher stands over the city, gripping a glowing dagger. A radiant bird streaks through the night sky, trailing light. A startled person is suddenly ambushed by a swirling spectral force. A helpless victim is overwhelmed as shadowy tentacles attack from the darkness. The panicked man recoils while shadowy specters close in from all sides. Then the determined fighter ascends toward the glowing purple entity in the sky. He locks eyes with the target, warning them not to escape. Hovering midair, he tightens dark tendrils to restrain the glowing apparition. A captive hangs in shadowy restraints while a menacing voice demands truthful answers. Meanwhile, the interrogator scans the city, demanding the whereabouts of the talented individuals. A nervous man asks what exactly these so-called talents are. On a distant rooftop, an ally confirms to the spirit that the talents were absorbed. However, a wary youth confronts the glowing spirit, rejecting its explanation. The young man glares into the dark, demanding an explanation for the impossible. The same youth now finds himself trapped inside a glowing translucent creature. During absorption, the awakened one feels a powerful surge from the new talents. An investigator studies missing person notes, trying to piece together a recent disappearance. Later, he sits alone on a rooftop, silently collecting his thoughts. The young man quietly admits he tried to rescue the trapped spirit. On the rooftop, the investigator asks the spirit if other unique spirits exist. Suddenly, the man freezes as a bullet whizzes past him. The interrogator presses the unseen entity about spirits that exorcism cannot reach. The glowing spirit admits confusion about encountering an unfamiliar type of spirit. The stunned listener suddenly realizes he has been manipulated. Finally, the young man struggles to process the unsettling revelations on the rooftop. An ally realizes the chairman secretly wields powerful spiritual abilities. The investigator questions the glowing spirit about a hidden surveillance operation. A captive in the glowing cage learns the mysterious figure has selfish motives. Meanwhile, a young man questions the supposed hero's true identity. A hologram reveals the syndicate shares little stolen wealth just to sway public opinion. Thus, the observer realizes Red Star has been betraying their poor supporters. A shaken youth realizes the organization holds his siblings hostage to control him. Later, on a rooftop, an observer beside the blue entity sees a critical mistake. A terrified teen struggles to escape from inside a huge glowing blue beast. Surrounded by purple energy, the young man offers his hand to demand a pact. Startled by the offer, the wary spirit hesitates inside the misty barrier. A woman waits alone at the interrogation table, glancing at her phone. A phone reveals news that an ordinary Foundation high school secretly trains troops. The investigator studies her phone and then examines the crowded evidence board. A determined investigator strides across the room toward her target. The furious man slams his demand for an explanation, his voice echoing with impatience. A guarded woman greets a returning visitor while seated at the table with her phone. The furious leader slams his hands on the table as his subordinate urges him to stay calm after receiving alarming news about the school being emptied. The tattooed woman listens intently as the suited man reveals that only immigration and a certain official have suddenly begun to take action. The observant woman speculates about a possible alliance forming between two influential figures. The schemer reels in panic as he realizes that an unexpected alliance could ruin his plans. The woman at the table leans forward, challenging the other's conclusion as evidence covers the background. Two uneasy allies stand back to back, each prepared to turn on the other if trust fails. Two towering beasts collide in a violent battle as flames engulf the surreal landscape. A decision is made to leave the school behind, ensuring no future issues as an empty gate looms under a faded banner. The negotiator questions the other about missing supplies. The woman suggests starting over at the table. Man stands opposite. The red-haired woman claims soldiers are replaceable, while poverty persists. The cocky man agrees with the ruthless plan. The assertive planner urges immediate action to remove their rival. The suited orc reveals the fake aid program exploiting poor residents. Meanwhile, the broad-shouldered local resents outsiders investigating the town. The gruff man confronts her as she hands over a device. The orc reads his phone and learns about a dragon specter. The grinning boss bites his cigar and confirms his decision. The schemer outlines a final plan to eliminate his rival. Thus, the conspiracy's plan to kill the rival begins. The well-dressed orc boasts about powerful backers while holding his cigar. The worried man reports, per the dragon, her ex died in a fire. A lone witness sees the giant corpse and confirms the rumor. The suited orc grips his cigar, recalling the dragon's lair. The young leader announces a medical center for the orc district. The negotiator politely asks to use the other's property. Then, the elegant interrogator threatens the kneeling orc with an ultimatum. Wounded and kneeling, the fighter swears he will continue. The man waits at the table as a cautious visitor approaches. Clutching a pistol, the nervous man steels himself for confrontation. Finally, he signs the land lease agreement to secure the deal. A terrified underling begs for help as danger closes in. One man asks what's wrong, and the other hesitates to answer. A shady man signs a land lease tied to murder. Then the authority signals another unresolved issue to discuss. The suited orc reports serious trouble at his medical center. Meanwhile, an informant discovers several patients have vanished from the hospital. The interrogator questions the wary woman for crucial information. A subordinate reveals an older woman sent orcs as a secret army. The suited questioner demands the real reason behind her charity work. Suddenly, a resolute leader cuts in with a bold statement. Someone silently fears what will happen if their secret surfaces. A lone figure stands still in the wreckage ahead. The planner explains how to remove a major obstacle. They decide to proceed by targeting the intermediary first. The young man reveals dangerous power as his eye glows red. However, the orc states this territory already belongs to another boss. A dragon condemns the betrayal and vows harsh retribution. The leader reveals their combined operations exceed 100 incidents. If so, the strategist warns a dragon war will follow the leader's fall. A green-skinned ally crosses off options and selects neglected targets. The suited orc promises to share the gains with an ally. Afterward, the young woman turns and firmly thanks the authority. A determined partner seals a deal with a firm handshake. Later, the imposing figure leaves after giving orders, leaving the redhead waiting. A woman jolts upright at the table after a loud bang. The red-haired woman silently studies her open hand. The young woman recoils, disgusted by her now soiled hand. During negotiations, one insists fetching the siblings now seems suspicious. The guardian quietly promises protection later, and the vulnerable one thanks him. The authority demands full cooperation, and the nervous partner agrees. Later that night, the youth steels himself to ask his question. On the rooftop, the investigator presses him for a full account. The shaken witness gathers his courage and prepares to talk. On the dark rooftop, a wary newcomer confronts a sudden glowing being. Then the wary observer notices a glowing blue barrier curving overhead. They discuss a detailed bank vault blueprint as the requested item. The analyst concludes the real target wasn't the missing talents, suggesting deeper schemes. He now suspects the patrol was just cover for a robbery. A small team studies a rain-soaked building encased in a dragon-shaped barrier. Meanwhile, the strategist urgently asks how the enemy will bypass the barrier. The glowing entity presses the cautious youth for details about the lair. The nervous man haltingly recounts what he discovered inside the lair. Suddenly, a burning victim screams for help amid the flames. On the rooftop, a lone caster activates a glowing blue barrier. The rooftop watcher stiffens at an unexpected sight beside his silent glowing ally. The panicked youth points at the magic circle, showing a trapped dragon specter. The reserved informant quietly shares a disturbing secret about the dragons. A shadowy source recounts a rumor that a woman helped kill her husband. The young man silently fumes over the infuriating elder's recent actions. The worried ally fears the fallout if this secret is exposed. Later, a thoughtful man and his glowing companion quietly watch the city below. The lone strategist deduces that killing the caster will dispel the barrier. The strategist reports the enemy will pit two factions against each other. A wary agent raises a device as a hologram suddenly appears. On the rooftop, he receives another cryptic holographic message. Meanwhile, he freezes at an unexpected holographic revelation. The young man prepares to leave the rooftop with his companion. He urges his ally to follow and approaches the barrier. The annoyed man glares outward and demands an explanation. Inside an energy cage, he reads a message about the Elder Dragon. Elsewhere, a corporate skyscraper at night marks the next setting. A scream erupts as the door slams open into the room. A green-handed visitor drops to his knees in submission. He bows deeply before the blond man behind the desk. The orc prostrates himself, showing extreme respect. The boss grants his subordinate permission to rise. The man at the desk urges him to reveal the promised information. An aide slides a folder of documents across the desk. The young man studies the documents carefully. Nearby, an attendant waits while the leader reviews another document. The schemer smiles, certain his rival will soon lose control. The leader calmly announces he has already reviewed all the evidence. The nervous observer sweats, confused by the leader's calmness. The stern chief examines the files and demands their source. The frightened subordinate panics over his hidden ties to a dragon-hating group. He imagines the punishment if the boss discovers everything. Finally, he bows and vows to fulfill his promises despite everything. A nervous man admits he knows something about the other person. The man behind the desk mentions the guest's reputation among orcs. The orc nervously downplays the compliment. The speaker doubts the other's ability to rob an elder dragon's lair. The suited man recoils, realizing his secret has been exposed. Suddenly, the door bursts open, breaking the silence. One man flees the office as another watches from the doorway. A hat-shaded man stares forward with unwavering determination. The green-skinned subordinate recoils, recognizing the person before him. The leader releases a magical aura, signaling his allies to attack. The orc recoils in alarm. Suddenly, a radiant attack from above blasts the orc fighter. The injured fighter collapses onto the ice. After the attack, a scarred orc finally exhales in relief. The overseer watches as the kneeling man shows the exorcism talisman does nothing. The kneeling possessor explains he stays because the host's spiritual power is strong. The man behind the desk demands delaying the investigation, while his wary counterpart defends himself. Meanwhile, the blonde investigator questions whether the lair events were real as the orc watches. The strategist warns that attacking the elder first would only help their rival. Instead, the strategist proposes striking both rival groups at once, and the leader agrees. A nervous underling objects while the newcomer studies the mysterious figure. The newcomer is stunned that someone spoke to an elder dragon so casually. The assertive newcomer confronts the green-skinned underling, who recoils. The anxious subordinate recoils when suddenly ordered to act. The doubtful gangster is told to impersonate the wary boss before the crew. The towering figure interrogates the kneeling man about his suspicious behavior. An advisor calmly offers guidance to a cautious, attentive listener. Then a resolute figure snaps his fingers, releasing a burst of energy. A group in suits storms the office, confronting a calm man beside a cowering figure. The tough man recoils in shock at the sudden intrusion. The crew hurriedly sets up studio equipment in front of the green screen. Soon a well-dressed man declares the stage ready, signaling the next event. A suited cameraman quickly positions the camera, indicating preparations are complete. The man calls for help as the makeup team rushes toward him. Suddenly, a bewildered man is restrained by two uniformed women. Two women struggle to hold the panic-suited man while another person watches. An orc-faced actor sits still while makeup is applied to his lips. The battered orc examines his injuries, looking up in confusion about what happened. Meanwhile, a leader and his ally inspect the orc-like figure, satisfied with his condition. One man orders another to sit in the blood-stained chair as others watch. The anxious captive on the bloody chair asks about the other's suspicious actions. The man in control explains on camera that opposing both factions is easy. Afterward, a strategist prepares to thin the opposition before advancing further. The schemer describes a plan to spark conflict among rivals for advantage. A confident director sets up a camera and urges a hesitant bystander to join. Then an assertive staffer halts the scene by raising a rolled script. The frustrated director orders the large actor to deliver his lines more forcefully. The shoot stops while the director demands straighter posture and a serious expression. A loud command to stop echoes from behind the closed double doors. A tense-suited interviewee sits as someone abruptly ends the recording. The crew ends filming while the nervous subject sits silently. Two men plan to edit the video to fake an earlier date. The leader questions the restrained orc as the others watch. The boss orders his subordinate to fix makeup and undo the disguise. The big man adjusts his jacket and steps forward to confront someone. The seated leader approves as the team confirms readiness to proceed. An imposing man enters the room, visible on the security monitor. A black car speeds toward the skyscraper through the night. Meanwhile, another vehicle races down the dark road in urgency. The driver finally relaxes, breathing out after the tense drive. A confused man wakes up and surveys the unfamiliar room. A lone car speeds through an empty intersection under camera surveillance. Moments later, a truck rams through the same deserted intersection. Word spreads of a sedan hitting an explosive truck near the office. A wrecked car burns alone on the street under surveillance. A green-skinned orc slams the table after learning the real killer. One orc explains the truck driver worked for Red Star. Two executives sit tensely, disturbed that the ceasefire was broken. The suited orc angrily complains that their alliance has been discarded. Two factions form a cautious alliance beneath a looming dragon presence. The spokesman says only the sons knew their father exposed the weakness. Meanwhile, a huge clawed beast appears as the plot to kill him surfaces. The narrator says the survivors grabbed the remaining power after the leader's death. The informant slams his fist on the table as the scheme collapses. Finally, the suited man leaves, revealing the dragon actually spared his father. He remembers Red Star killing his father after failed predictions. Three allies debate their next move around the table. He clenches his fist, vowing revenge for his humiliation. Then the rebel raises his pistol and declares war. The ruined building smolders, showing the recent devastation. A suited attacker charges forward and fires his rifle. A young mage activates a magic circle while denying involvement. An enraged caster hurls a powerful blast at his foe. A brute is struck hard in the head amid ruins. Meanwhile, onlookers stare at smoke from the ruined building. A surge of energy shatters the metal barrier violently. The werewolf hurtles down through the air at an outcast. Soon the transformed fighter charges forward, scattering debris around. A nervous figure protests to the group, insisting innocence. The wolf-like warrior is impaled through the chest by a blade. Meanwhile, a massive wolf emerges, staring ahead with glowing eyes. The swordsman stands over the corpse, weapon glowing in storm. An orc glares at his foe and shouts an insult. Later, a survivor walks the ruined street before a colossal radiant figure. A tense listener hides under cover as a threat demands compliance. In a dim room, three men plot, debating sacrificing the driver. A zombie-like driver in a suit takes the wheel, shocking others. Now a covert attack on Red Star headquarters disguised as a school is uncovered. The young strategist finalizes a plan to mislead both rival groups. Suspended in a suit, the planner prepares to choose the next target. Betrayed, the red-haired woman vows revenge on her deceiver. Meanwhile, the Watcher notes their enemy's failed plans, heightening her anxiety. A newcomer enters the dark room, facing the glowing creature above. Soon after, a cautious contact explains the sudden venue change as dangerous. A shaken man clutches his chest, trying to understand the gang's attack. An anxious woman rapidly orders evacuation, insisting everyone leave immediately. Hidden nearby, an observer waits silently, ready to move at the signal. Meanwhile, a determined agent walks the alley, confirming the plan over earpiece. Resolute, he checks the glowing phone and prepares to act. A lone figure fights the wind while approaching the abandoned building. The solitary fighter steels himself, ready to face the coming threat. Later, a startled man recalls when ordered to monitor the Elder Dragon. Underwater, a tense operative stalls for time, awaiting a crucial signal. The red-haired woman demands an answer, pressing the other to decide. Under pressure, the red-haired youth hesitates as the apparition demands compliance. In response, a disappointed relative questions the other's loyalty to family. The young man angrily ends the talk, declaring he will protect his sisters. A wary woman steps back and voices unease as tensions rise. The cautious woman grabs her collar, warning any move will trigger her allies. Suddenly, the red-haired figure jolts up as a loud noise erupts. Screams ring from behind the metal door, filling the industrial room. A lone defender raises a vast barrier as magical energy crashes down. Panicking, the red-haired youth hurriedly prepares to teleport away before discovery. A powerful blue blast plummets while the cowering figure braces. An underwater aggressor bursts forth, issuing a threat at his target. The battered youth collapses, reaching weakly for the scroll. Nearby, the red-haired woman screams and clutches her head. The possessed woman struggles to expel the invading force. Meanwhile, the red-haired host clutches his head as possession deepens. The red-haired man recoils, stunned by his opponent's resolve. The red-haired man struggles as a monstrous enemy pins him. Amazed, an onlooker realizes the woman's mind outmatches the feared gang leader. Two men scream at each other, each demanding the other surrender. On his knees, the intruder resists being forced from her body. Still, the survivor steels himself against the crushing pressure. The man braces himself, determined to endure until backup arrives. In response, a furious fighter unleashes energy that blasts enemies back. Blinding light engulfs the entire building from within. Afterward, a weary survivor kneels alone, briefly surrendering to despair. A red-haired observer jerks back, startled by movement above. Soon, the red-haired fighter rises from the floor, tense and alert. With a sly grin, the speaker hints at vital information. The red-haired girl drops, raising her arms to celebrate victory. A red-haired person jolts as a heavy door slams open behind them. The wounded man stands firm under the light, refusing to yield. The wounded outsider spins around, sensing an unexpected presence nearby. A panicked woman whirls in the basement, shouting for help. A watcher notes the guard kept hold of the girl, provoking tense words. A man orders the red-haired woman to end the possession, and she obeys. Finally, the red-haired woman clenches her fists and shouts, preparing herself. Two enemies face off silently in the deserted factory. A woman cannot trigger her power, and an onlooker demands answers. The red-haired intruder examines his hands, realizing this body feels wrong. He clenches the hand, realizing the body's grip won't release him. A determined fighter corners his foe, pushing for any reaction. The quiet woman lowers her gaze and nods in reluctant acceptance. A distressed man clutches his head while his companion watches, confused. Suddenly, the wounded man grabs his face as a realization hits. The battered fighter steadies himself and stares upward with renewed resolve. Alone, he realizes a body ejects a possessor if two souls conflict. Then a determined exorcist blasts foreign spirits out of the body. Between two figures, a glowing doll suggests someone's soul is misplaced. If the last spirit left, the body would die. Glowing slime engulfs the struggling host while unseen hands drag inward. Meanwhile, a lone observer senses this spirit breaks usual rules. The watcher realizes the woman's soul was forcibly expelled. Elsewhere, an empty underground chamber lies in thick, eerie mist. A wary investigator searches the smoky room but detects nothing unusual. The bruised investigator inspects the abandoned room for any trace of the presence. The troubled man wonders if the missing soul was erased as his partner listens. A wounded survivor freezes as the council's true method finally becomes clear. The same man stiffens at the revelation, while the red-haired observer studies him. In the ruined room, an interrogator asks about talent absorption, and the suspect admits it. The investigator searches again, frustrated by the complete absence of the missing soul. Finally, an accusing finger singles out a startled woman in the tent's factory. He clutches his chest, realizing escape is now impossible. He demands to know how a council-only event occurred. An ally questions him about powers gained through soul absorption. He recoils, realizing a woman's soul has been destroyed. The red-haired woman staggers, sensing a threat to her existence. Then the battered man asks his enemy about their struggle for control. He defensively admits he attacked only after being provoked. He flexes and says his new body feels completely natural. At last, an observer deduces the council transfers convict souls into new bodies. He quietly questions whether the mission truly needs special abilities. The youth realizes he can transfer bodies if his talent suffices. The youth gathers power, determined to escape the council's control. Afterward, two exhausted fighters descend the filthy staircase together. A woman follows him, intending to extract 1,000,000 talents. The wary guide leads downstairs, watching his uneasy companion. As they descend, he confides his new body feels fully accepting. The possessor senses fragments of the host's memories emerging. An impatient ally on the stairs presses for details about those memories. The red-haired man stops and silently thinks. A stunned onlooker stands frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, a red-haired observer counts the dead as his wounded ally watches. One person suddenly collapses and vomits, while a companion hurries over. A cautious watcher realizes the elusive figure's true identity. A bloodied survivor screams at a towering pile of skulls. Later, a fierce storm engulfs the city at night. A major corporation's headquarters towers over the rainy night skyline. Inside, an investigator confirms Red Star's secret ties to a human rights group. The investigator explains that minor aid quickly won support from impoverished orcs. The strategist recalls respected orc leaders conducting numerous raids for the group. Privately, an observer condemns the group's hypocrisy and media-fueled self-interest. At his desk, a planner devises a strategy to destroy Red Star. A worried ally voices concern about pressure and uncertainty surrounding the lost talents. A tired youth complains about repeated questioning over an unresolved request. An official closes the case as an accidental disappearance while his companion stays silent. Afterward, a careful investigator reports the administrator remembers nothing about the talents. The man tells her that forcing a confession will not restore her talents. The strategist reveals their plan depends entirely on one particular spirit. A red-haired patient realizes he can never return to his former life. Another patient quietly reflects on the recent rescue that prevented someone's suicide. Soon, two men hurry down a hallway, debating the dangers if the injured dies again. An anxious comrade worries the patient could disastrously transform into a specter. A glowing spirit bird appears, illustrating the peril of crossing into the afterlife. Meanwhile, a man quietly studies the unfamiliar situation while gathering information. A blonde negotiator agrees to open talks with the opposing side. The man behind the desk insists on settling his own dispute personally. A thoughtful figure watches as a dragon-like specter manifests in the lair. A stern elder warns an orc that baseless accusations won't affect their powerful enemy. A cautious youth requests that someone more trustworthy verify the accusation. Later, an exhausted survivor pauses to catch his breath after the ordeal. An excited searcher rummages in a locker and discovers a cap. The wary orc turns, immediately suspecting someone has betrayed him. The informant reports he recruited an insider inside the enemy base. Someone searches a laptop for data on the orc-like target's location. Then the calm informant explains transformation will work only after the target exits her lair. The young man assigns the mission to his companion and accepts the arrangement. After days hidden, the target finally emerges, so they search through her belongings. The orc investigator waits alone, resolved to finish the case today. Two workers quietly argue, wondering why her attitude has recently grown harsher. Three men discuss suspicious cargo truck activity on the 30th underground level. Hearing this, one listener stiffens as he realizes the danger of the 30th level. The costumed mascot recoils in fear upon hearing about the dragon specter. A group of workers advances carefully through a passage while one hesitates near a doorway. Then a lone worker steps forward decisively, breaking the tense silence. A wary figure pauses in the tunnel, pondering the strange events on the 30th level. A lookout notices movement by the elevator and yells into the tunnel. The alert subordinate snaps toward the noise, ready to respond. A lone man walks deeper into the tunnel, while a vehicle approaches from behind. The armored vehicle's driver glares out, coldly confronting the outsider. A wary guard challenges a suspected intruder in the underground passage. However, a suspicious worker blocks the tunnel, questioning his route as another exits the vehicle. The stern aide orders a cook to prepare a special meal urgently for their superior. A sickly student requests permission to rest in the infirmary. The strict supervisor commands the tired worker to assist the kitchen unless he is dying. The cautious orc rethinks using invisibility magic in the quiet corridor. Finally, a careful fighter holds back, knowing the surveillance camera would reveal any attack. The young man steels himself and prepares to advance. Meanwhile, the overseer sternly orders the worker back to work. A nervous aide warns that any mistake with her meal means punishment. The wounded man collapses while his calm opponent stands behind him. A vehicle speeds through the dust toward its destination. 2 escorts rush a patient through a tunnel, calling ahead for emergency care. Soon after, a scream echoes as someone bursts into the emergency room. Alarms blare and medics swarm the patient, starting emergency treatment. A nervous worker says he is leaving, and his co-worker briefly encourages him. Elsewhere, a lone scout creeps down a corridor, cautiously scanning around. The orc quietly wonders if the curse he cast was excessive. A cautious intruder slips along a dark hallway, avoiding any witnesses. The mage concentrates as energy gathers for an invisibility spell. Meanwhile, the infiltrator slips into the lair while the leader is away. The invader reaches floor 30 and sees a chained ghost dragon over one captive. A body falls into darkness while 2 onlookers below stare upward. Later, a determined man studies his surroundings, planning how to find the elevators. An overseer faces the crowd, announcing the 30th floor candidate will be revealed soon. 2 researchers wait tensely by the elevator, expecting an important arrival. Nearby, a glowing being hovers as one man enters the elevator under watch. A focused worker swipes a security card, unlocking access with a green light. 3 lab staff ride the elevator in silence, one appearing strangely ghost-like. 2 scientists confirm no new arrivals and decide to secure the extraction pipe. A suspicious watcher concludes secret experiments are being performed on the dragon spirit. Finally, the elevator hurtles downward toward the 30th basement level. 2 lab-coated scientists exit elevator and walk down corridor. Meanwhile, 2 stalkers follow them cautiously through the same corridor. An investigator recoils after uncovering a shocking new clue. Suddenly, a containment chamber activates, bathing everything in blue light. A lone subject sinks deeper underwater, unmoving as bubbles rise. A watcher surveys the lab while scientists manage bodies in pods. In another lab, unconscious people float in tubes, raising suspicion. Nearby, rows of goblins and orcs hang unconscious in tanks. The onlooker recoils again, suddenly connecting these experiments to something. A man confirms key intel by phone as another watches. He reports the missing group is absent from clinic and neighborhood. He adds that his spirit already scouted the clinic. The listener hears that a barrier now blocks the welfare center. Later, a mediator accepts a phone request to investigate an elder dragon. A suspicious man demands an explanation while gripping a strange device. The protector realizes the clinic's slum patients were secretly taken here. A technician checks a tanked figure and finds a faint pulse. The investigator studies glowing runes, questioning why captives are bound by exorcism. Meanwhile, a wary officer eyes the ceiling, suspecting hidden experiments above. Complex pipes snake through the facility, converging at a fortified chamber. A cautious scout approaches the main chamber, searching for the dragon's specter. Suddenly, one combatant hurls another violently down the corridor. The brash man recoils as he finally recognizes the prisoner. Beneath the water, a horned statue lies bound in heavy cables. Finally, an enormous submerged dragon skull appears, jaws open amid bubbles. An observer approaches the tank, examining the monstrous creature inside. Suddenly, he recoils in disbelief after seeing the living dragon. He walks the corridor and stops at another tank holding an unfamiliar dragon. Then he realizes the tank dragon might have come from another dimension. Another viewer studies a massive tentacled beast restrained in a glowing tank. A nervous man looks up and voices concern about the woman's unstable state. Previously, she hunted dragons resembling her lost partner, but now nearly all have vanished. An analyst considers the disturbing reason the woman decided to imprison others. An ally wonders why one dragon would kidnap another of its kind. A guarded watcher widens his eye at something unexpected ahead. The observer inspects a dragon-like captive in the tank, noting cables on its back. Meanwhile, an orc stops before a towering rune-covered pillar pulsing with power. A curious figure studies the glowing rune barrier, wondering what it protects. A wary onlooker steps closer to the barrier, closely examining its swirling script. The observer eyes the restrained dragon, questioning its intended use with the gifted. Soon, a hidden passage is revealed, linking the corridor to the impoverished district. A shaking figure faces a towering ghostly presence filling the chamber. Suddenly, the rune-covered pillar blazes as the artifact's power surges. Someone sprints down the corridor toward the source of terrified shouts. A desperate victim, surrounded by flames, looks up and begs for rescue. There, a lone fighter braces as a huge flame beast lunges, flooding everything with burning magic. The witness endures the embers, suddenly sure of the dragon's identity. Finally, the dragon is revealed as the mighty beast that died in China. An anxious man demands to know why she trapped her former husband's specter. Before a radiant mural, someone ponders how dragons, ghosts, poverty, and powers are connected. One person realizes the elevator is critically important. An investigator runs down the corridor, escaping with evidence. Now the elevator opens on floor 830, revealing a new area. A desperate man rushes into the elevator with 2 scientists. The elevator arrives at floor 85 but its doors stay shut. 3 people exit the elevator and freeze at an unexpected sight. Then 3 newcomers enter as guards immediately raise their weapons. A confident speaker confronts the other side with a cutting remark. A huge attacker raises a severed head, sending everyone into panic. A tall leader confronts a wounded intruder, demanding to know if he's the spy. There, an older orc woman boldly challenges the crowd to doubt her. The elder hints at hidden secrets, implying a deeper plan. Afterward, a stern leader steps from the shadows and announces 2 strict rules. A negotiator formally promises not to assemble any troops. The elder admits controlling information, suggesting a manipulative scheme. Suddenly, a ghostly orc appears before a stunned man on the floor. A determined youth steps forward and declares he will participate. The orc woman suspects she was summoned simply to lure her out. A mysterious observer calmly admits knowing beforehand, revealing an advantage. Meanwhile, a nervous man lifts a glowing device to call for help. 2 researchers hurry toward the uneasy crowd while a lone watcher observes. The elf-haired leader forbids unsanctioned magical contact with the outside. A confident woman snaps her fingers, warning her suited team someone has noticed. A startled man suddenly spots something threatening ahead in the shadows. A wounded patient in a gown is marched down the corridor at gunpoint. The observer realizes the target is currently struggling. Now, a breached cliff barrier shows the safe house compromised. 2 allies search wreckage, noting someone was taken by something unknown. A lone figure waits motionless in the rain beneath an umbrella. An investigator questions a nervous man about his early morning departure. A severed orc head on the floor confirms a traitor's death. An elderly orc issues orders while guards restrain the red-haired captive. Meanwhile, the matriarch suggests a private talk while her escorts aim weapons. A blunt man demands to know if the newcomer is foreign. Then, a focused fighter surveys the scene, considering his next move. Dark energy swirls across the floor beneath the young man's boot. A lone figure releases powerful purple energy at the explosion's center. Eventually, the matriarch grudgingly accepts the demand, shocking the suited group. With red eyes, the determined figure challenges the unseen enemy. The central figure releases purple energy, leaving the onlookers tense and startled. An elderly woman taunts stunned foes while dark power erupts around them. An aggressive observer confronts another, exposing hidden abilities. Suddenly, one fighter unleashes ominous energy, and a wary onlooker orders restraint. A determined figure unleashes swirling dark energy over the area. A glowing chain lock floats in a star-filled void, symbolizing a secret that not even captives can reveal. A lone figure unleashes a surge of dark energy while a tense group stands ready with weapons drawn. The wary figure confronts the unseen presence, demanding to know how this knowledge was obtained as dark energy swirls menacingly around him. The assertive outsider reveals his secret advantage to the tense group, declaring he possesses an assistant who informs him about the world beyond Earth. With suspicion confirmed, the sharp-eyed observer locks on to the truth. A pointed-eared newcomer enters and sees unconscious people in tubes. A colossal dragon stays sealed in a tank as someone watches. The chained beast struggles violently against the binding seal. A determined woman steps in, announcing her arrival. A menacing fighter stands ready while his wary ally tenses beside him. The vigilant man demands who hides behind her as purple energy gathers. An elderly orc steps up, insisting they talk instead of fight. A dark-clad fighter questions his wary foe about their looming battle. Then, 2 opponents advance across the floor as tension silently builds. One warns that hurting him now would only backfire. He adds that injuring the captive would make the agent a council target. The fighter gathers dark energy, preparing to. Bathed in sinister purple energy, the watchful figure stands tense as the woman strides away toward the elevator, leaving an unresolved threat in the air. The calm figure steps forward near the door and formally voices a request. The resolute man stands firm as swirling dark energy gathers around him, invoking a mysterious force. The elevator descends in silence toward the ominous lower level. The 2 men stand in awkward silence as the elevator hums on its way down. The assertive man outlines a proposal that appeals to the amused orc, making clear that conflict between them is unnecessary without outside influence. The resolute youth steps forward and exposes the other's actions with unwavering certainty. The taller man dismisses the other's revelation with a defiant shrug as they stand tensely together in the elevator. The young man warns that trouble is brewing on level 30, aware the agent cannot ignore it. The calculating figure pauses in the shadows, hinting at a crucial revelation that will shift the course of events. The woman standing at the end of the hallway demands to speak to the figure's hidden persona as tension rises between them. The uneasy young man looks up, questioning why anyone would want to speak with a prisoner like him. The persuasive figure steps forward in the dim corridor, promising something the rival cannot provide. The pair enters the lab, seeing rows of humanoids in cylinders. Dozens of unconscious figures hang inside glowing suspension pods. Meanwhile, he asks about goblin DNA, and the orc calmly reassures him. The elder insists on adding another condition to the request. Later, he finds a mission needing DNA from extinct demonic goblins. Another mission demands proof of ghost creation in exchange for a huge reward. There, they confirm the tank figures are the so-called ghosts. The guide leads the newcomer through a lab of tanks hiding motionless humans. The older man explains his partner died and left behind a troubled spirit. While walking, the taller guide explains specters can rarely transform into ghosts. He jokes on the phone about chatting even after becoming a ghost. The orc states he has been waiting for years. He declares he will intervene personally as his wary companion listens. The elder firmly promises to restore the fallen companion. The older man finally reveals his true, underlying desire. He learns the powers were restrained entirely for another person's sake. Now, the strategist considers resurrection, while his ally watches beside the ethereal creature. The investigator admits every attempt to restore the specter has failed. The schemer reports specter transfers into soulless bodies produce no lasting results. In response, he hears that every failed experiment has killed a dragon. The schemer announces they will change tactics regarding the ghost experiments. A caster unleashes a spell that forcibly transforms the specter into a ghost. Afterward, the researcher predicts imminent breakthroughs in understanding ghosts using these experimental tanks. The elder offers to share every secret learned from years of research. The sly planner proposes informing the council about this in exchange for payment. He extends a hand, demanding acceptance of his proposal. He pleads for an alliance to resurrect their comrade and abandon loyalties. He offers his talents as reward, hinting the deal is risky. The schemer offers a handshake, proposing they join forces in crime. An old orc points at the tank, urging the outsider closer. Two figures reach toward each other, hesitating before sealing the agreement. The aggressor's glare pressures his target into unwilling cooperation. The dominant foe raises a glowing hand, clearly threatening the robed opponent. A young man glares defiantly, openly challenging the other's judgment. Two observers face a massive tank containing a restrained shadowy creature. An authority figure confronts the other, demanding an immediate answer. Meanwhile, an analyst warns his companion that the experiment might fail. A strategist admits fears of losing power and harming a crucial alliance. However, a cautious man refuses the proposal, rejecting the risky alliance. The brooding man looks down, silently reconsidering his position. Two silent watchers observe the containment tank holding a monstrous entity. An irritated ally dismisses the other's worries and turns away. A confident scientist insists the experiment cannot fail as another watches the chamber. The strategist reports that all preparations are complete. Next, a persuasive planner asks for help with the final preparations. A guarded man hesitates while the other demands acceptance before sharing details. The cautious man withholds support for the plan as his Orcish companion watches. Elsewhere, a captive clutches a glowing orb while another secretly searches for escape. The same strategist frantically seeks any method to guarantee the experiment's success. Finally, a reluctant mediator accepts the demand, and his companion follows. The ex-convict explains beings who surpass space beside the pillar. The outsider recoils upon learning of soul manipulators. Later, the outsider asks the advisor for guidance on a secret experiment. The youth demands to know if the council backs them. The orc pauses, ready to clarify her earlier comment. The elf reveals a strong alliance with the council. The man admits the shadowy beings previously helped him. The strategist realizes why his opponent remains so confident. Meanwhile, the orc urges him to accept the crucial job. The protagonist falls silent, lost in serious thought. The superior warns his subordinate against any betrayal. The sly man offers a polite handshake. Then, they shake hands, sealing their new alliance. The newcomer walks through the facility toward the waiting woman. The young man presses the elder about restoring the specter. The authority declares a plan to extract souls from captives. Extracted soul fragments condense into one bright particle. A radiant spirit hovers above the entranced subject in demonstration. Next, the mystic outlines channeling energy directly into the specter. In the lab, one man questions the other's technique. The watcher silently scans the area for threats. However, one defiant figure insists saving one may cost thousands. The ceremonial orc sneers, dismissing the others as insignificant. The robed leader asserts complete control over the captives. Finally, the elder reveals himself as a confident elder dragon. A subdued crowd confronts the overwhelming control of one conglomerate. One captive boasts he's worth more than the others as another listens. The older orc coldly claims some lives are more valuable. A critic confronts the experimenter for sacrificing unproven young dragons. The skeptic argues that logic should also condemn another participant. Suddenly, an agitated man lunges forward, shouting as his companion recoils. A commanding leader declares they alone control who gets selected. Nearby, a possessive observer insists one companion's life is especially important. An irritable leader complains about useless subordinates while an ally follows through the corridor. The sly elder reveals he knows about the other's secret necromancy. The cautious man recoils, struggling to accept the mention of forbidden magic. In the lab, an ally questions why only living souls must be used. The scheming elder justifies using dead souls, gesturing toward the containment pods. Then the schemer leans in, signaling it's time to repay support. An analyst questions the method, and a guide confirms necromancy powers the floating bodies. A massive crowd of glowing ghosts gathers in the central square. A determined fighter braces as ghostly specters are about to be released. A confident challenger leans forward, daring the other to act. Alone in a dim room, a figure pauses in silent thought. The young man finally exhales, letting his body relax. In the lab, an assertive man admits only he can complete the task. Meanwhile, a calculating man quietly plans to exploit an owed favor. A resolute outsider asks the elder for a favor, prompting cautious clarification. Heavy boots echo as a determined newcomer strides into the tense scene. Finally, a resolute figure selects a powerful artifact from the glowing pillar. A convict stands before the glowing pillar, fixated on talents. The determined man meets his target's gaze and declares his desire. Alone, he steels himself to risk everything at the ruined pillar. Two people face the shining pillar, one reaching out as the other watches. The smug man agrees to demonstrate his abilities. A restrained subject floats in a tube as they prepare to dismantle the orc soul. A wary newcomer questions the runes, and the guide confirms talents are active. Suspicious, the man confronts his companion about hidden motives for bringing the newcomer. Meanwhile, an anxious prisoner waits in her cell as guards discuss her soul-absorbing talents. A confident ally reassures him that everything ultimately worked out well. A wounded figure sits on the bed, protectively guarding something important. An elder challenges the crowd and orders the glowing rune pillar brought in. An elevator reaches the 830th floor, and its doors slide open. A red-haired prisoner is escorted down a corridor by guards while scientists observe. The escorted group moves through a lab lined with glass pods holding unconscious captives. A wounded woman surrounded by guards freezes when someone urgently calls to her. A panicked man forces himself to calm down and refocus. A cautious woman looks back as two men enter the dim hall. A nervous patient between two escorts suddenly receives a covert telepathic message. In the dark hall, a resolute leader declares the start of their campaign. Someone types furiously at a keyboard, sending critical commands. From hiding, three observers watch a group gather around the glowing rune pillar. A schemer explains that another person's strange ability lets him control talents more easily. A green-skinned supervisor authorizes the scientists to begin the critical procedure. An anxious onlooker tenses as the procedure finally begins. A woman realizes she is trapped inside a glowing rune barrier. The red-haired woman freezes as glowing symbols flicker behind her. A red-haired captive stands in a containment chamber while a researcher activates it. A wary youth braces as a device prepares to extract his powers. The captive writhes as magical energy overwhelms him inside the barrier. Clutching their chests, the figure releases a burst of golden energy. Then golden symbols flare as an onlooker sees powers activating. A defiant mage unleashes radiant magic rather than surrender her abilities. A golden beam fires from the rune-covered device as it activates. Nearby, machinery is ready to extract energy from commoners and ghosts. A protest crowd gathers in Guangwoman Square with candles and signs. The red-haired fighter rushes forward to stop the planned extraction. Meanwhile, a resolute figure stands as a grave warning is given. The red-haired woman orders the possessed person to break free from control. Soon, the red-haired caster releases a surge of golden power. Two men scream at each other, demanding the other surrender. One man hurls an accusation as energy violently erupts from him. Later, an investigator studies the glowing column, suspecting the incident was deliberate. A man unleashes golden energy from his chest, fully activating his powers. A panicked youth thrashes as energy inside him strains to escape. The desperate captive begs to escape before the towering rune-covered pillar. The desperate prisoner refuses to stay trapped as a companion watches the machine. The desperate youth loudly pleads for help, refusing to give up. A resolute man gathers himself, preparing to act as power builds. Finally, the young man, glowing gold, unleashes a commanding shout. Golden energy erupts from the chamber, flooding the entire room. The scheming orc proudly presents the scene, clearly anticipating the outcome. A startled man recoils in shock at an unseen event. Meanwhile, a white-haired observer recoils as the chamber seals the red-haired captive. A panicked technician warns the team as alarms signal a dangerous experiment failure. Elsewhere, a young man recoils from something shocking off-panel. The young man collapses face down on the runic floor from exhaustion. A cunning onlooker smirks in satisfaction at the unfolding events. A confident man makes a bold confession, leaving the nearby woman stunned. At the blast center, one combatant unleashes dark energy while another is hurled away. The empowered fighter charges forward, dark energy swirling as he prepares to strike. The young man releases a massive wave of dark energy that floods the building. An enraged fighter gathers blue energy in his hands to retaliate. A lone caster releases dark magic from the circle, forcing two opponents to brace themselves. Soon, mysterious energy pours into the shadowy chamber, intensifying the power within. The protagonist is engulfed in magic as an emergency escape ring activates. An entire city hangs upside down in the sky above the clouds. A determined attacker blasts one foe skyward with dark energy, knocking others through the wreckage. A furious green-skinned assailant dives downward toward a figure falling from a skyscraper. As he plummets, the young man calmly appreciates finally being outside. The young man realizes the language barrier is gone and lets out a relieved breath. Desperate, the young man shouts a warning as loudly as he can. A lone fighter is flung away as a claw-shaped burst of fire engulfs them. A gigantic flaming being crashes down, engulfing the tower in fire and scattering rubble. Finally, a furious orc hurtles through the city, shouting as he leaps toward his target. A powerful fighter stops the chaos and faces the monster. A red dragon charges while an orc and a shadow attacker engage. A falling dragon is chased by a lightning wielder overhead. Then two fighters collide midair, releasing energy as their battle begins. A fleeing figure runs as a menacing spirit chases behind. Meanwhile, the fighter gathers blue power, preparing to strike both enemies. A rider clings to a dragon, fleeing the ruined city. A shadow-charged fighter advances while a towering demon follows. A huge crackling dragon emerges from the stormy sky. A dragon and serpent crash midair as a lone fighter faces them below. Meteors fall through the storm while lightning erupts below. A red dragon and blue serpent collide midair, releasing massive power. The red creature savagely attacks its gigantic wolf enemy. Suddenly, the enraged beast rams headfirst into the glowing barrier. Lightning erupts from the attacker's arm in an overwhelming strike. A blue dragon's lightning blast knocks the red-skinned warrior backward. The white beast narrows its eyes, sensing a new threat. From above, the red beast fires dark energy at its hesitant rival. Elsewhere, a lone figure gathers energy, preparing a decisive attack. The fighter blasts blue energy downward, hitting the red foe and corrupted core. Then blue lightning slams into the enemy as dark energy crackles. The massive dragon lunges, jaws wide, targeting the stunned outsider. A trapped figure reaches out, struggling against the dark energy. Soon, 3 onlookers stare upward as a giant energy vortex forms. The trio staggers back as the ominous force above intensifies. A huge blue energy sphere descends as people watch. The beast recoils, realizing its attacks were teleported away. A fierce fighter spots nearby enemies and prepares. A giant dragon threatens the city with a dark orb. Meanwhile, the mage hesitates, stalling for time despite his allies' warnings. The mage gathers power to teleport both dragons away. Suddenly, a massive serpent erupts from a blinding explosion overhead. The enraged beast roars loudly, shaking the area. A huge blue dragon appears from energy, stunning everyone. The leading attacker strikes and demands why anyone protects the inferior. 2 dragons collide midair as one bombards the other with beams. Meanwhile, an armored fighter distracts the dragon while an ally is urged. A flaming beast plummets from above toward the battlefield. A commanding voice orders everyone to quickly gather mana. The furious warrior gathers power and unleashes a devastating strike. Panicked citizens flee the city while glowing orbs crash down. The attacker is thrown back when the blazing barrier repels him. The sorcerer releases a massive spell, sending energy beams everywhere. The restrained monster struggles violently against its glowing bindings. A massive beast clashes with a blazing winged foe amid magic. The defiant caster releases energy, forming a dragon head that attacks. Terrified citizens run while one woman freezes, staring upward. A towering warrior charges through flames, rallying allies to protect civilians. From swirling energy, a new monstrous entity emerges roaring. A massive beast bares its fangs and snarls. The attacker strikes as the blue dragon falls. A battered fighter hides behind a barrier against the spell. The monster recoils as a blinding blast nears. A dragon spirit bursts from swirling violet energy. Meanwhile, a bystander recoils as purple energy erupts nearby. A giant beast and serpent collide midair, releasing purple waves. An exhausted man releases a wave of dark energy. The dragon reels, suddenly teleported from the city to the sea. An observer watches a stranger overpower the massive midair dragon. Suddenly, a towering fanged beast with blue fur appears. The colossal dragon mocks its challenger, calling his magic useless. The dark-clad fighter keeps attacking, trying to exhaust the dragon. The towering monster roars, daring its lone opponent to win. A dragon recoils as a winged fighter races toward dark energy. Then, a witness staggers as sudden understanding hits. The outsider releases violent dark energy that shakes the area. Dark energy erupts and engulfs the glowing central core. A cloaked figure erupts with power, revealing immense hidden strength. Above the whirlpool, dragon and winged demon face off fully charged. Then, a monster erupts with dark energy and attacks. The dragon lunges at the looming dark figure to clash. Meanwhile, a purple energy slash rips diagonally across the battlefield. The massive dragon releases dark energy that obliterates everything ahead. Afterward, the wounded beast, sparking with blue lightning, lunges forward. The red giant punches the white beast, shaking the battlefield. The crimson beast challenges its foe, signaling the foe's downfall. Then the enraged dragon prepares to strike down its enemy. The electrified monster roars, overwhelming its horned opponent. A fighter smashes an electric blow onto the creature's head. Suddenly the lightning dragon crashes into the water with force. The massive beast is engulfed by a violent energy blast. A towering dragon charged with blue lightning readies a fierce strike. Meanwhile, a shocked man recoils as red slashes strike his eye. A huge dragon thrashes as glowing red restraints tighten around it. Then a radiant beast erupts from the sea, surging upward. The restrained beast thrashes and roars as the glowing bonds tighten. The captive realizes the binding spell activated the moment he was seized. Next, the colossal beast fires red energy beams into the stormy sky. A powerful fighter struggles as red energy binds their clawed hand. A massive red dragon flails midair, held by glowing magical chains. There, a winged captor suspends the dragon using crackling red restraints. The massive dragon reels as blazing projectiles rip through its scales. Still, the bound brute thrashes wildly, refusing to submit. Blue lightning collides with a red beam in a lethal clash. Later, the armored warrior staggers as a massive lightning bolt hits. A white-furred beast charges and blasts a pink monster with electricity. The monstrous captive thrashes, trapped by searing blue electricity and tightening bonds. Finally, a massive purple force crashes down, stunning the lone observer. A distracted fighter is suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of energy. The enormous beast writhes as red chains pin it beneath a looming shadow. A destructive vortex erupts and tears through the landscape. Blue energy erupts as a spirit hovers over a corpse. A startled person summons a glowing holographic penguin agent. The dark vortex swallows one victim while another watches. Meanwhile, the watcher realizes a dangerous fight has begun. The same observer trembles, fearing someone else may die. Rows of glowing pods imprison unconscious subjects in a futuristic chamber. Spirits crowd before a statue as a warning of destruction sounds. Alone, the figure hesitates, unsure what to do next. A young man recoils in shock at the sudden event. A terrified man kneels and begs his captor for mercy. Another desperate man collapses, pleading frantically for understanding. Then, an investigator sees the cowering person may know something vital. An overwhelmed subject collapses, glowing painfully with a radiant aura. Underwater, a desperate figure grabs the youth and invades his memories. A nervous researcher edges toward the containment tank, expecting something to emerge. An alert Alfred watcher scans the dim room in silence. The young man forces himself to stay focused under pressure. Meanwhile, a frightened runner dashes down the corridor to escape. Driven by memory, a determined figure sprints ahead relentlessly. A determined seeker discovers a plot to sacrifice souls for a dragon spirit. The determined man charges through flames, desperate to stop the woman. Suddenly, a massive dragon erupts from a blazing magic circle. The stunned researcher freezes, overwhelmed by the sudden inferno. Finally, the young man grips the rock and defies the elder dragon. The furious outcast shouts an insult, fist raised threateningly. A lone fighter unleashes energy, engulfing the area in light. The exhausted researcher reaches for a stone on the ground. Amid flames, the fighter pants, realizing his attacks have failed. The man pushes against the glowing barrier, but it holds. Now unsure, he stops attacking and hurriedly seeks another solution. The man recoils as a sudden wave of heat hits. The terrified onlooker staggers back as a huge dragon advances. The young man plans how to stop the specter escaping. A huge enemy writhes in agony as flames consume him. A resolute ally reaches toward the flames to end the agony. A suited foe strides through the flames, promising to destroy his enemy. Then the fighter thrusts his hand into rune-covered flames. An observer raises his hand, and his ring erupts with runes. However, his containment spell fails to hold the chained fiery specter. The young man studies his hand, doubting his will has any power. Elsewhere, a wary woman starts a confrontation with an alert man. A mysterious figure reveals that two beings share one soul. During an inner struggle, a tormented host unleashes power that shatters a soul. An elf-eared schemer considers forcing the dragon specter into a body. He hesitates, judging the risk of putting the specter into an elf. The chained captive strains for more power as a distant observer watches. Suddenly, a supporter recoils as a massive magical explosion erupts. A determined fighter charges deeper into the industrial maze, proclaiming newfound strength. Finally, a weary wanderer stops in the shadows to catch his breath. The scientist silently studies the restrained creature through the thick glass of the containment tank. A massive clash erupts as a fierce body, split between fire and ice, prepares to withstand the force of a spectral dragon. The mage clasps his hands and summons a glowing, spectral figure beside him. The defender conjures a glowing blue shield to intercept a devastating blow, sending sparks of energy flying. Inside a glowing chamber, the strategist prepares to possess the dragon's body and confront the specter. The resolute figure recognizes that a dragon possesses enough strength to shatter the barrier. The bewildered onlooker freezes as a radiant creature hovers before an enormous spectral dragon. The frustrated figure attempts to seize control of the translucent creature but fails, left surrounded by a pulsing, ominous energy. The observer realizes the massive dragon remains unaffected by spiritual powers. The resolute figure summons a surge of golden energy, activating a hidden power. The desperate figure frantically tries to activate their power as golden light floods their face. The transformed figure erupts with a blinding surge of golden energy, overwhelming everything nearby. The fierce figure unleashes a powerful command, eyes glowing with determination. A scientist lies unconscious on the cold, dimly lit floor. The elf reclines on the ground, fast asleep and completely oblivious to his surroundings. A massive beast crashes out of the containment chamber while the lone observer staggers back in shock. A colossal beast erupts into view, its arrival shaking the scene with overwhelming force. A violent bolt of lightning smashes through the barrier, sending fragments flying. A monstrous figure plummets toward the screaming man as he tumbles helplessly through the air. A towering brute smashes through the building, sending shards of glass flying in every direction. The transformed figure strains to move, clearly frustrated by the unfamiliar weight and awkwardness of a dragon's body. The battered beast struggles to rise, refusing to give in despite its injuries. The wounded beast presses itself up from the ground, forcing movement despite exhaustion and pain. A towering, horned force crashes down as an urgent command is issued to attack the specter. A colossal structure slams into the ground, scattering debris and sending shockwaves through the chaos. Broken glass and tools show the room was destroyed. The shattered containment unit suggests the human subject has escaped. A violent blast collapses the tunnel entrance in dust. Inside a fiery barrier, a dragon thrashes while a distant watcher observes. A weary fighter braces himself, readying to continue the struggle. The dragon charges forward, intent on smashing through the barrier. The giant creature releases a blast of magic fire, exploding outward. Suddenly, the massive beast jolts up, sensing the weakened barrier. The dragon disappears from sight within a surge of flames. Meanwhile, a wary onlooker watches the barrier vanish as a dragon appears. An orc suddenly realizes a crucial secret about the hidden agent. Above the clouds, two dragons emerge after news of their leader's death. The two colossal dragons race over the mountains, dominating the sky. One colossal dragon stares ahead, its gaze filled with threat. The dragon dives in alarm toward an injured ally on the ground. From the ruins, a battered figure wreathed in darkness steps forward. The wounded man collapses as unconsciousness fully overtakes him. A towering creature reaches out as the man stands on a slain beast. The veteran fighter hesitates, shocked by his enemy's unexpected expression. Despite his injuries, the man stands firm, resolve hardening. Then the wounded man turns to the new threat, eyes defiant. The battered fighter fires a massive dragon-shaped blast of blue energy. The hulking opponent is hurled back by dark energy and lightning. In response, the enraged foe erupts with power, spraying blood and electricity. Finally, the monstrous attacker launches a brutal strike, ripping through everything nearby. A battered youth stands in blood as rain falls. He endures the overwhelming stench of blood around him. After silence, the bloodied youth lifts his head. Then the youth rises, suddenly restored and stronger. A colossal beast thrashes while magical restraints bind it. The wounded beast staggers back, clutching a bleeding wound. A red beast leaps up, blocking an airborne serpent. Meanwhile, the red dragon surges upward, chasing its prey. A massive white monster slams into the wounded dragon. An attacker blasts the beast's chest with purple energy. The bloodied youth, engulfed in purple aura, goes berserk. A predator grins, planning to prolong the deadly hunt. Suddenly a dark figure crashes in, stopping the predator. The savage beast lunges and unleashes a deadly barrage. Elsewhere, a seeker finds targets on a glowing map. 6 glowing mines appear, floating in a crimson void. A shadow wielder gathers dark power for a massive strike. A wounded monster roars furiously, making the ground shake. A shadowy beast is blasted midair, spraying blood. A dark assailant claws the dragon's back, deepening its wounds. The blood-soaked creature stands triumphant in monstrous form. The massive dragon looks ahead and gravely speaks a name. The crimson beast rises above clouds, gripping the defeated serpent. A huge reptile glares, its single eye burning menacingly. Above, a crimson dragon circles as a bloodied figure lies below. A lone figure dissolves into shadows beside a massive blade. The wounded outsider's face crumbles while someone desperately calls to him. The survivor stands on the carcass as a towering red figure reaches out. The large creature recoils in shock at what it sees. Meanwhile, the dragon studies the battered youth's defiant face during their standoff. The defiant fighter confronts a horned enemy atop a wounded airborne dragon. The wary man dismisses suspicion, hiding his unease behind a forced calm. Suddenly, the battered man freezes, struck by a critical realization. The young man stands over the beast and delivers a grave accusation. After secretly slaying the dragon, he weighs the risks of being exposed. The determined man accepts the task and leaps toward the red dragon. The wounded man turns away, struggling to keep a crucial secret. Still, the wounded man faces the towering red dragon without backing down. The wounded speaker explains the other cannot sense it without spiritual powers. A colossal spectral dragon emerges in the sky, pulsing with blue energy. Then a colossal energy dragon erupts onto the battlefield, surging forward. The red dragon explains the grieving woman keeps calling her late husband's name. The strategist extends his hand, using necromantic energy to extract the specter's memories. A spectral dragon surges forward and intercepts the attacking shadowy tendril. Meanwhile, the resolute caster struggles to control the swirling dragon energy. The pursuers see a figure shooting skyward and immediately give chase. The determined man races alongside his colossal dragon ally after their elusive target. A determined hunter unleashes a dragon spirit to quickly determine the enemy's destination. A crimson beast and glowing fighter plummet toward the violently churning sea. Finally, the bloodied fighter charges ahead with relentless speed. The wounded fighter pushes forward despite his injuries. A battered man collapses, overwhelmed by memories from drinking blood. A young hunter pauses, shocked by his sudden certainty about dragons. Meanwhile, he tumbles through the sky, questioning the source of his memories. Above, a massive dragon passes, heralding a new threat. The injured survivor grits his teeth and forces himself upright. Nearby, a nervous watcher swallows hard, visibly tense. A cautious scout and a red beast both tense at a sudden disturbance. A dismissive warrior ignores warnings and walks away, leaving a stunned companion. Two dragons slam together as surrounding flames surge higher. A stunned beast recoils as a shattered barrier vanishes with its ally. Anxious, the observer sizes up the agent, doubting he can win. A colossal firestorm engulfs a winged demon as a dragon-shaped blaze advances. Engulfed in flames, a pleading victim faces an unmoved executioner. A colossal flaming dragon looms over the devastated battlefield. The monstrous beast bellows helplessly while flames consume it. A horned monster recoils as a glowing beast releases a devastating strike. Elsewhere, a dragon-like foe staggers back from a sudden blazing attack. A panicked witness screams that two spectral forces colliding will be catastrophic. In response, a commander summons a colossal dragon of fire and energy. Soon, embers dimly reveal the cavern's deep, shadowy interior. A fiery dragon dives onto its shadowy foe as flames engulf the field. A fiery dragon and a mighty beast collide with their ultimate attacks. The massive beast recoils, realizing a stubborn spirit still meddles from beyond death. Finally, a brutal attacker pierces an enemy's chest with a flaming, explosive claw. An orc rushes to destroy the specter but halts. Meanwhile, another figure recoils, shocked by the sudden turn. A dragon shouts urgently as two agents approach. A young man steps forward to confront a hidden stranger. A dark tunnel entrance appears ahead. The challenger exposes the other's backup plan to kill the specter. The anxious creature reluctantly nods in agreement. Later, two allies reach the ruins and find a wounded dragon specter. The young man finally relaxes after the crisis. A lone fighter faces a massive flaming dragon head-on. A giant beast writhes as lethal flames consume its body. Then, their leader orders the dragonkin to stand down as another watches. The creature considers abandoning its form but ultimately refuses. A wary observer scans the area, sensing imminent conflict. The weakened dragon nears death, exposing a critical vulnerability. Suddenly, a fiery dragon specter engulfs a monster and seizes full control. A calm mediator warns the orc leaving now will kill the dragon. He orders the other to stay. The cautious visitor faces the massive dragon and presses for answers in the heated silence. Two men stride confidently into the ruined chamber, as a massive dragon-like beast emerges from the shadows behind them. The dragon-like figure confronts the younger man, demanding to know if he is responsible for the broken object. The advisor estimates it will take about a month to repair the damaged facility, as the others listen in concern. The anxious beast hesitates as the two figures calmly assure it that its living arrangements are not a concern. The armored figure assures the other of safer protection, while standing guard outside the quiet bookstore at sunset. The calm figure urges the anxious beast to stay still, raising a hand to prevent any sudden moves. A stern leader warns them not to waste talents. The beast bows, accepting the order without question. A guide leads his two companions to new quarters. Meanwhile, a reptilian enemy advances while a lookout stays alert. The beast urges the young man to hurry alone. The creature silently steels itself for what lies ahead. The beast and two allies brace themselves to charge. Suddenly, a stone monolith rises from the rubble-filled chamber. A determined youth steps into the hall and calls out. A desperate woman blocks him, forbidding him from entering the battlefield. Later, the woman refuses his request as they argue through open windows. An observer judges the newcomer weak based on his frail appearance. A red-haired fighter recalls earning fame by taming a powerful beast. The dragonkin explains how her own kind looks down on her. A woman recoils as a man suddenly confronts her inside. Afterward, someone clenches a trembling fist and vows to grow stronger. She tells the bulky warrior she wants to study other dragons' fighting styles. A startled woman is grabbed by the shoulders during a confrontation. An earnest man grips her shoulders, admitting he wants to become worthy. The man freezes when a mysterious woman gently touches his face. The anxious figure grasps the other's shoulders and urgently insists on watching events unfold from a distance. The grateful young man pulls the supportive figure into a heartfelt embrace as golden light streams through the open window. The remorseful figure confesses past arrogance while clinging tightly to the comforting presence in a tense embrace. A figure clutches another's shirt tightly, wrestling with anxious determination to prove their ability to protect. The beast recoils in terror as a blinding light crashes over its face. A massive attack destroys the nuclear warehouse and city. Then an energy beam strikes, causing an explosion that engulfs everything. A giant beast charges through the chaos and attacks. The young man regrets bringing an ally onto this battlefield. Above, an explosion reveals a dragon-shaped shadow in the sky. Soon, a dark portal opens and releases a strange power. A lone fighter appears on the rocks amid lightning and rain. That same figure now stands on the dragon's head. Meanwhile, a woman admits she caused someone's death. A tormented person sobs and begs a monstrous eye for forgiveness. Someone reaches toward the flaming monster, pleading desperately for mercy. The woman lowers her head and softly speaks a single name. A man is grabbed by the chin during a tense confrontation. A glowing dragon spirit vows to protect its companion forever. Finally, two survivors embrace tightly, crying in shared relief.